For more updates, click on subscribe and click on bell button for latest notifications.
Hi friends, welcome to techarkit YouTube channel. My name is Ravi. In this video session, we are going to learn about AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner certification. So that certification codes we are going to learn is CLFC01. Let's see. So what is this certification is about? The foundations of cloud computing. So this is a foundational certificate for the cloud computing. The core AWS services including compute, network, and databases storage, right? So this is the certification is about security best practices, compliance in the AWS cloud. So you should learn the what is security best practices. You can see that so there are so many security incidents happens on the company, so that you could able to protect your data and your services and your accesses. So how you can do that based on the security best practices, right? So what is the compliance, data compliance, and the what is the compliance categories you have to look into whenever you are loading the data to the AWS cloud, right? That is the things you are going to learn in this course. The cloud cost, economics, and billing practices of the cloud. So this is the one which is important to the management layer, or who is looking after a cost and the billing methods, right? How you can save your cost and what is the cost incurred whenever you are um, hosting any services on the AWS, right? How you can save those costs, how you can opt for a best services or the best cost optimization services, or how you can optimize your cost while running the similar infrastructure or more than what you have on premises, so that you can save the cost. So that is the things you are going to learn about in this certification. By end of this course, you will understand AWS services and how they are leveraged to build applications and provide products and services in the real world. So basically, you will explore most of the AWS services which are required to host your computes, network, databases, and storage, and security best practices. Basically, that is how your security is tied up and what is the security models you can look for, right? How you can improvise your products and services in a real world. So this is all the certification is about. Who should learn, basically? Who should learn this certification? Who is intended to this certification is for? So there is no limitation, right? So basically intended for anyone who is interested for learning the basic principles of AWS. So this is where, if you're looking coming forwards to the cloud platforms, right? This is the certification, the basic certification which is required to move forward to the cloud computing, AWS cloud platform. Starting course to get familiar with the AWS cloud. So you can understand what is AWS cloud, how this background infrastructure, how is the security is provided by, and how you can bring up the compute services, all this stuff. So this is basically an introduction course, or the um, learning the basics code. So anyone can do is um, ready to learn the AWS cloud. So that is begin with. So if you want to write a certification after this course, so what is the format and how you can write it, or how many marks you have to get, all this stuff. So here in the certification, which has a all multiple choices and multi-response choices. Like example, they give any scenario based questions and you have to select the multiple, or they will give the multiple choices. Out of that you have to select the correct one, and there are some questions which require to have multiple responses, which means multiple correct answers you have to select. So this is the exam format, and the total questions you will be asked is 50 questions you have to answer. um, Out of that, 50 questions have 1000 marks, and pass marks are 700. The exam duration is 90 minutes, so you have to complete the 50 questions in a 90 minutes. So that's the examination format, how you can write the certification. What is the course content you so what is the certification content you have to learn in order to complete your certification, or you have to earn the certification, right? So this is basically introduction to the cloud. So how is the cloud is, and how the cloud infrastructure is built, all this stuff, and how to create your free tier account, how you can create your free tier account to start with, and what are the services you can utilize, and you can just touch and feel using the free tier account, how is the console view, and where you can navigate between the console and all. So that's the free tier account, and we can also put some practical scenarios here, like how you can create your EC2 instance and access the EC2 instance, right? How you can upload the data to the AWS bucket, S3 buckets, right? So that's all a little bit practical. We are going to keep in this course, right? And cloud concepts, basically foundation of the cloud compute, understanding cloud compute, and exploring the advantages of the cloud computing. So whenever you are switching to the cloud, what are the advantages you are going to get? So that's the major one you have to understand here, right? Cloud computing and deployment models. What are the deployment models you have? How can you leverage those models to build the best infrastructure and best cost effective models, right? That is the thing, right? And how you can utilize a global infrastructure where you can go global in minutes, right? How you can do that. So that's the major parts you have to understand in this course, right? So we are going to explain you those things in this course. So the next one is security and complaints. So this is the major one where you can provide a max security to your applications, right? So there is a shared responsibility models between you and the AWS cloud provider. So the AWS and you, there is a shared responsibility, which means that some of the responsibilities shared by the cloud, some of the responsibilities is shared with you. So you have to be responsible on those models, so that you have to keep your responsibility on, so that you can keep the best security and compliance methods, right? And leveraging the architected framework. So there are the pillars of this architect, how those architect works, and all this stuff you can learn in this course. And access management, identity and access management, which is the user permissions, roles, permissions, and all this stuff, how you can provide the least privileges to the users, and restrict the users based on the security requirements. Exploring the application security services, exploring the additional security services, and utilizing the data encryption methods, like how you can encrypt your data while transiting and in the rest, right? The data is stored on the buckets or somewhere else, how you can encrypt the data using the secrets management services, right? So this is the security and compliance things. And from the technology perspective, we are going to explore this EC2 compute. So what are the associated EC2 computes, like EBS, EFS, right? All this um, computing services, and the storage services like S3. So what are the S3 buckets you have? What are the types of it? And networking services like VPCs, subnets, availability zones, um, all of them we are going to explore security groups, all this stuff, and content delivery networks, like how you can utilize your um, edge locations or the content delivery networks, so that you can uh, deliver your content faster to the global, and SQS, SES, and SNS services. There are so many other stuff like AI, ML, data science. There are associated tools we are going to explore. Basically, what is this service touch upon, and what the services can provide you, and what is the advantages you get using that service, and how you can use that, what is uh, that how you can explore that services, that we are going to see on this technology part. And auditing, monitoring, logging, and analytics related services, right? There are going to be a plenty of services you are going to learn in this technology part. Coming to the billing and pricing, basically how the AWS pricing is done, and you have to understand the cost incurred whenever you are hosting any services or any products you wanted to build upon using this AWS cloud, right? How the billing services works, how you can save them, right? What is the governance services, right? Example, there is a compliance requirement, all this stuff, how you can do that, all this stuff, and utilizing the management services and support plans to where you can save the cost, right? And you can utilize the best part of your services, and you can save the cost. So that's the um, thing where you can optimize on the cloud, right? So that gives you a more um, services within a less cost, if you know what to utilize and when to utilize, and how you can do this uh, pricing, right? So what are the best pricing models available, and what is the best prices available over there, so that you can utilize those services based on the pricing models. So if you understand this part, then you are good to go with the AWS cloud. So like example, if you see what is the price I get and what is the savings I get, right? This is most of an management part where you have to look at this savings, all this stuff. So that's the course content. What is the cloud? So to begin with, you might hear a number of buzzwords, right, in the industry, just like the uh, artificial intelligence, machine learning, 5G. So all of this, you might hear so many data science, all this stuff you hear, so many buzzwords are the technology words you hear in the market. But what the reality is, so what they add to do those technology developments, or the data doing the things with the cloud, right? So in simple terms, the cloud refers to a network of remote servers that provide various services, including data storage, compute power, and software applications over the internet. So, simple say that maybe, so it's a someone's computer you are accessing over the internet. So, it is not a new to the um, us, because since we are, if you are using the internet from a long time, since, so that you are already in the cloud, you are utilizing the cloud models from a long term, maybe in a decade or so much, so many years, right? Example, if you're accessing a Gmail service, right? If you're accessing any YouTube videos, right? Those are also a cloud hosted applications, you're accessing it. So that's a simple example for the cloud. Rather than storing the data or running applications on a local device, such as a personal computer or a smartphone, cloud computing allows users to access and use resources over the internet. So, example, if you wanted to buy a computer, right? So, what is consists of? It consists of several hardware components, right? RAM, hard drive, motherboard, power supply, and various components in it. Your purchasing and all, right? So, what you required? You required an access to the computer, right? Where you can install your software or where you can store your documents, where you can work on a graphics. Example, you wanted to edit your videos or you wanted to do something, any designer work or anything kind of, then you can purchase a computer, right? Physically, that is one thing, or you can spin up an instance on a cloud, then you can use that. So it is on a similar kind of the configuration, but where you don't worry about the background hardware what they are using. So it is your choice, whatever the computer type you want, you can do that. This approach has several benefits such as increased scalability, flexibility, and reduced cost, as a users can access and pay for only the resources they need rather than investing in expensive hardware or software. So basically this is a more scalable solution. Example, you want right now, you want a 8 GB RAM with an 100 GB hard drive, and so 2 or 3 CPU cores with an that kind of hardware computer you want, but maybe later after a week or after a month you wanted to upgrade that. Example, with a more RAM, more CPU cores, and more hard disk space, then you can do that in the cloud just in a seconds or minutes. But if you are doing in a physical manner, so you have to go to the store and purchase all of them, and you have to check the compatibilities, all the stuff. So that's the scalability and the flexibility and the cost effectiveness is there on the cloud. Cloud computing is being increasingly popular across various industries and is changing the way we think about the data storage, computing, and software deployments. So let's see what is cloud computing. So the cloud computing is not but they are providing the compute services for us. Example, they provide the underlying hardware, right? And they provide the underlying network, they provide the underlying storage. So top of that, what we can do is that we can build any kind of softwares, machine learning algorithm. You can develop the code, right? You can host the databases, right? The security also, the physical security is taken care by the cloud. You don't need to worry about that. Some responsibilities can be taken care by them so that you don't need to worry about the things. So example, if you go with the EC2, right? So what are the components are there, right? So the compute they provide is that EC2, Lightsail, like these are the services on the compute. And the stuff from the coming to the storage, so they give you the cloud storage of S3 buckets, right? EFS storage, Glacier, Storage Gateway. So these are all the services they give in a minutes. Example say that you just have to create a free tier account and go to the console. You can access any of these services, right? You can implement your application. then you don't need to worry about what the background hardware they are using or all this stuff. It's a simple method. So these are all the services. Don't worry about that. Just we are going to just I'm showing in a console perspective, but we are going to learn all of them in detailed in this course. So how they provide basically how they provide the hardware, right? So if you want to host any of the applications or if you want to spin up any of your server, how they host basically. So basically they do if a traditional architecture is designed, right? You can see that there is a hardware, top of that you install an operating system. It might be a Windows, Linux or whatever it is, right? Top of that you install the application. But in a cloud, what they do is that they utilize this virtual architecture. So, top of the hardware, they initialize the hypervisor, which is a what the hypervisor is do is that it converts your physical hardware to a logical hardware basically. So whatever the components it's there on the hardware, it converts in it's like a software, all the components like RAM, hard drive, CPUs, motherboard, all this stuff can be layered into the software. So the software layer can be easily accessed. Then you can top of that you can install your operating system and you can install the app or some clouds, right? The clouds will already provide you a pre-installed builds. Example say that AMI, so it is an Amazon machine images, which is pre-installed with a specific applications. Example, if you are looking for some kind of software, right? Maybe some kind of monitoring tool like SolarWinds or Nagios or App Dynamics or some tool, right? So you don't need to basically install the OS and install the application, all this stuff. So some of them which the virtual machines, right? The images is already pre-configured. You just choose the image and you just say fire that image. So it will automatically come with you as a pre-installed image. So that's where this hardware is converted to the hypervisor. From here you can access the OS and app. So this is all virtualized. From here you can access the components. So let's see what types of virtualizations in the industry is available. So there are many types of virtualizations are available here, right? From there you can see that this is the virtualization services or the types. You can see server virtualization, multiple virtual servers on a single physical server. So that's what I just showed you the image. You can see that. So this is an underline a single server that can be converted as a hypervisor. So that is a virtualized server layer installed, right? Then top of that you can build multiple physical servers. So that's a server virtualization. So there are desktop virtualization, creating the virtual machine desktop that can be accessed remotely by users. This can help organizations to centralize desktop management and reduce hardware and software cost. So basically, this kind of virtualization is just like you don't need to have a physical computer at your home or at office. So just they'll have the um, network connectivity and the display, right? The monitor and the keyboard and mouse. That's it. So they do not have any physical component, right? So they just access using that console to the remote desktops. Network virtualization. This allows multiple virtual networks to operate on a single physical network, which can improve network performance and reduce costs. So basically, if you want to virtualize the network, so if you install a single switch or firewall, that can only be do a single component. But where if you use a virtualized networks, so where you can build a multiple switches configurations in a software itself. So that's the you'll get more performance and reduced cost. Storage virtualization, this makes it easier to manage and allocate storage resources across multiple systems and can improve storage performance and ability. So that's the another one. So how you utilize your cloud and what is the cost occurs whenever you are utilizing the cloud basically. See, um, it's nothing you have to pay whenever you are using the cloud, right? So just sign up to the console, the sign up to the cloud and create an account on the cloud. Then on demand, example, what is your demand? So example, I would like to utilize a storage service, right? So you are utilizing the storage service, you don't need to pay anything over there until unless you did not uploaded the data or downloaded the data from that service. So that's on demand. What on demand? Pay as you go. So what you utilize on the cloud, you have to pay that much amount. So if you're utilizing a 1 terabytes of storage on the cloud, then you have to pay for that only 1 terabyte, not for what of the services they provide the entire things, right? So that's the pay for the resources they use rather than for fixed amount of resources over a set period of time. So you no need to pay front or utilize. So you utilize, then pay what you used. This pay per use model allows users to scale their usage up or down as their needs change without incurring unnecessary cost. The cloud on demand model, also known as on demand cloud computing, is a cloud computing service model in which cloud resources such as compute power, storage, and software applications are provided to users as on needed basis. This means that users can access and use cloud resources whenever they need them without having to invest in and maintain their own hardware and software infrastructure. So you don't need to bother about what the hardware or the what the software infrastructure you're maintaining, what is the physical security you're worrying about, where is your data center, what is the connectivity, and all this stuff. You don't need to worry about that. Just go and utilize what you need and pay what you utilize. So that's the cloud model or on demand and as you pay go model. So this is a very important pay as you go model. So in exam point of view, so what you have to learn and what you have to read further to understand this. So read the white paper. So there is a overview of Amazon Web Services. So this is the link here. I can also provide this link on the description. You can just go ahead and download this PDF and look at the what are all the AWS services the provided services and what's the description and all. You can
What are those actually? So if you can compare with the cloud advantages within a traditional data center approach, and what is the advantages you have, right? Let's see that. Here, if you compare with the cloud, so go global in minutes. Just simple that you don't need to purchase any underlying hardware, software, anything such as that. Go global in minutes means you don't need to purchase anything in such a like hardware or software, or you have to provision the data center, networking connectivity, anything such a sort. So they are already ready. Then you have to just sign up for a console and you can go global in minutes. But in a traditional approach, it takes few days to few months because there is an approval process internally. So you have to decide on the capacity and how much capacity required and what is the purchase amount you have to pay, all this stuff. So you have to decide on all this stuff, right? Then stop spending money running and maintaining the data center. So basically with the cloud, you don't need to spend anything to maintain your data centers because the data center is already built and maintained by the cloud providers. So in traditional approach, you have to spend upfront cost for infrastructure. So you have to build the infrastructure first, then top of that you can run any applications you required. In cloud, increase speed and agility. So the agility and speed you can increase as cloud grows, right? So there are so many services available on the cloud platform. So just you have to utilize properly to maintain your or publish your applications or develop your applications. You don't need to worry about anything on the infrastructure. On a traditional approach, it depends on how your infrastructure is built, right? How many services it supports, all this stuff. In cloud, it's a big advantage is that pay as you go model. So it's just what you use, you have to pay only what you use. You don't need to pay additional cost upfront or anything such a sort. Spend for all the infrastructure in a traditional infrastructure and use it. So first you have to spend the amount to bring the infrastructure, then you have to utilize it. In a cloud approach, stop guessing the capacity because you don't need to guess what capacity I go or how much growth I have in upcoming years and all, right? You just first start with a small, then as you grow you can increase your capacity. So you don't need to guess what capacity I have to use, all this stuff. But for a traditional approach, you have to guess the capacity. If the capacity is less what you guess, then it is a resource utilization wastage, or if it is a goes more than what you expected, then it's again you have to upgrade your capacity based on your requirement. Trade capital expenses and variable expenses. In the cloud, you can trade for a capital expenses and variable expenses, but in a traditional data center, you have to pay all the upfront investment to build the data centers and build the buy the software, hardware, networking and internet connections and all this stuff. So those are the major advantages you have on the cloud approach. So let's see what more we can get from the cloud here. So advantages of the cloud computing is that high availability in the sense high availability systems to run continuously without downtime. So those are the advantages when you use the cloud. So they are already built on a high available system, so most of the times it's continuously available without no downtime. So you don't expect any most of the times downtime on the cloud. That's resilient applications that they built on. And elasticity, you can provision what you need, then grow and sync on demand. Example, this is the major advantages. Like if you want more capacity, you can grow. If your applications is not doing that great, or you don't have that much of traffic on your application, or not having the utilization of that sort, then you can sync that whatever you have provisioned. So that is an elasticity, just like in a rubber band, you just push it so it expands and you just leave it so it comes to the sync. So that's the advantages you have when you use the cloud computing platform. Agility, innovate faster to move faster with the market trend. So you have to move faster with the market trend. So whatever the trend you have on the market, you have to capture that. So if you are again failing on your building your infrastructure and preparing your applications, then the trend goes off. So innovate faster to move faster with the market trend. So the resources are already available. Whenever you wanted to boost it, you just go right. So the next one is durability. Data will remain intact for a long time without corruption. So that's the major advantages. Like, so if you need some data later on, you just push it to the cloud as a backup, or you just store the data over there. You don't need to maintain any power connection, internet connection, or anything such as that. You just, the data is remains available for the long time on the cloud. You can just go and access that. So that's the major advantages you get from the cloud. So if you come to the cost control mechanism, so what the cost we have on premises at the cloud, right? So there are two things you have, is a capex, opex. So capex is a capital expenditure which is basically used to maintain your assets such as the properties, plants and equipment on your infrastructure, right? So if you have a manufacturing unit or if you have anything such as that, you have to maintain those assets, right? The properties and equipment, all those stuff you have to maintain. So this is a one-time expense. So you have to spend to buy all of those equipment and everything. Then you have to maintain that. You see, OPEX is an operation expenditure, recurring expenditure. OPEX is a recurring expense that is necessary to keep the company running and generate revenue. So where you get most of the advantage on the OPEX when you use the cloud platform, right? As well as you can also get some of the advantages from the capex as well. You don't need to spend any additional amount to build your infrastructure in upfront, right? And an operation perspective, you have to spend a small amount so that you save a lot of amount on your operating expenditure as well. So that is the major advantages when you use the cloud platform. I hope you got the point what is the advantages or the 6 advantages you get when you use the cloud platform. So here is a cloud computing model. So you can see that IaaS, which is an infrastructure as a service, SaaS, software as a service, PaaS, platform as a service. So if you take an infrastructure as a service, this is the most basic cloud computing model that provides virtualized computing resources over the internet. So examples say that, so the IaaS is that it's a completely infrastructure. So they provide us an EC2 instances or the web hosting platform. So top of that, what you have to do, so you have to install the applications or how you maintain the hardware. That's how you maintain your patching, all this stuff. That is your responsibility. In a SaaS, this is the most popular cloud computing model that provides access to software applications over the internet. So it's completely different. Example say that it's a email provider, or example it's a Zoom application. See that, right? The application you don't install or you don't maintain anything. The application is completely maintained by the cloud provider, and the patching, underlining, hardware, infrastructure and everything is maintained by the cloud. You just utilize the software. So that's the software as a service. Platform as a service. So this is a model provides a platform for users to develop, run and manage their own applications without worrying about underlying infrastructure. So this is a platform. They give completely platform for to you, so you have to develop. So it is a majorly useful for the developers. You don't need to worry about the what is the underlying hardware or what is the underlying infrastructure and all. You just focus on your development part. So they give the platform to you so you can develop your own application. In IaaS, so allows users to rent processing power, storage, networking, and other computing resources from a cloud provider. In a SaaS, applications are hosted on the cloud and users can access them through a web browser or a mobile app. In PaaS, provider provides a set of tools and frameworks for developers to build, test, and deploy their applications. So if you come to the name examples with an IaaS, users have more control over their virtual machines and can install and any software they want. So because they give complete a virtual machine or the server, so you can do whatever you want. Example, you can install a number of applications, you can configure a number of applications or whatever you want. So you have a server, you can install anything and utilize as per your requirement. And of course you are responsible for your security model as well. With an SaaS, users don't need to install or maintain any software on their local machines. So the software completely installed and maintained by the cloud provider. You just need to utilize the software. That's it. In a PaaS, so the example is in a Cloud9. So that is in a development IDE. You can write your code or anything such as in that. So that is an example. So let's see some other slide which will be more detailed and whose the responsibility is what. If it is you should take the coloring column, right? SaaS, PaaS, IaaS, and on-premises. So in information and the data, the roles, the responsibility is always written by the customer is completely in SaaS. It's customer, PaaS, customer, IaaS is a customer, on-premises, it's a customer. So if you take a devices like example a mobile or the PCs, so then the hardware, right, which is also responsibilities of always retained within a customer in a SaaS model, PaaS model, IaaS model, and on-premises model, right? In accounts and identities, the responsibility is always written with the customer on a SaaS model and PaaS model, IaaS, and on-premises, right? But if there are some shared responsibilities, you can see that off-filled boxes, right, which is in the identity directory infrastructure. So the infrastructure identity is maintained by the cloud service types, like the based on the service type the cloud is providing. The applications in a PaaS model, right, the SaaS model, the application is completely within a cloud provider. And in PaaS model, it's a shared responsibility, like customer maintains off and cloud provider maintains off. In a network controls, right, in a SaaS model, the complete cloud is maintained their own network controls and everything, right, because you only use the software, you don't worry about the underlying network controls or applications or operating system or anything so on that. And network controls in a PaaS, so it's a shared responsibility, right? You customer maintains off and the cloud maintains off. But in a remaining part, in on-premises, if you see the box, right, so the complete responsibilities on a physical host, networks, data center maintenance, and network controls, operating systems, applications, and identity and the infrastructure, example the user access, accounts and identities and devices, information and data, everything stays with the customer only, not the cloud provider. So you have to maintain your all in on-premises data center, you have to maintain from A to Z. So there is no help you get over there, right? So it's all your servers, all your you have the full control over there. So this is a shared responsibility model where the cloud and the customers will have on a cloud models. So let's see cloud deployments models. What are the cloud deployments model we have? Cloud models are different ways to deploying and using cloud computing services. So it's a different way to deploy and using the cloud computing services. So one is a public cloud. A public cloud is a cloud computing model that provides services over the internet to anyone who wants to use them. These services are provided by a third-party cloud service provider and can be accessed through the internet. Public cloud services are usually provided on a pay-per-use basis and are available to anyone who has an internet connection, right? It's simple that you wanted to spin up an instance on the cloud, right? It's simple that you just log into the console and spin up, right? And you can use everything stays on the cloud, so you don't have anything on your infrastructure or anything such as that, right? So it's completely on a cloud. It's a public cloud. Private cloud. A private cloud is a cloud computing model that is used by a single organization or a company. So simple say that if you have a data center which is accessible over the world, right? So that can only have the special controls, right? The private clouds can be hosted on premises or by a third-party cloud service provider. Private clouds are usually used by organizations that require more control over their data and computing resources. So example say that they have some restricted data, so restricted controls on those cloud, so they use a private cloud. They can also be used to meet specific security complaints and regulatory requirements. So that's where the private cloud is used. In a hybrid cloud, the hybrid cloud model basically combines public and private cloud services. So it's a combination of private and public cloud. A hybrid cloud allows organization to use both public and private cloud services together, which provides more flexibility and control over their computing resources. For example, an organization might use a private cloud for its sensitive data and a public cloud for its less sensitive data. So example, you have your development infrastructure or your sensitive data on premises, like the storage and all you have stored on internally on premises, but you wanted to expose the applications which are public faced interfaces, then you can host those applications on a cloud, the public cloud. So the applications hosted on the public cloud, it's public facing, but their associated databases are associated stored information will be retained on the private cloud. This is a combination of private and public clouds becomes a hybrid cloud model. There is one more called community cloud. Community cloud computing model is used by the group of organization with similar interest and requirements. So this is not example like any cloud service provider provides or anything such as sort, but what they do is that example combination of multiple organizations, example scientific organizations or chemical organizations. So they want to have a similar infrastructure they are looking for. What they do is that group of organizations sit together and they set up a infrastructure and all the setup, and they share those infrastructure between the multiple organizations. So that is called as a community cloud. Community clouds can be hosted on premises or by third-party cloud service provider Community clouds are usually used by organizations that need to share the data computing services with other organizations such as research institutions or government agencies. So this is the cloud deployment models. You have public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud, and community cloud. That if you see the AWS global infrastructure, so they have presence, right, in various countries, various regions, right? You can see that these are all green regions which is already live and up and running, and there are some regions which the orange dot, they are coming soon. So these are the regions. So they have the Asia Pacific region, US region, Europe region, and all, right? So these are all the regions they have. What is the regions here? So AWS regions refers to a specific geographical location where Amazon Web Services has one or more data centers. So one or more data centers in this geographical locations. So each AWS region is designated to be completely isolated from the others, so that even if disruption or outage occurs in one region, so it does not affect the others. So AWS currently has 25 regions around the world. So the region is in a geographical location where it has one or more data centers. In terms like example, if you take an Asia Pacific or the ASEAN region, right, where the AWS has the Mumbai region. Mumbai region has multiple data centers, so multiple availability zones. So those are the region contains multiple availability zones. Multiple Each availability zones contains multiple data centers. So if you come to the availability zone, it's a distinct location within an AWS region that is designed to be isolated from failures in other availability zones. So examples here that availability zones within the region, there are multiple availability zones. Each availability zones consist of one or more data centers that are physically separate from other availability zones within the same region but are connected through a low latency links. So these availability zones within a region, they have multiple availability zones. Within availability zones, they have multiple data centers. They are connected with low latency links. What this means by low latency? Low latency in the sense whenever you example reach the other services from this data center to the other data center, so you should transfer the data seamlessly within a milliseconds of time, right? So that is reduced milliseconds latency you have. So 1 milliseconds, 2 milliseconds latency you have from one data center to the other data center, because if you have the applications deployed on a multiple availability zones, so you have enabled the data replications or anything, so then the data will replicate as soon as possible. So it's just like in a real time, you put the data over here, it replicates to the other availability zone as soon as possible. So that's the low latency links you have. This means that even if one availability zone experiences an outage, the other should still be available to provide service continuity. So that's the availability zone. So this is a high availability you have between the availability zone, so that one zone goes down, still other zone has a full complete control to bring down those services and resources over there. So that's the availability zone. So there are some edge locations. Edge locations is a point of presence of Amazon CloudFront, so which is an AWS Content Delivery Network service. So these are not availability zones, not regional services. These are separate locations, like the edge locations. These are a small data center which is utilized to cache the data. So edge locations are distributed globally in more than through 200 locations and are designed to bring content closer to the end users, reducing the latency and increasing the performance. Example, you have a web service which is located maybe or hosted in US region, right? Then you are accessing the same resources from Asia region. Then you have a huge difference access from the long distance you are accessing the web services, but you should be loading the web pages should be much faster, right? How it is loading the content whenever you're accessing from the Asia region, it will be dumped to the edge location. It will be cached on the edge location, so it is nearby to the Asia Pacific region where the edge location is located in Asia Pacific region. From there it serves the data to the end user, so you're accessing the data much faster from the Asia location itself. It's not going to the all the way back to the US region to access the data. So that's why the websites which is content delivery network enabled, the CDN is enabled, which much faster to load the web response. When a user requests the content from a CloudFront distribution, the request is routed to the nearest edge location, which then serves the content directly to the users. So that's the benefit of edge locations and the CDN network. So let's see how many edge locations you have here on the world. So this is the coverage of AWS edge locations and multi-edge locations and regional edge caches you have on this. So this is the services where edge locations are located on AWS. So let's see in a overall how this AWS is looks like. So if you see the top orange line is or yellow line, if you see that, that's the name AWS. Take one region, right? In one region you have multiple availability zones. Within availability zones you will have multiple data centers. So some availability zones contains 3 to 4 data centers. Some availability zones contains 1, 2 or 3 data centers. Some availability zones contains 3 or 4 data centers. So it's based on the location and the resource requirement what you use. So based on that they build the data center, but each availability zones contains minimum 2 data centers, right? In each regions a minimum 2 availability zones are available. In a least case there are 2 availability zones and each availability zone contains 2 data centers for a redundancy purpose. So each data center again contains multiple servers with a high availability enabled within the servers, so you won't lose any data or the accessibility, durability and all. So it will be 99.119s they provide the guarantee on the data durability, and accessibility is 99.99%. so at any point time the service is up and running and available in a high availability manner. So that's the AWS global infrastructure. What is the benefits when we create AWS free tier account, and how you can create that to going forward you can use the same account to practice your AWS journey. Okay, let's see that. So prerequisites for free tier account in AWS. So whenever you want to create a free tier account, so you required these are the prerequisites. So one, mobile number to receive the verification code, so it should be working and have the good signal to receive the verification code, and working credit or debit card that should have minimum 5 rupees balance in your account, so that AWS will debit your 2 rupees from your account to validate your account is working properly. Then working email address to verify your identification. So they will send the verification code to your email address to identify your giving a correct email address details to the AWS. The next one is you should have, of course, you should have a good speed internet connection. So from 2 Mbps to 5 Mbps is a good speed enough for the creating the AWS account. Okay, so but if you have more than that, that would be place for you. So let's see what you will get free whenever you create the AWS free tier account. Okay, free tier account you will give Amazon EC2 750 hours and S3 RDS. Okay, so there are so many other things you will get out of free tier account. You can see that, right? So these are all the free tier accounts. So data pipelines you can create up to 3, and Amazon translates up to 2 million transactions you can do, right? IoT platform and elastic load balancing. Okay, and AWS app sync, right? Amazon interactive video service. So there are so many other services you'll get for free whenever you are creating the AWS free tier account. So you can use that account to practice yourself and get familiar with the AWS cloud. So just jump into the account creation, how you can create it practically, and see how you can secure your root account using the MFA authentication. Okay, multi-factor authentication enabling. So let's see that. Okay, let's create our free tier AWS account so that we can just dive into the console and see what are the services available and all. We can see that. So to do that, basically you can just type free tier AWS. So it will give you the account sign up option here, and you can see that AWS free. So it is a free cloud computing services for AWS free tier. So you can click on that and you can see that aws.amazon.com/free. Okay, so here you have to create your free account. Click here. So root email address and AWS account name. So first of all you have to give your email address, right? So whatever the email address you have, you can keep that. So this is my email address I have given here. Choose a name for your account. You can change this name in your account settings afterwards. Use the same email address account. I would like to see here, say verify email address. So now you can see that the verification code has been sent to your Gmail address. Then you can go to your Gmail address and type that code here. Let's say verify. Now you can set your root password. So this is a main password to your AWS console access. So set carefully. So it should be strong enough to access your account. And later you have to set the MFA. So continue the step. Now I have set my password is completed, right? So business or personal account. So we are not using any business here. So which is a personal account. We are just using the personal account here. And set your full name. And what is your phone number, country, and select your country here. In this case, India is my country, right? And provide your mobile number, right? And country, region is selected, and provide the address. And fill all of these details, like which is your name, phone number, country, address, and all. So fill the real address details, because in case if you need any billing details or physical copy, they can mail you on that details. Okay, so you have to agree the agreement, the customer agreement. So if you want to read that, you can click on this link and say read the agreement with the AWS. So here you have to provide your credit card or debit card details, right, to get your billing here. So I might use different. So I can see that. So the Amazon is trying to detect some amount from your credit card to verify whether your provided credit card details are genuine or not. So you have to verify that. So because it just detecting two rupees from your account, once it is done, so your card will be verified. You can see that your card is verified. Confirm your identity, and you can see that you will get some message. So you spent your 2 rupees, and just provide your mobile number here and verify the 3D and say send SMS. Then it will send you the verification code to your mobile number. Keep your mobile number with you. Then once you receive the code, right, type it here and say continue to the step 4 or 5. So here you have the account type which you have to select here. So for now we are using only the free account. We don't want it to do anything additionally. So I'm setting up the basic support with the free. So I don't have any support plans as of now, just for any practice or just to do that, right? And say complete sign up. So you can see that now, congratulations, thanks for the signing up to the AWS. So your AWS account is completed, and go to AWS Management Console, and you can click on the sign into console and provide your details. Sign in using the root user email address. This is the first time we did not set up any account, so that's what you have to use the root user. And be careful, because you should not log in always with the root user account, right? It should be right, and say next and provide the password. Now sign in. So once you sign in, so this is how it looks like, your AWS console first time. So you have to set your zone region here. So which region, so basically you would like to utilize. So the nearest region for me is Asia Pacific, Mumbai. So I set that region so that it accessibility would be a little bit faster for me, and that, so that I select that one, right? So this is your root account access. So first what you have to do is that you have to set up your IAM user. So here you just go to type either IAM here and select the IAM here, right? Or you can also see some recently visited services here. So if you click on view all services, so here you can see some settings. These are all the tools you can access from here: compute, containers, storage, database, developer tools, machine learning tools, cost management tools, and all, right? So here the security and identity compliance, here you have to click on the IAM. Now you go to the IAM settings. So this is your IAM for the first time. So you have to add the MFA for the root user. So that is a mandatory step. Otherwise, So if root access is given to somebody else, they can do anything. So you can they can access your account, right? So what I'm doing here is that assigning MFA, right, authentication app. So what you can do is that you can install any of the authentication app, just like Google Authenticator or Microsoft Authenticator, any app, then install on your mobile. You have to authenticate using that. Provide your device name, right? So to just remember which device you are using. Once you install your Google Authenticator and say scan QR, there is an option called scan QR, and allow your camera to scan this code, right? You scan the account and say add. Now it will give you the MFA code. So first code you have to enter and wait a few seconds, or type the second code and say add MFA. Now you can see that the MFA device has been assigned. So whenever you say log into your root user account, you should require your MFA to authenticate. So password you have to provide, as well as the code authentication you have to provide. So that's about this, setting up the free account and setting the IAM user and root user, adding the MFA, all this stuff. To see that AWS Compute, which is on a core AWS service, EC2, Elastic Compute. So AWS Compute EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, this is an EC2, Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud EC2 is a web service provided by Amazon Web Services. So that is an AWS that enables users to launch and manage virtual machines, so which is called as an instances on the AWS cloud. So you can launch the virtual machines using this EC2 service, right? In EC2, actually it provides a scalable, flexible infrastructure for running applications, just like you can scale up, scale down based on the requirement. That is called an elastic compute cloud. So infrastructures which can run applications, hosting websites, and storing data, among other use cases, right? You can use this EC2 instance as just a virtual machine. You can use any purpose, right? So where you have a region, this is a first region, you have region in the sense location, where actually geographical location is set, something like India, Mumbai is in a region. So where you have so many availability zones, right? Availability zones in the sense those are the combination of multiple data center, which is called as an availability zone you will have. So this is just like one region. You can select a resource on that particular region, right? So that any region which you can select based on your requirement and use cases, right? So this is a simple region setup, how it looks like. So how you can access this EC2 instance? So basically you can access using the AWS management console, right? You can just go to log into your AWS console, and from there you can access your EC2 instance, and you can use shell, which is a secure shell, SSH access, just like you can use any of the tools like PuTTY or any other remote ng or any other tool. You can use the protocol SSH. You can log into the EC2 instance. So if it is a Linux machine, you have to use the SSH. If it is on a Windows machine, you go to the remote desktop protocol, which is an RDP. So you have to use the RDP protocol if it is on a Windows machine. So you have to using that. EC2 instance connect, so EIC. So this is a console access where you can access any instance which is a Linux or Windows, anything. From AWS Systems Manager also you can access the EC2 instance. Let's say on-demand pricing model. So how the on-demand pricing is done. So this is the most flexible pricing option, allowing users to pay for compute capacity by the hour or second without any upfront fees or long-term commitments. On-demand instances are recommended for shorter or unpredictable workload that cannot be interrupted. So this means that you can no need to pay. Example, say that you don't need to buy a server, you don't need to buy a network gear or anything such as what here. You just have to spin up an instance. Then how much you utilize that instance, that much you have to pay. So it's just like you utilize how much you are utilizing, pay for that. So that's the on-demand pricing. But this is recommended for short terms only, because if you utilize similar way in an on-demand process, right, you don't get a much savings on that. So this is just like to have the unpredictable workloads, means the workloads might grow up or come down. So that's something like you don't have an idea how many users are utilizing, how much traffic you're getting, how much CPU load, or how much processing is getting utilized. All this stuff you don't have any idea in first place. Just run an EC2 instance and gather some statistics. Based on that, you can set up a workloads which is predictable workloads based on your requirements. That is a later part, but to start with, you can have the on-demand pricing, so which you can do just like go ahead and bring an instance and utilize, and what you utilize, pay for it. Use cases. So basically you care about the low cost without any upfront payment or long-term commitment. So that is the main use case here. Applications that are unpredictable workloads and not be interrupted. So it is not for an uninterrupted services. You can use this on-demand pricing. Under development application, so which is the applications which are under development, which is not yet to be production. So that is a best use case for this on-demand paying price model. Workloads that are not run longer than a year. So maybe you run some applications on a seasonal basis, right? Then you stop those for after once the season is completed, something like that. So that would be use case for this on-demand pricing. So another pricing model is reserved instances. This pricing option provides users with a significant discount up to 75%. Okay, so that is a big saving you have compared to on-demand pricing in exchange for committing to use instance for a 1 or 3 years term. So the savings comes because you have to commit since that. So this is a predictable load where you have the applications use this much CPU, this much RAM, and this much processing compute. So you have some predicted loads. Then you can say that take the sizing, instance sizing, and reserve that for 3 years. So commitment. So that way what you have, that you will have the savings, more savings on that utilization. So reserved instances are recommended for stable workloads that are running 24/7 or have predictable usage patterns. So where you can use these reserved instances use cases, your application has steady state usage and you can commit to 1 or 3 years for that same steady usage you required for an upcoming 1 to 3 years. pay money upfront to save or get discount. So you have to pay some amount to get commit for 3 years. Your application requires a capacity reservation. So your application requires a capacity reservation, means this much capacity I need for these applications to run. So sizing has to be done when you are running your application. You require sign a contract with AWS. So you have to sign the contract to reserve your whatever the instance you choose for 1 or 3 years. You have to sign the contract. Capacity is reserved for you in a availability zone, so where you select this your region and availability zone. So there is a spot instances. This is a pricing model is available. This pricing option allows users to bid on unused EC2 instances capacity. So there are some unused EC2 instances, so you can bid for that, just like you put in some bid on it, with prices varying depending on supply and demand. So if you have any more demand, you may get bid goes up. If there is no demand for them, so the price might go low. Okay, so the here spot instances can be up to 90% cheaper than on-demand pricing, right? Because those instances are not utilized by anybody else, they are kept free, so they will put some bidding on it, but can be interrupted if the spot price exceeds the user's bid. So example, say that you have put something $1,000 to utilize, so you choose a spot instance, right? So if your budget the $1,000 is completed, then the spot instance may go off. So you cannot rely on these spot instances, but this is only when you need a capacity, the interrupted workloads, or just a batch processing workload, something like that. So you can use this spot instances. If the capacity is needed by on-demand or RI users, right, spot instances are recommended for fault tolerant, flexible or batch processing workloads. So where you can use this model, basically what is the recommendations? You are not concerned about the start or stop timing of your applications, because this might be interrupted when your budget is completed, right? The budget is completed, it might be interrupted. So you don't worry about the start and stop of your applications. So that's where you have to use this spot instances. Your workload can be interrupted, so your workload can be interrupted anytime. Okay, save up to 90% on-demand processing. So this is more savings when you choose the spot instances. Pay the spot pricing that's in effect at the beginning of each hour. Okay, so you have to pay the amount based on the hours basis you utilize. The cheapest option. So this is the very cheapest option, but the workloads can be interrupted. So you can use this, might be for a batch processing, just like a cron jobs running for uncertain times, or some applications, scheduled applications running, something like that. So these are the more useful batch processing jobs can be done using this spot instances model. So next one is then a dedicated host. This is the pricing options. Provide users with physical servers that are dedicated to their use, providing full control over the underlying infrastructure and compliance requirements. So these are the dedicated host. Host means the physical servers, they give you full control to you, so what you can do with the physical access. So this is example, say that if you have a law requirement or the data storage requirements or regulatory requirements, then this dedicated host can be purchased on demand or on a reserved instance, with pricing based on the size of the instance and the terms of the commitment. So it might be based on demand or reserved. So reserved would be more easy for dedicated host, like reserve this host for 1 or 3 years. So the pricing model would save you more cost, right? And this would be a more dedicated instance or the dedicated host for you. You can use whatever you want. When you can use, what is the use case here? So to deal with the corporate compliance requirement and around the tenancy model. So if you have any compliance are the regulatory requirement, so the data should be not shared with any of the shared hosting, something like that. So it should be a dedicated host for you. Best option for hardware based licensing models. Example, say that you purchase some MS SQL license based on the hardware, or some VMware license based on your hardware models. So that is a good example for to use this dedicated host. No multi-tenancy, server is not shared with any other customers. So this is a compliance requirement that the server is not shared. It's a dedicated host for you. Dedicated host means it's a physical server dedicated to you. So that's the dedicated host model. Dedicated instances in the sense, this is an instance that's run on hardware that is dedicated to their use, but without the full control and visibility on dedicated host, because the backend dedicated host might be shared, but the instance is dedicated to you. Dedicated instances are priced the same on-demand instances, but provide additional isolation and compliance benefits. So here it is just like the on-demand instance what you run, but it provides more isolation and compliance benefits. That is the dedicated instance here. So some of them here, you have the saving plan. So how you can save the cost whenever you're running anything on AWS, the EC2 instances, right? AWS saving plan is pricing option that allows users to save up to 72% on their AWS compute usage in exchange for making a commitment to use a specific amount of compute usage. So this is actually a commitment for 1 or 3 years. You say that, okay, this is the instance I use for 3 years. So okay, so this is measured in dollars per an hour, right? So that's how it is mentioned. So if you give then a contract terms, like say I need this instance for 3 years, so you committed to that, so you will get a more savings. So there are 2 types of saving plans. One is a compute saving plans. These are best suited for users with steady state or predicted workloads and provide the most flexibility in terms of the instance families and operating system that can be used. Compute savings plans offer up to 66% discount compared to on-demand pricing with no upfront cost or minimum usage requirements. So that is a compute saving plans. So EC2 instance saving plans, these are the best suited for the users with steady state workloads that are using a specific instance family, size and region. EC2 instance saving plans offers up to a 72% discount compared to on-demand pricing with the requirement to commit to a specific instance family, size and region. So this is just a name. 72% you save if you compare to the on-demand, what you use on demand, but this should be in a specific instance family, like so what instance family you use based on your requirement. You need more CPU compute, or you need more memory, or you might need more storage based on your requirement, and what is the size of it, and what is the region you select. So based on the region, the compute cost varies. On one advantage of saving plans is that they provide greater flexibility than reserved instances. So this is the more flexibility. So when the saving plans, for example, you wanted to cut it, you can cut it whenever you need, allowing users to easily switch between instance families, sizes and operating systems without having to modify their commitment. So this is the one major advantage is if you take in a savings plan. Additionally, so you can save plans or automatically apply to the most cost effective usage, provide users ongoing cost optimization without any additional effort. So this is a savings plans what you have on the EC2 models. So let's see what EC2 can provide. So EC2 can provide more something like elastic load balancing. So elastic load balancing is automatically distributed your incoming application traffic across the multiple EC2 instances. So this is a load balancing mechanism where the traffic will be load balanced in between the EC2 instances, right? How you set up it. So there are some EC2 load balancing models here. So one is an application load balancer. This load balancer is designed to distribute traffic at the application layer. So this is on a layer 7 model, routing requests based on the content, URL or HTTP header values. So where you can filter the HTTP header values and you can write the rules. LB supports advanced routing features such as path-based routing, host-based routing, and support for WebSockets. So this is one type of load balancer where you can use application load balancer. This is best use case for the applications to balance your user traffic, right, based on the path-based or host-based or WebSockets, right. Network load balancers. This load balancer operates at the transport layer, so it's on a layer 4, forwarding traffic to a specific IP address and port. NLP is designed for high throughput, low latency workloads such as used for TCP and UDP traffic. So this is basically high throughput and low latency. Example, your loads, example say that the database transactions you're doing, right? So this is a more throughput and low latency. The database response should be low latency workloads. So that's where you can write. Or the applications might require more IO to draw, so that's where you can use this network load balancing, or maybe load balancing stuff between the network layer as well can be a good fit for this. Classic load balancer. This is an original load balancer provided by AWS. This is the first one, supporting both layer 4 and layer 7 routing. So most of the times they use classic load balancer if they don't have any particular use case, right. And there is one more called gateway load balancer, can be used to manage traffic to and from internet facing resources such as web servers and other services running on EC2 instances, and can be configured to work with AWS Transit Gateway to provide centralized hub for connecting multiple VPCs and on-premises network. So this is basically a route where you can take your internet facing resources, right, where it might be some web application hosted over there, maybe some instances which are set for accessing remotely. So that's where you can use this GLB. So what other services the elastic compute can provide us? So this is an elastic auto scaling. This is very good feature we can use on EC2. EC2 auto scaling is an AWS service that allows users to automatically scale their EC2 instances based on demand, ensuring that applications can handle traffic spikes and changes in workload. So when example say that you some seasonal, you have some plans, right, maybe you have some festival or Christmas or New Year, then you put some e-commerce website there, you put some offers, right, that time more users coming, then what you can do is that you can configure this auto scaling feature which will automatically bring up your auto scaling, and will add more instances when there is a more workload. If there is no workload, then it automatically removes those instances, right? So that is just like expanding and sinking, just like a rubber band, elastic rubber band. So that's how the elastic auto scaling works. With EC2 auto scaling, users can define scaling policies that controls how and when additional instances are launched or terminated based on criteria such as CPU utilization, network traffic, or other custom metrics. So based on the metrics, you can just launch the instances or you can terminate the instances. So those are more flexible scaling options. So this scaling can be done vertical scaling, like you add more resource to the existing instance, just like more CPU cores, more memory, or higher network bandwidth. So that's one. So you have one instance, you're adding more resource to the same instance. That is called a vertical scaling. Horizontal scaling, like you have a one server adding parallel servers to the same resource group. That is called a horizontal scaling. So example, you have instance 1, you add instance 2, so you have two instances, you add one more instance, they become 3, you add one more instance, they become 4. So this is called a horizontal scaling. So this is how the elastic compute and their compute models and their pricing models and those services are on EC2. So let's see here first time how you can launch your first AWS EC2 instance, Linux instance, right? And how you can access that from the AWS console, right? So here I'm going to show you that process for the first time if you're using the AWS, how you can launch it. So this is the console. I have logged into the AWS console here. Okay, so I have selected the Mumbai region, so you can select the any region here which is you have the access to, right? Then go to the search and type EC2. Then you can see that there is a EC2 which is the name heart of the AWS. Now you can see that there is no instances running. I have one security, default security group. I don't have any other things here, right? So first time whenever you're launching any instance, right, so you need to have the key pair access here. So the first time then what you have to do is that either you can create the first key pair, then after that you can assign that. Otherwise what you can do is that while launching the instance itself, you can create the key pair. Okay, so I'm not doing anything right now, so I just launch the instance and there itself I will assign that. Okay, so click on here launch instance, or you can also go to instances here and click on the launch instance here, so it just go to the same screen, right? So now once you click on the launch instance, it will ask you for what is your instance name you would like to name it. Let's say that I'm just saying that techarkit web server. So this is my web server, I would like to host it here. So from that what is the operating system you would like to select it here. Okay, Mac OS, Ubuntu, or Red Hat, or whatever it is, which one you want. Okay, so for now I'm using the Amazon Linux here. Okay, select the Amazon Linux and the AMI. So I'm using the free tier here, and select this architecture, which architecture you're looking for, and the instance type here. So instance type you can select it any one, but as of now I would like to show you here is the free tier, which is you have the 750 hours free EC2 instance usage, so you don't get any billing for that particular usage. Okay, so that's why I'm going to use a free tier account. So here it is asking for key pair name, so which key pair name you would like to use it for accessing that instance. So I don't have any key pair here. You can see that there is no drop down list right now, right? So what I will do is that I would like to create a new key pair, right? So the key pair might be, you can select RSA or anything, right? For PEM, select the PEM. So if you'd like to use it, or you can also directly use the PPK version. I say PEM, and my one is that techarkit key. So that is the name I would like to use it for this key pair, and say create key pair. So once your key pair is created here, you can see that there is the key pair, right? And here network settings come. So what is the VPC you would like to select, and what is the security group you would like to create, right? And all these details. So for the first time I don't have any VPC or subnet or anything, so I'm just going to select a default, and it's going to create the default security group here, and allowing this is traffic from anywhere else, right? So that is the one you're selecting, but you can also select something like my IP, so that you can only access from your home location or wherever the location you are currently on, so that this is little bit secure, so other cannot access this instance, right? So by default this is the root volume. This is only for testing, or the first time usage, how you can do that, right? So in advanced, so you wanted to add anything, the tagging or purchasing information or the client information, you can add that. So other than that, you don't need to do anything here. So let's say launch instance, so which will automatically create your remaining details. You can see that this is your instance ID. Copy it for your later reference. What is your instance ID? You can just click on that instance. It will go to your EC2 console, and you can see that the EC2 instance is getting ready. So you can see that it's pending, and there is a status checks. So if the two status checks will comes to green, then that's how your instance indication is, say that your instance is ready for access. Okay, so it says that it is not, the checks is not completed yet. You can just refresh the console and see that though it is still initializing. So once the initialization says that it's completed, then you can access your EC2 instance. So you have to wait for few minutes to come your instance online. Once your instance is online, you can just select this one, and you can copy your public IP address, right, and go to your PuTTY session and try to access that. You can see that your instance is ready. You can see that the two checks are passed, right? Click on that EC2 instance ID, so that it will open another tab. In that you can see that SSH client connectivity details, and switch to the where your PEM file is downloaded, and copy that command and paste it on the command line. Just hit enter, so it will automatically try to connect to your instance. Say yes for your fingerprint, accept. Now you can see that the instance has been connected successfully. So this is how you can, for the first time, you can connect using the command line interface. That Lambda serverless compute. AWS Lambda is a serverless computing service provided by AWS that allows users to run code without having to manage servers or infrastructure, which means that serverless means there is no servers, so that is not the meaning, but the servers and infrastructure will be maintained by the AWS, the cloud provider. So you don't need to worry about what underlying servers or infrastructure they are maintaining. So you just need to focus on your code and execution strategy. That's it. So with AWS Lambda, users can upload their code, and the service takes care of running it, scaling it, and ensuring high availability. So here you don't need to do any sort of worrying your infrastructure or how the code is running, how much time it takes, so does it handle the load or anything. So you don't need to worry about that. So basically everything is taken care by the AWS cloud provider. So you just need to upload the code and execute the code. That's it, you will get the results. So let's see some example here on the Lambda, how you can use it. So what is the Lambda can do here? Okay, so I have example a data file which contains the CSV data. So there might be some employee records, or there might be some data which contains in the CSV file. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to upload that CSV file to the S3 bucket. Then once the upload is done, then it triggers an event saying that the new file is uploaded to the S3 bucket. Then the Lambda function will kick in and loads that data, the CSV data file, into the Aurora table. So in similar fashion, you can integrate any events with Lambda or any other functions, right? Any other services in the AWS. So this is a simple method where you upload the data, right? Or even you can, the upload is also can be automated using the AWS CLI. Then upload the data using the AWS CLI, then automatically the uploads get into the S3 bucket. Then the Lambda function runs and Aurora table will be populated automatically. So that's the a simple example for the Lambda function. So there are so many cases you can use the Lambda functions. Okay, so let's see what are the Lambda features here. Serverless computing. So AWS Lambda is a serverless service, meaning that users do not have to manage servers or infrastructure, reducing the overhead and operational complexity or running applications. So you don't need to worry about the underlying infrastructure and servers that will be managed by the cloud, and they will manage for you. So you just need to execute the code. So there is an event driven computing. So AWS Lambda is an event driven, meaning that users can trigger code execution based on wide range of events such as changes to data in S3, messages in SQS, or API gateway request. So there are so many other things you can also integrate with event bridge or SNS and other services. So whenever there is a trigger or there is a message, then you can trigger the Lambda function. Automatic scaling. This is an automatically scales code execution based on demand, allowing users to handle the spikes in traffic and changes in workload without having to manually provision resources. So it automatically scales whenever you have a high workload or high execution code, so you don't need to worry about that. So the paying model for this, right, pay as you go pricing. So the pricing is based on the number of requests and the duration of code execution, allowing users to pay only what they use and reducing cost for low traffic applications. So you don't need to worry about what the code you are uploading and all. So the pay, you only execute the request. So how many requests you are executing, how much duration you are executing, that is only the calculation it will take for you to pay in the Lambda. Integration with other AWS services. So this is very much possible with the Lambda functions, right? AWS services such as API Gateway, S3, DynamoDB to provide a complete solution for building the serverless application. So there is the major things, right? Language support. So what are the languages does it support? So the Lambda supports a wide range of programming languages, which is including the Python, Java, Node.js, C Sharp, right, and Go language and more, allowing users to choose the language that best fits for their needs. So this is the a few example of that. There are wide variety of languages supported by the Lambda. So Lambda functions have 15 minutes timeout. So any function you are running which it's not going to exit 15 minutes, if it is going to exit 15 minutes, the function is going to be terminated automatically. So or it's going to be timed out after 15 minutes. So make sure that whatever the code you are running, it should be executed within 15 minutes. So Lambda pricing model, the pricing model of AWS Lambda is based on number of requests and duration of code execution. The following are the key pricing components. Okay, let's see here. Request pricing. So how many requests you send, that much of billing you will get. AWS Lambda charges based on the number of requests processed by the service. There is no minimum fee or upfront cost, and users only pay for the actual number of requests processed. The first 1 million requests per month are free. So you can see that 1 million requests for the first month, you can just simply execute it. So if you want to do some practice, so I already given you how to you can create your free account, right? You can practice that, so you can get familiar with the Lambda, and after that users can be charged based on the number of requests processed. Duration pricing, how the duration is calculated based on the duration of code execution measured in increments of 100 milliseconds. Users can be charged based on the actual amount of time it takes to run their code, rounded up to nearest 100 milliseconds increment. So based on the 100 milliseconds it will be calculated. This means that if a function runs for a 1.5 seconds, the user is charged for 2 seconds of execution time. So that is 100 milliseconds is added more than that, so it will be calculated as 2 seconds. So you will be charged based on that. So there are no upfront costs or minimum fees for the Lambda, and users can only pay for the resources consumed by their functions. So that's all a simple mechanism about the Lambda, and which is a serverless, very useful and powerful mechanism. You can integrate with many other services to run your code. So you don't need to bother about the infrastructure and everything. So that's the Lambda function. One is AWS Fargate. Fargate is a serverless container management service that allows users to run Docker containers without having to manage servers or infrastructure. So basically infrastructure you don't need to manage, because that infrastructure would be managed by the cloud provider. Okay, so this is scales out automatically, no worries about underlying server infrastructure, supports a wide range of container workloads. So this supports a wide range of container workloads. If you're looking to spin up on a containers, right, so this is a very good service to opt for this. So simple interface that allows users to deploy and manage their containers quickly and easily. So that's a simple about the AWS Fargate, that is a serverless container management service. Okay, so you have to remember that, so you can run Docker containers in it. So let's see what is the next one we have here. So next one is an AWS Lightsail, which is a simplified compute service that provides developers and business with an easy way to launch and manage virtual private servers and other cloud resources. So virtual private servers means, example, if you want to deploy any WordPress website, or if you want to deploy any kind of website, right, they give you on a virtual private server. So one server which dedicated to you, then you can install anything in it. So that's the VPS here. Deploy pre-configured applications like WordPress website low price, so which is very very low price, in like you don't need to worry about the all this stuff, right? So that is a pricing model if you compare to the any service providers, right, which is giving a WordPress site for you to provide anything, something like that. So compared to that, it's a low price, and the backups are automatic, so you need to worry about the underlining the if my copy is lost, if something is wrong here, right, you don't need to worry about that. So automatic backups are configured. Easy scaling of resources and DNS management. Who need a simple cloud solution without a complex or cost of more advanced AWS services? So this is example say that you don't have any background of IT infrastructure, how it is works and what is the server and all this stuff. Then you can simply utilize the servers to deploy your online website or deploy your commercial website, right? Then you can go global in minutes. So that's the major advantage of using the Lightsail. So let's see another one, which is an AWS Outpost. Is a hybrid cloud service that brings AWS infrastructure, services, APIs, and tools to an on-premises data center. So what they do is that, so basically the AWS will bring the servers and services to your own data center. So they deploy the servers and everything on your premises. You can access the AWS services. There are some services which can be accessed on premises, so you don't need to have any additional network to connect to your AWS services and all, right? So this is going to be a location where your data center, the AWS will deploy the services. So the example like co-location sites or edge locations, right? So there's the data center co-locations and edge locations, that where they put the outpost for there. Okay, it allows customers to run AWS services and applications on their own hardware, compliant requirements or regulatory requirements, right? But you wanted to utilize the AWS services and its scaling features, right? Then what you can do is that you can deploy this outpost at your data center, right? So the hardware completely owned by you, then the services deployed by the AWS, while still benefit from the scalability and security, reliability of the AWS cloud. So that's the major thing you get at your own data center. AWS so provides, these are the services which is EC2, EKS, RDS, EMR on premises, as well as the same management console and APIs they use for the AWS cloud. So you can similarly use the services, which example how you access the AWS cloud, you can also access the on-premises outposts. Is AWS Batch. So Batch is a cloud-based service that allows developers and IT teams to easily run and manage batch computing workloads on AWS cloud. So this is for batch compute. You can utilize this for the example, say that I wanted to run scheduled jobs, all this stuff, right? So batch processing, you can do that. So with AWS Batch, users can quickly and efficiently execute large scale batch jobs such as data processing, scientific research, and media rendering without having to manage the underlying infrastructure. So this is just example, say that media rendering. So you need to no need to have the high compute at your location. So if you want to edit some videos, right, you wanted to render them, then so this process will be more useful for to do that. So AWS Batch works by providing a simple API management console to create, manage batch computing jobs, along with necessary compute resources such as EC2 instances and EBS volumes. User can specify job requirements such as amount of memory, CPU required, and AWS batch will automatically provision the necessary resources and scale up or down based on the job demand. So this is the great feature where you can how much CPU you want, how much memory you want, you just specify that, so it will automatically scale to that level whatever you are specifying out there. So this is some more of AWS services, right? So these are mainly important for the examination, right? So one is AWS batch processing, AWS outpost, AWS Lightsail, AWS Fargate. So these are the services, so you have to understand what are them and a top line of the what the service exactly do for the examination perspective. Basically, why we need a storage service from the cloud. So companies need to collect, store and analyze the data they have accumulated over the years on massive scales. So example say that the data collection, so example they are running some services, they are running some devices, right? So they are doing some manufacturing stuff. So what they are doing, so they store the data, so they collect the data and store the data, like the device serial numbers or the device manufacturing information and so and so, right? Then if it is a hospital or other, then they might store like patient data, their what is their condition details and all, right? What is this treatment they given and all. So something like they have huge collection of the data, they store it, and upon that they do some analysis on that storage, so that they can able to easily identify some anything product related, if there is any product issues, or if it is any hospitality data, hospital data, something like that. They can identify that okay, this what is the method to treat, so is there any treatment available for from the other countries or other locations where they are following some similar situations, right? So something like you need a storage to do anything to analyze further, so you need some storage services. So storage services in cloud place in a companies to store the data with a cheapest cost. So that is what example the company is looking for, always they're looking for the cost savings. So here we have an AWS simple storage service that is called as an AWS S3. AWS S3 is highly scalable, durable, secure, and it's mainly object storage. So object storage in the sense whatever it is considered, whatever the files are, anything you store on that bucket, which is called considered as an object. So that's why the storage is an object storage service. So basically this does not have any associated file system to store with, so compatibility issues or anything such as that, no. So just throw the object and it saves the object, so whatever the file type it is, so it does not matter to consider it is the compatibility issues or anything such as sort. Okay, so that's the AWS S3 which is highly scalable, durable, secure object storage. So what it means, so objects means files are stored in a bucket, which is when the bucket means in a directories here. So unlimited storage space that can hold millions of objects per bucket. So millions of objects per the bucket, which means that you can create in a single folder which is called as a bucket, you can store millions of objects in it. You can use CLI, GUI, a program to upload the object. So basically this has CLI, AWS CLI, you can use that to access the S3 buckets, and you can store, retrieve, delete whatever it is on the object space from the CLI. You can also have the graphical user interface to deal with again. So if you wanted to have a programmatic access like the Python APIs or the .NET APIs, right? There are so many types of available here. So you can do anything of then you can do programmatic access for that, uploading, downloading, okay, modifying the object. So I cannot modify the object on that, but you can modify it and re-upload it, the object, something like that. Okay, so S3 also supports the static web hosting feature. Example say that you have a content which is not basically updates, it's not in a dynamic, right? So you have a website, for example say that you have some contact details, your website, the address of your company, so and so you have a sample page over there. If you want to host, then you can also use this S3 to host that website, and you can create an route 53 records, and you can modify that S3 endpoint so that it will be simply like a static website. Okay, so what are the advantages you get by using this S3 storage? Okay, so S3 is designed to store and retrieve any amount of data from a kilobytes to terabytes or even petabytes of data. It can handle massive amounts of data and traffic with ease. So that's a scalability you have. So example, say you have an on-premises storage, you cannot go behind the terabytes of petabytes more than that, right? So max at least you have the data like petabytes or 2 petabytes, something like that. More than that you cannot handle it on premises. So that's where you can get the scalability on the S3. Durability, so this is basically maintenance, how the data is maintained or the underlying infrastructure is maintained, so that durable the data is, right? So S3 is designed to provide 9.119's durability, which means that you may not lose any of single object if something goes wrong with the region as well, right? Meaning that even if one or more of the underlying storage devices fail, the data will still be safe and available. So that's the durability they are giving. Availability, so what is the availability they are giving? That guarantee, S3 provides a high availability with multiple availability zone in region. This ensures that your data is always available even in the event of zone outage. So the data is copied to the multiple zones by default whenever you have upload any objects, right? So by default, whenever your object is uploaded, so that have multiple copies, so to the different locations. Security wise, so S3 provides a multiple layers of security, so multi-layer security here, including the server-side encryption, client-side encryption, access controls, bucket policies. So this is the more important, like while transiting your data, which is secure using the HTTPS protocol which transfer the data. So in rest example, what of the data is stored on the S3 bucket, which can be encrypted using the S3 encryption or KMS keys. So okay, so that's the method you can use other services to encrypt your existing data, right? And controls, so the granular controls you can create or using the bucket policies or the IAM users. So that's how the security is providing by the S3. You can also use IAM to manage access to your S3 resources. So who need to access, who should not have the access to so and so bucket, so and so folders and all, right? So that's the access controls you can provide over here. So S3 is cost effective storage solution with a pay as you go pricing. Of course, how much you are storing on the S3, that much you have to pay. So there is no additional charge for creating the buckets. How many buckets you want to create, you can create for an account. 1000 buckets you can create, but if you create a simple bucket, there is no charge for that, because it's just a simple folder. It does not contain any of the data size to that, right? No upfront cost or long-term commitments you required. Okay, you can only pay for what you use. So integration, so integrations is it can be integrated with the multiple other services in the AWS, like EC2, AWS Lambda, Glacier, CloudFront, and more. You can use and different services to integrate that. Okay, so ease of use. So S3 does not have to configure anything, like access things or anything you need to configure on your policies. All you think is that you have to have the internet access to access the S3 buckets. That's it. So you don't need to change any firewall policies or any port numbers or anything on your while you are accessing the buckets. With the same simple web interface also you can access, so which is an API calls, you can use it, or SDKs, so which is an software development kits like Python programs or .NET programs or anything, you can use it for this one. So this makes your integration of your existing applications and workflows easy. Okay, but here one condition is that bucket name should be unique. So if you give a test one is a bucket name, the test one bucket name should not exist in the world. Okay, so that's a DNS naming convention. Example say that if you have a website called amazon.com, so the same website you cannot take in the world. Okay, similar like the bucket names also is a unique globally. So if you create a single bucket, the bucket name should be unique. Okay, so you can use S3 access logs to track to your buckets and objects. So that's the one you can do that, right? So here you have some storage classes based on your storing the data, how you store the data, how you retrieve the data. So based on that you have some storage classes, so which actually benefits the users based on their requirement, right? So some users they want just store it then retrieve whenever they want. Some users they need frequent access to upload, download, something like that. Some organizations they look just for an archival purpose, right? So there are different storage classes available here to based on your requirement, how you store the data, how you retrieve the data and all. Okay, let's see what are them here. Okay, so general purpose storage, so which is called a ST standard, which is used for a general purpose storage, right? And data stored across the multiple availability zones. So by default this data is stored multiple across multiple zones, so that whenever your one availability zone gone, then another availability zone is available with your data. Okay, low latency and high throughput. So here while accessing the data, it should be in a low latency and high throughput, you can download the data, right? Durability, so the durability is 99.911 durability is the guarantee that you can get your object. And availability, how available your object is, 99.99% your objects are available. Okay, so when it is recommended to use this S3 standard storage class here, so recommended for frequently access the data. Example say that you upload it and you download it, or you upload it and download and modify and re-upload, so and so, right? Frequently access data, which is not for a store and long-term storing, something like that. So which is basically used for regularly, you upload it, download it, upload it, delete it, upload it, download it, something like that. So it's a frequent access data, so where you can use the S3 standard class. So that is the basic recommendation for that. So another storage class tier is that S3 intelligent tiering. Okay, so this is basically automatically moves your data to the most cost effective storage class. Example say that the data you don't have any example say that what data you are storing and which data should go where and all, right? So you don't have any control over that, what data I am uploading, or multiple users or multiple machines are uploading the data, then you sometimes you lost your control, right? Then which data should go where. Okay, example say that user home directories, if you use it, right? Some users they store the data for later use, right? So much documents they store it, but they don't access frequently, right? So they might access after some 6 months, some 3 months, some 1 year, or maybe 2 years back after that, right? So this kind of data, if you use it this intelligent tiering, then it will automatically move the data to the cost effective storage, which means that the data will be moved to the low tier so that it would be cost saving for the users, right? So no retrieval fees. Example say that it's just like object can be accessed anytime, so there is no special fee for the retrieval. And data stored across the multiple availability zones, and durability is again 99.119, availability is 99.9%. so here you can see that 19 is reduced. Okay, and you can see that when it is used, recommended for the data with unknown or changing access patterns. So there is no you don't know what is the changing patterns, the data change patterns and all, so you can just use that intelligent tiering. So it will automatically tier your data based on the accessed, frequently accessed, and what is data is frequently accessed, that would be put it on a hot storage, and which data is not longly accessed, maybe 3 months or 6 months, then it moves to the cold storage, so that you save cost on that particular data type. So another is that standard infrequent access. So the name says is that it's not frequently accessed, infrequent access to data. So that is the storage class. Here we have data is accessed less frequently but requires rapid access. Example say that, so the data you stored it, you may not access for 6 months, but sometimes after the 6 months you need the data quickly, not to wait 10 hours or 12 hours to restore the data, something like that. So you store the data, you may access after 6 months or 1 year, whenever you want, but the data should be available immediately. Cheaper than the S3 standard. So S3 standard is what we use, we just store it, frequently accessed data, right? So you just store it, retrieve it, upload it, delete it, something like that. So recently changing, continuously changing those objects, you can use the S3 standard. But this is if you use infrequent access data, the S3 standard will be more than the cheaper. So data stored across multiple availability zones, so the durability is again 11 nines and availability is 99.9%. so when it is recommended to have this standard infrequent access class, okay, recommended for long lived data, so you just store it and it might be key for a long time. And infrequently accessed, this data is not frequently accessed. Okay, so you store it, you may forget it later, 3 months or 6 months or whenever you want, so you just access it. Okay, so that's type of recommendation for this storage type. And whenever you are accessing the data, so the millisecond access when you need it, so that is the possibility you have, so it's much faster to retrieve the data. So another storage class which is called as a name one zone infrequent access. So you can simply say that simply like an infrequent access, but the data is stored in one zone, not on a multiple zones. So there itself you can see that the cost is 20% lesser than the S3 standard data, so which is more saving purpose. Data stored in a single availability zone, so if availability is gone, then your data might be lost. Okay, so data stored in a storage class can be lost, so you have to understand that if the data is more important, critical, then do not choose this. Okay, if it is less not important, but you need to store some data, something like that, maybe a log files you wanted to keep it, if the logs goes away, there is no problem, right? So you can keep those kind of data over here. So again, the durability is 99.119 and availability is 99.5. You can observe that there might be a loss of data while storing this here, because if availability zone is gone, then your data is gone. So recommended for recreatable data. So the logs can be recreated, so you can use that. But the old frequented logs, if you do not have that, you don't have any problem, right? So that's that type of data you can store it here. So infrequently accessed data, again the millisecond access required when you need it. So that's the infrequent access data in a one zone. So there is a storage class called Glacier. So what is this Glacier does? So long-term retention and archival purpose. So example say that this is not like just like the S3 standards or the frequent or infrequent access data. So this is for most of the times archival purpose. You just example say that you have a copy on premises and you wanted to have one archival for that, then you can keep that archival purpose stored on this Glacier. So data retrieval takes longer because it is not a standard storage where they store the data. So that might be in a tapes or something else, right? So they store and they keep away for this. So retrieval options, so when you can access this data, so there would be a 1 to 5 minutes access, 3 to 5 hours access, and 5 to 12 hours of access. So what is that? So here data across the multiple zone availabilities, right? But whenever you are retrieving the data, right, example how soon you want, that much you have to pay. So here for the retrieval you need to have some cost. Okay, so that's the purpose here. But most of the times archivals we don't really restore them, right? When sometimes there might be some requirement to compare the data, previous data, something like that. So that time you require this archivals, right? So the durability here is 99.119 of durability, you can say. So when it is recommended, so recommended is for long-term backups. So you have a multiple backup copies, so one copy for a disaster recovery purpose you just wanted to put it, you can just use the Glacier. Cheaper storage option, so this is a cheaper one compared to the other storage classes, right? So suitable for most use cases, like retrieval time is not in a critical base. Example say that you have to store the data but you are not dependent on the retrieval, right? So the retrieval may be like 1 to 5 minutes, or maybe it can wait 3 to 5 hours, right? So those kind of data you have to store in this class. So however, it's important to note that S3 Glacier instant retrieval comes with a higher cost than the default retrieval option. So if you want data to be retrieved in 1 to 5 minutes, then it should be higher cost. So that's what I said. The retrieval free fee for the S3 Glacier instant retrieval is based on the amount of data retrieved per month. It varies by AWS region, so it again varies on the region where the data is stored. So it might be stored in US regions, that might cost higher. If it is stored in Asia Pacific, something like that, it might retrieval is lesser cost compared to the US regions, right? So something like that, you can use anything. So there is one more storage class is called Glacier Deep Archive. So this is a Glacier with longer access times. So example here, if you do not bother about the retrieval times, right? So I can wait, example, the whenever the restore request comes for me, the restore request can wait maybe up to 48 hours, right? Then those kind of data you can store it over here. So there are two retrievals options here, 12 hours or 48 hours. So very cheapest S3 options. So because this is something like they store the data in tape and put the tapes somewhere else, right? Whenever you require, the tapes can be retrieved back and restore it to the location. So that's why they cost for the retrieval purpose. So the retrieval will be cost, right? Data stored across multiple availability zones, right? And durable for 99.119. Recommended for the long-term data archival access once or twice a year. So example say that if you want to access the data once in a while, so that is the recommended method for this Glacier Deep Archive. Retaining data for regularity, compliance and requirement. So maybe something like you have some legal hold data you wanted to keep for a long terms, the user legal holds data, something like that, then this is the best option to store the data, right? So next one, S3 outpost. So maybe this we already see that there is an outpost is available. So this is basically storage on premises. So the AWS will build your S3 service on your local data center. So that is an outpost is off. So a single storage class, so there is no much storage classes available here. So a single storage class, and store the data across multiple devices and servers. So as per your high availability, how you build it data center, so that's matter. And the best option for restricted type data. So example, say you have some scientific data or some confidential information, right, which cannot be hosted in a shared services, something like that. So that is the best option to use this outpost. So recommended for the data needs to be kept local. So that's the one. And demanding applications performance needs. Example, say that you don't have a full bandwidth link to store and retrieve the data, right? But on premises would be much faster to store the data and retrieve the data. So that's where high demanding applications, like example, the demanding of the performance will get higher here. So that's where you can use this S3 outpost option. If you build or if you spin up an EC2 instance, which is an elastic compute cloud, provides several storage options for instances running in the cloud. Example, you have spin up an EC2 instance, but you wanted to attach the storage drives to that, right? Example, you want to create a disk to store the database transactions, or you wanted to store some files associated with your applications, right? Application data and all. So how you can store that? You have these storage blocks which you can use, that EBS, elastic block storage, instant store, EFS, which is an elastic file system, just like a EFS means NFS kind of in Linux word. If it is an AWS Storage Gateway. So these are the four options you have to attach to your instance and store the data. What are those storage types and what they provide, and what is the performance of it, and what is the cost associated with that? Okay, let's see here. So EBS is an elastic block store, which means purely a block store where you can store the data, partition the EBS volumes as per your requirement. So which is for a high IOPS, like if you need a higher database transactions which you want to draw on a high input output ratio, then this is the recommended platform for that particular instance. So high availability and durability. Data is persistent. Data is persistent means whatever the data you store, which is the data will not go away if you reboot your instance or if you stop and start your instance, right? The data will be persistent. Create the snapshot to protect the data loss. So this is basically support the snapshotting of that particular EBS volumes so that it will be protected. In case if you lost some data from, then that can be recovered using the snapshots. So these are high performance disks, just like in a SAN attached storage kind of. Scalability and flexibility. So it can scale at any level, whatever the data size you need, that can go until that. So that's the EBS volume. So it is very low latency performance, which means that high IOPS you get. You can push the data and pull the data how fast you want, that's the input output ratio is higher. And also comparative to the other storage platforms, the EBS is cost effective, can only be attached to a single instance. It means this cannot be shared across to the multiple instances or something like that, because it is just in a hard drive which is attached to your server. So the hard drive can only be attached to the one server at a time. So this is also the same one. So like you can attach the EBS volume to the one instance, like only one EBS volume to the one instance, multiple EBS volume to the same instance, something like that. But you cannot attach the same EBS volume to the multiple instances. That's the catch here. So let's see. Instance store is a type of store that provides temporary block level storage for EC2 instances. It is physically attached to the host server to the instance and provides high performance and low latency. So instance store means, so the name itself says that instance store, like where it will give you the block level storage just like an EBS volume. But the thing is, once you attach the instance, if the instance is rebooted, so the instance store will disappear. So that's the major disadvantage here. So which one that, so the volumes are temporary. So if the data you were storing here, it is not persistent, which means that it cannot be saved on that particular volume. So it only saved until unless your instance is rebooted. If instance is rebooted, the instance store will disappear. So that's the cache. So what data you should store here? So if you have any temporary purpose data, example tempo files or some generated data, regeneratable data, you can store it here. But why you have to use this? This is for a temporary purpose, which is very cost effective and low cost instant store, where you can use this to store the data. Volumes are not resizable. So once you attach the whatever the size, it should be the same size. You cannot resize like EBS volumes. Volumes are limited to specific instance types. So there are these instance store are not available for all the instance types. This is only available for a specific instance. This is only available for a specific instance types. You can see EFS, which is equal to the NFS, Elastic File System. Elastic File System means is a serverless network file system for sharing files across multiple EC2 instances, just like an NFS volumes, which is serverless. You don't need to think about what is the infrastructure behind it. So that would be maintained by the cloud provider. You just need to create the volumes, right, and export them, and you can mount it to the multiple EC2 instances. So that's the Elastic File System. But it is not a block, so only supports the Linux file system, because it cannot be mounted on a Windows platform, so which is an NFS, because the NFS only supported by the Linux. More expensive than EBS because it's the file server and the NAS is maintained by the AWS. Accessible across different availability zones in the same region, so I can access using the multiple across availability zones within the same region. You have multiple availability zones, you can use this. So this is basically shared folder to the across the multiple instances, so where you can host. The best example is that hosting the home directories. So you don't need to create a multiple EBS volumes to store the data, so you can export this EFS file system to the multiple instances and store the user home data. So that's the usage of this one. So main directories for business critical apps and data. The best example of use case is for users home path. So that is the use case we can use it, this Elastic file system. Storage Gateway, so is a hybrid cloud storage service that gives you on-premises access to virtually unlimited cloud storage. So what this will do is that this just like act as the storage gateway between your on-premises storage and the cloud storage. So which is seamlessly copy, you can retrieve the data from cloud to on-premises and on-premises to cloud. So this is the things the storage gateways basically work as a mediator. Seamlessly connects your local production to the cloud. Low latency access to the data stored durably in AWS. So that's the major part which required for any organization which is looking for. You should not have any latency while accessing the data. Uploads and downloads are securely using the SSL encryption. So it just use the HTTPS protocol to upload the data and download the data. So this is very secure. Mainly used for on-premises backup applications. Basically, if you want to back up the data from on-premises to the cloud, this is mainly useful because you don't need to maintain your online backup targets. You just have to spin up on a one storage gateway VM, then point the storage to the cloud, so it will send the data to the cloud. Provides highly availability on VMware, a set of health checks integrated with VMware vSphere and high availability. So where if you have integration with your VMware, which can provide you the high availability for that. So the next one, AWS Backup. AWS Backup is fully managed service that makes it easy to centralize and automate data protection across AWS services in the cloud and on premises. So basically it's used for the backing up the data. Using this service, you can configure backup policies and monitor activity for your AWS resources in one place. So that's the major thing. So whatever the data you stored, if you want to have a one backup copy, so AWS Backup is the main service where you can create your resources backup. Integrated solution with EC2, EBS, EFS and more. Automated backup audit and reports. So this can provide you the audit reports, so where you can, if internal auditors or external auditor ask that, okay, do you have the backup copies running? So those are restorable enough to recover the data. So that's where you can generate the audit reports on that backups. So you will have the better understanding or the better compliance with the audits. KMS integration, integrated backup encryption. So the KMS will actually the key management system where you can encrypt the data using the keys, right? Automated backup schedules and retention management. So thus of course most of the time backup you should not manually trigger anytime. It should be automated and scheduled. Retention should be as per our standards, like this might be the retention like 3 months, 6 years, 1 year or 2 weeks, something like that, or there might be long retention for 10 years or 12 years based on the customer data or based on the company requirement. So that can be provided or that can be possible using the AWS backup service. So these are all the storage options you have on AWS to store different types of data, different kind of architectures. What is content delivery network, which is a CDN, and how it helps and how it delivers the content to the users to avoid the latency. A content delivery network is a network of interconnected servers that speeds up web page loading for data heavy applications. So example say that, so if you see that there is a diagram here, AWS cloud, when user is requesting the data, right, it does not always goes to the AWS cloud to fetch the web page information, so which caches the data at the edge location and delivers the data from there itself. So if there is any dynamic content is updated, then it again goes back to the original content and refresh the edge location cache, then it delivers the data to the end users. So that's way, if a server is hosted in a different region and the users are accessing from the different region, they can still do not face any kind of latency while accessing the data, so or the website. So that's loads faster, what they expect. CDN can stand for content delivery network or connect distribution network. So it is just like distributing the content to the multiple locations using the AWS edge locations or edge location. So this simply a simple data center where it locates the edge location for caching. They host the caching servers. So if CDN is enabled for the website, the data will be cached on the edge location. Then whenever the user is requested, it delivers the data from that nearest location for him. Reduce latency by delivering through global disappear points of presence. So this is a points of presence, that's called as a POPS. Improved security, so and it's also give the encryption method and delivering the content using the SSL certificate. So that's why it's an improved security, and it also cut the cost. So you cannot have the network throughput through your server request, because that is reduced, so you will get less cost comparatively direct access. Better performance and faster delivery, of course, that is the main purpose of the CDN, for the performance and the fast delivery. It's going to deliver the data faster because it caches to the nearest edge location, and the data would be delivered fast. So here AWS CloudFront is the one service which is called as a CDN, that delivers the data and applications globally with low latency and content of edge locations. So this is the AWS CloudFront, which caches the application data and the applications globally with low latency. So that's the main purpose of CDN, to deliver the content with low latency or no latency. Speeds of delivery of static and dynamic web content, uses edge locations to cache the content, provides DDoS protection. So if so that a site will provide, so CDN will provide automatically the DNS protection, so DDoS protection, so you cannot poison the DNS and load the content. So that's way it is protected. IP address blocking, so you can also, example, if it is a restricted data, so you can only serve to the particular region, then what you can do is that you can do a geofencing, so that way it cannot go the content to the other locations where you cannot access the content from the other locations. So that way you can set the geo restrictions on that particular website, or the IP address blocking, something like that. So here is a use case example. So whenever the user is requesting for the data, so it goes the request to the DNS for the IP resolution, the name resolution. Whenever you say Amazon.com, then it goes to the DNS for checking the name resolution. So it finds the resolution, IP address resolution, then it redirects the content, the request to the CloudFront. If the CloudFront already have the caching information, then it sends the data from there itself. So AWS Certification Manager, it actually verifies your content is secure using the encryption method is enabled or not. Okay, so if you have the S3 website, so that is an S3 static content website, if you have, then it reaches to that S3 endpoint where you have hosted your website. Then from there it caches to the local CloudFront, then from there it actually reaches to the users. So that's why the CloudFront CDN will help the users to load the website faster, not depending on the virtual location. AWS Global Accelerator. AWS Global Accelerator is a network service that helps you improve the availability, performance, and security of your applications. Global Accelerator provides two global static public IPs that act as fixed entry point to your application endpoints, such as application load balancers, network load balancers, Amazon Elastic Cloud Compute, EC2 instance, and Elastic IPs. So this is an acceleration point where it provides the availability, performance, and security to your public facing applications. So that is the major role of this AWS Global Accelerator. 60% of performance boost of your application. So whenever you are publish your applications through this AWS Global Accelerator, so the performance improvement is 60, more than 60% what you get in a regular base. So delivers the high available applications with fast failover, multiple availability zones architect. So that's the major advantage for any applications to be hosted on multi availability zones, right? Multiple availability zones. Automatically reroutes the traffic to healthy available region, sends traffic through the AWS global network infrastructure. So that's way basically it accelerates the your application delivery to the users. So the next one is S3 transfer acceleration. So this is basically S3 transfer acceleration improves the content uploads and downloads and from S3 buckets by 50 to 500% of long distance transfer for larger objects. Example, say that you have an 1 terabyte of object, which might be a database file or which might be a tar file or anything you wanted to upload to the S3 bucket, right? That takes longer if you do as a regular upload. But if you use this transfer acceleration point, right, where it actually loads your data, downloads or uploads will go more than 100%. So that's the transfer acceleration will help to upload your data from the long distance sites. So example, say your bucket might be located somewhere else, but you're loading the data from somewhere else, then this is very helpful. So which actually faster transfer of files over long distances, automatically route your uploads and downloads to the closest edge location. So that's the major advantage, like it does not directly goes to the base location where it is your S3 bucket or the data is located, but by default it uploads to the edge location fast. So that would be a nearest point to you. Then once the edge location is catches your data, it pushes to your S3 bucket. So that way your upload would be faster. Internally they have low latency links to the all the regions from AWS to AWS, so that way your data is transferred to the S3 bucket within the network, AWS network. Customers around the world can upload to a central bucket. So that's the major advantage, that is the major goal for this S3 transfer acceleration. Going to see that what is VPC. Amazon Virtual Private Cloud, which is called as an Amazon VPC, enables you to launch AWS resources into a virtual network that you have defined. So basically you can define the VPC, then inside that you can spin up the resources so that those resources will be isolated within that VPC. So that is the basic idea of the VPC. So this virtual network closely resembles a traditional network that would operate in your own data center, with the benefits of using the scalable infrastructure of AWS. So that is the just like in a traditional network, but that would example in your own data center, right? If you have an on-premises data center, how the traditional network works, this is also works in a similar way, but this has a more scalability in terms of in AWS cloud. So that's way you can scale your VPC at what level you want, and connects the computer together. That is the main purpose of VPC here. Sharing the data and applications, secure the data transfer, virtual routers, firewalls, and network management services. So this is all about the VPC, how that VPC provides and what VPC provides. So example, if I wanted to explain you in a architectural way, right? So if you see that the outline of this one is an AWS cloud here, so the green line you can see that which is an a VPC, right? So which VPC will have VPC, then within that you have a different availability zone, in that you have a different subnet, and so in subnet, public subnet, you have EC2 instance, which might be a web server is hosted, and you have a NAT gateway and connecting to the availability zone B with a private subnet. So this is a private subnet here, and this is a public subnet here, and we'll have connectivity between these two. Okay, so using the NAT gateway, and you have an elastic IP address, which means a public IP address for this particular web server, and that is published using this internet gateway and internet cloud, so that user can come here using the internet and access using this elastic IP address, or the IP address can be mapped to the any domain name, so the web server can be accessed. So this way, so here is the VPC role, which actually plays the isolating your infrastructure, isolating your resources inside the VPC. So AWS Virtual Private Cloud, which is a VPC that closely resembles a traditional network that would have operate in your own data center. After you create a VPC, you can add subnets. So you can add the subnets, multiple subnets within the virtual VPC, right? Private virtual network, so IP address range, subnets, security groups, and route tables. So this is, you can use this, and launch resources like EC2 instances inside the VPC. So you can launch the resources inside that, so that will be protected using the VPC. Isolate and protect resources, that is the main agenda of that VPC, and a VPC spans across availability zones in a region. So that's the VPC spans across the multiple availability zones. So let's see what you can do if you have a multiple availability zones, or maybe if you want to connect a multiple regions together. You have VPCs, right? You have multiple VPCs, then you have multiple VPC networks, right? Then how you can combine them, how you can enable the connectivity between them using the VPC peering connection. So VPC peering connection is a networking connection between two VPCs that enables you to route traffic between them privately. Instances in either VPC can communicate with each other as they are within the same network. So whenever you have a VPC peering is enabled, though, so they think that they are in the same network, so you can communicate them each other using this VPC peering connection. So you can create a VPC peering connection between your own VPCs with a VPC in another AWS account, or with VPC in a different AWS region. So that's the way that you can connect with the example. You have a different AWS account, not this AWS account, maybe you have a different AWS account, or maybe you have a different client's AWS account you wanted to connect with, or to the particular subnet or the particular CIDR values. Then so here you have to remember is that both the CIDR values should not be same, so that you cannot do the pairing between the VPCs. So it should be different whenever you are doing the VPC pairing. So that's keep in mind, and you can do that. So private virtual network, so which can be IP address range, subnet, security groups, and route tables can be within that VPC, right? CADR block should be different in both VPCs, so it should be different, otherwise you cannot do a VPC peering connection. Private access to SaaS applications, so example, the SaaS applications which are hosted software as in a service, then you can access them privately using this VPC peering connection. Example, those services are AWS services hosted, then you wanted to access, so you don't need to access through the internet. Maybe if you already have that AWS resources on the AWS account, then you can enable the VPC connection between that, then you can access that applications. Okay, shared services, you can do that, and hybrid services, example, the services on premises and cloud, you can also do that. Inter-region endpoint services, example, so there is a multiple regions you wanted to connect, our inter-regions within the region, maybe you wanted to connect the endpoint services, you can also use this VPC peering connection. Inter-region access to endpoint services, so this is where you can use the VPC peering to, and let's see some how you can create the VPC in real time. So here I go to Google and say that AWS console login, right? And you can click on that AWS management console here, right? And click on this log back in, and it will ask you for the credentials. So now I have logged into my AWS account. You can go to search here and search for VPC and click on this VPC here, right? And now you can click on, you can see that there is a one VPC is available here on this particular region, but I would like to create one more VPC, so you just click on that VPC and you can say VPC only or VPC and more. So if you, along with that, if you want to create associated subnets, route tables and all, right, you can say VPC and more. So you can see that auto generate the project name, and you can see that the CIDR value is automatically given. So if you want to have a particular CIDR value, you can say that give that value here, right? And say it's a default tenancy, and number of availability zones, you can select 2 or 3 or whatever it is, and number of public subnets, so how many you would like to create, 2 here, number of private subnet, 2 here, right? And there is a one NAT gateway, so I say none because that cost gives the cost, and you can say VPC endpoint, so there is a S3 gateway, so to connect between your private subnet to the public subnet or private subnet to private subnet, the S3 gateway will be helpful. So here you have to provide, or maybe you can remove this one or say auto generated, so it will automatically generate your VPC, right? I say that techarkit first VPC here, right? So that is my first VPC, so it's already automatically adds that name, so I need to give VPC here, so let's say create. So you can see that now, so it's automatically creating all of the things required for you. You can see create VPC, enable DNS resolution, and creating the S3 endpoint, and creating the subnet and internet gateway, right? Attaching the internet gateway to the VPC, and creating the routing tables, associating the routing tables, and verifying all these routing tables are working fine. And you can see that associating the S3 endpoint with the private subnet route table. So you can see that all things are automatically taken care, and your VPC is ready. You can see that techarkit-VPC is available. You can see that is completed, right? And which has all the details in it, so how it is connected and where it is connected, okay, how the network connections are done. So this is how you can create the VPC in real time. can publishing the services and all. So how you can do that? So what are the services which help you to do more networking stuff? This is example say that DNS. So DNS is a domain naming system, which is a phone book. Example, you have a contact list in your mobile phone, right? So example, all the numbers you cannot just remember if you save the number only, right, without attaching the name to it, right? You cannot just remember the numbers of your families, friends and everybody, right? So that's why the phone book of the your mobile just like mapping the name to that particular number. Example say that so and so number is so and so's person, right? So and so number is my mother's number, so and so is my father's number, something like that, right? So you cannot search by the number, you can search by the name. Here also is a DNS is something like in a phone book of the internet. Humans access information online through domain names. So domain names like you type arkit.co.in, so the servercomputer.com, right? So that is a name. Backend there is an IP address hosted for that particular server, but you don't need to remember that particular IP address here. You just need remember that name. So arkit.co.in, which is a domain name. Whenever you go and type on the address bar, which will automatically redirect your request to your name to the IP address resolution, which is taken care by the DNS. So and your web page is loaded. So web browsers interact through internet protocol, so IP addresses, and DNS translate the domain names to IP address, so browsers can load the internet resources. So that's how happens what happens when you enter any domain name on the browser address, right? So it loads, it translate your domain name to the IP address, then the resources will be loaded on your internet browser. So each device is connected to the internet has a unique IP address which other machines use to find the device. Address any device which connects to the internet, right, which has the unique IP address. Okay, so DNS servers eliminate the need for humans to memorize the IP addresses, such as example 192.168.1.1, which is an IPv4 version of IP address, right? So maybe you can remember to the certain IP numbers, but the more complex one, the newer alphanumeric IP address, which is an IPv6 one, right? You can see that 2400 CB002048 1C629D7A2. So which is an IPv6 address. Maybe you cannot remember at all, right? So if you remember 3 or 4 of these numbers, then you cannot remember anything. So that's why you don't need to remember this IP addresses which are back to it. So you just remember the name, so the DNS will automatically take care your translating your domain name to the IP address. So that's exactly what DNS does here. Okay, so what is the DNS service here on AWS, which can help you to translate your domain name to the IP address? So this is an Amazon Route 53 is a highly available and scalable domain name system, our domain name service, web service, which is a connects user request to internet applications running on a AWS or on premises. So this can be helpful you to translate your domain name and IP address. So domain name registration you can also do using this Route 53. Performs health checks on AWS resources. Okay, so it actually reaches the resources which are having the Route 53 entries, right? So that understand that is there any resources down, or before the users reach to that, then it reports that hey, there is a resources down, you cannot able to access, something like that. So that is a performs the periodical health checks that will be more helpful for the resources to check the status. And supports hybrid cloud architectures. So set routing policies to for predetermine and automate responses in case of failure, like redirecting the traffic to an alternative availability zones or regions. So right, so example say that if any availability zone is failed, right, you wanted to reach the similar like resources to the other availability zones if you have any redundancy purpose or multi availability multi regional or multi availability zone deployments, right? It can be more helpful you to redirect your resources connections to the multiple availability zones. So there is a AWS Direct Connect. Basically, this is Direct Connects is dedicated physical network connection from your on-premises data center to the AWS 10G connection. So basically, this is a example you have on a high load of data you would like to load or download upload the transactions are low latency applications. Example, you have databases hosted on AWS, right? But you wanted to access the servers, those databases connections to your on premises. In that case, you can use this AWS Direct Connect. So that's the main purpose of AWS Direct Connect. So this is direct link from your AWS data center to your data center. So that is a dedicated 10G connection. So dedicated physical network connection connects your on-premises data center to AWS with low latency link. So that is called as a low latency. You can transfer the data through high throughput, and which is on a private network through. Okay, so there is no public connections goes over here. It's just very dedicated to your data center to data center connection. So that's why it's not shared anywhere. So hybrid environment, easy to extend your data center services. So example, say that you have on-premises data center, but you wanted to host some public facing applications or public facing web servers on cloud, right? So you can do that using the this model can be supported here. So let's see how hybrid cloud model connected using the AWS Direct Connect here. So you have a private cloud which is called as your on-premises data center, and the Direct Connect, AWS Direct Connect has the direct link to your AWS cloud, which is in a 10G line to AWS cloud, and you have the VPC and availability zone, and you might have the resources inside the VPC, right? Then that easy to instance you can directly access using this AWS Direct Connect. Like you can transfer the data from there to here, or any service you can host on this easy to instance, and you can access from the AWS Direct Connect. So that's the hybrid cloud model, how you can how they connected using the AWS cloud model. So this is a direct connect option. Transfer large data set to AWS. Example, say that you have a large manufacturing industries, like they generate a lot of data, right? Then you wanted to transfer. So on premises you cannot have that much of storage capacity, like petabytes of data if you're trying to generate. Then you just have a direct line between your AWS and your data on-premises data center. Then you can just transfer the data to the S3 buckets. So that's the large amount of data you can send to S3 buckets, and you put some S3 policies over there, so that will be archived. So that way this is more helpful to your extending your hybrid cloud model. Extend your data center resources. So maybe you can spin up resources on the AWS, then you can use that the another option. Transfer internal data directly to AWS does not require internet connection. So here there's no internet connection is required, because this is a direct connectivity between your data center and AWS. So there is an AWS VPN, which is a site-to-site connectivity. You can use this one. Site-to-site VPN creates a secure connection between your internal networks and your AWS VPCs, right? So this is also similar to the direct connect, but this is not using any dedicated line or dedicated physical line. So whatever the internet line you have, top of that you can run a secure VPN tunnel from your data center to the cloud. So that way whatever the data you're sent from your on-premises to the cloud, which is sent through the secure connection, that the encrypted, the in transit the data is encrypted, and it is directly connected to your VPC line. So this is a site-to-site VPN connection. So VPN is similar to direct connect, however the data travels over the public internet. Data is automatically encrypted, connects your on-premises data center to AWS. So you can also extend like hybrid cloud, also a similar model you can work, but how much internet bandwidth you have, that much data you can send. It is not a low latency link here. Hybrid environment, so easy to extend your data center services based on your requirement. So how your VPN architecture looks like here. So you can see that you have an on-premises data center, and you have a gateway which might be your router, right? And you run a VPN tunnel between your AWS VPC and your data center using the VPG, so which is a virtual private gateway and router connectivity from your AWS to VPC. So that's how you can do that. Okay, so now this is your architecture. You can see that. So on-premises data center and site-to-site VPN, if you enable it, so it would be extended your hybrid cloud environment to the cloud from your on-premises data center. API gateway. So what is this API gateway here? So API gateway is a fully managed service provided by Amazon Web Services that allows developers to create, publish and manage APIs, so which is an application programming interfaces for their web application. So if you want to develop any APIs for your developers or create, publish, managing your APIs, you can do that. So this gateway, API gateway, is fully managed, which means that the service installation and configuration and management be done by the AWS itself. You don't need to worry about what is the resources they are maintaining and all. So you just go and use it that way, so you can make sure that you focus on your development environment, not on the API gateway services. You don't need to bother about that. So API gateway developers can easily create RESTful APIs, WebSocket APIs and HTTP APIs that connects to Lambda functions. So you can integrate this Lambda functions, right, with the API gateway, so that would be more helpful for the developers to trigger any actions or there. So EC2 instances and other AWS services, you can also integrate or connect through the EC2 instances or the other AWS services with the API gateway. So you can share data between systems. So that way API gateway would be more useful for your networking stuff. We are going to learn about databases. So what is database and how you can use database services and what they're helpful for us and how you can use here. So databases are widely used in real-time world in various application systems and industries. Here are a few examples. Examples is that you have an e-commerce site, right? Amazon website or amazon.com or amazon.in, right? Websites are used to store product catalogs and customer data and order history. So examples say that you would like to look for some product information, right? Some shirt, shoes or anything. So they have the product catalogs to look at your product. So what is the product is about and what they do and all this stuff, the information about the product, right? And whenever you are booking any buying anything, right, so they also store your customer information, like so and so is the person, so and so is the address, mobile number and your credit card information and all, right? Once you place your order, so the order history also is stored in the database. So if you are using the database for the healthcare industry, also store for your patient information, right? What is the treatment they do and all this stuff. And banking sectors, so they basically do your financial instrumentations, like the financial data. So what the bank account and what bank account is held by which person, how much how amount they have, balance sheet and all this stuff. If you use for any social media platforms like in a Facebook or Instagram or any other stuff, for them they actually store their user profiles, posts, photos, videos and other content. So this is for any social media platforms. So if you use for any logistics and transport, so they also use for any managing shipping and logistics data, including the inventory levels, like how many shipments completed, how many shipments still pending, when they do deliver, all this stuff. So overall, the databases play a crucial role in modern applications and systems. So if without database, you cannot design any applications, or any application won't run without the database. So that is the part of your regular thing. So whatever you are accessing online, so they have almost every service will have a database associated with that service, small or big or whatever it is, and provides a reliable and efficient and secure way to store and manage the data in various industries and use cases. So that is the example use cases. You can see that e-commerce, healthcare, banking, social media, logistic and transport, so and so, right? So there is a relational database with the Amazon. Those are the services we have here, which is called Amazon Web Services Relational Databases, right? Which is called Relational Database Service. RDS is a managed database service that provides a scalable, reliable and easy to use platform for deploying, operating and scaling databases in cloud. So basically this is a name, managed database service. So you don't need to install the database service, you don't need to do any configuration stuff. You just go and spin up an RDS instance, pick up one, and what is the database type you want, you just pick up one and use it and store the data. So for e-commerce, databases are used to store the product catalogs, customer data, so on and so on. Supports a popular database engines. So example, Aurora, PostgreSQL, MySQL, MariaDB, Oracle and MS SQL. So which offers availability and fault tolerance using the multi-available zone deployments. Example say that one availability zone goes down, then the database is automatically replicated to the secondary availability zone, and database would be available continuously without any operation. So if any fault, fault tolerance will be there for these RDS services. So AWS manages the database with automatic software patching. So you need to bother about what patching levels you have and all. So they will manage the patching details and all for that particular instance. And they also do an automatic backups for your database DBs, right? So that in case something goes wrong or somebody deleted any table or any data within the table, you can recover using those automated backup stuff. Operating systems and maintenance will be done by the AWS itself. You don't need to bother about what is the backend operating system and what is this maintenance and all. Launch read replicas across regions in order to provide enhanced performance and durability. So read replicas are the read-only copies. Example say that you have a database and you have a read-only copy. Example, if you want to run any reports, you don't need to run on production database. So the read replicas will be available on the database, right, which is an exactly clone of your production database. You can use these read replicas to run reports or any high workloads on that, so your production performance won't be affected with that. So that's the another one RDS service will provide. So what are the RDS services are available on Amazon here? You can see that Neptune, DynamoDB, Amazon Elastic Cage, Document DB, Aurora. So these are all the services available. And let's see what is Amazon Aurora and what it provides. So Aurora is a MySQL and PostgreSQL compatible relational database. So which is a relational database, which is a RDS database management system. So RDBMS that is designed for performance, availability and scalability. Supports MySQL and PostgreSQL database engines, right? If you want to migrate your on-premises PostgreSQL or MySQL databases, the destination would be Aurora, would be the correct one to do that, and scales automatically while providing durability and high availability. So you don't need to worry about how much scale the Aurora can scale, right? So it will automatically do that. You don't need to bother about that. So it is a 5x faster than a normal MySQL and 3x faster than your normal PostgreSQL, whatever you install in your on premises, right? So that's the fastest service they provide on AWS. Underlining hardware and software maintenance is taken care by the AWS, because it's a managed service. You don't need to bother about that. One of the key feature for Amazon Aurora, its ability to automatically scale its compute and storage resources to match the needs of the workload. So how much workload you put, that much Aurora will grow automatically, so you don't need to bother about that. So that's the major feature of your Aurora database. This means that can handle high volumes of transactions and requests with ease, making it good choice of applications with unpredictable and rapidly changing workloads. Example, say like on-premises database, if you take it, right? So you push some GBs of data, terabytes of data if you want to load on premises. So you need more compute resources and storage resources first. You need to check that, then you can push the data. But here you don't need to check that, just push it, it will automatically scale to your requirement. So that's the beauty of Amazon Aurora. So let's see one more database service, which is called as a DynamoDB. Is designed to provide fast and predictable performance as well as seamless scalability, making it popular choice for building modern cloud native applications. So if you're using the cloud native applications, so DynamoDB is the best one. Is a document and key value database that offers flexible data modeling options, allowing developers to store, retire any amount of data of any data type, any scale. So which means that key value pair. So example, you provide, say, what is your name? My name is so and so. What is your date of birth? My date of birth is so and so. So there is a key value pair. So key value pair is a one key, another is in a value, one key, another is in a value. So that those are in a key value pairs which can store on DynamoDB, and this is more flexible for the document stored. Basically, it's not in a relational database. So it also supports ACIT, atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. So this is in a very popular things, and these features will make your database always available and scalable. Okay, transactions enable multiple write operations to be performed at the same time while maintaining the data consistency. So automatic scales it throughput capacity based on the demand. So the throughput will be automatically scales based on the demand, and it is a non-relational database. It's not a relational database. That's why I say that key value database. It's called key you have and the key value you have. So Amazon DocumentDB. DocumentDB is a no SQL database service that allows users to store query database JSON documents. Example, say that you just throw in a JSON database file, the JSON file into this database, so it can be stored. It's fully managed service and highly scalable and highly available database that provides fast and predictable performance with low latency. So it's a document database, MongoDB compatible. So if you have on-premises MongoDB, you can convert that to the document DB and AWS service if you want. Fully managed and serverless and not non-relational database. Amazon Elastic Cache. So this is an in-store database. Example, say that Elastic Cache is a fully managed in-memory data store compatible with Redis and Memcached. Okay, so it is just designed to help users speed up their applications by storing frequently accessed data in memory, reducing the need to access the underlying database. Example, say that if you're going and accessing some files frequently, right? So that files will kept on in memory. So that example, say that in RAM, right? So if your application is opened, that application will be go to your RAM. Similar, like the RAM access would be much faster than the hard drive, because the hard drive goes to the multiple spindles and see the data, but in-memory database is just like flash. Okay, so Elastic Cache is commonly used for web and mobile applications that require low latency access to frequently accessed data. So that is the major one. So data can be lost because here in memory, right, the memory restarts, then your memory data will be gone. So that's the catch here. So whatever the data you would like to keep it, that should be only for an access, not for a permanent or persistent store. Okay, offers high performance and low latency. Of course, it would be an in-memory access. It should be high performance comparative to the other database services. So Amazon Neptune is a fully managed graph database, supports highly connected data sets. Example, say that you have multiple data sets, you wanted to draw a graphs, right, a designing dashboards, right? So that would be the main Neptune is used for. So Neptune is built on high performance distributed graph database engine that can store billions of relationships and traverse them with millisecond latency. So that's amazing one. So you can billions of relationships you can build to that graph. So that's amazing, right? And fully managed services, and it is on a serverless again, and it's a fast and reliable service. So that's the major thing about the relational database and database services on Amazon. What are migration services here? AWS migration services are designed to help business move their applications, data, and infrastructure from on-premises data centers to other cloud providers to the AWS cloud. So example say that the migration services will help your business to move your applications or the data or databases, right? Data means data, databases. So anything you wanted to migrate from on premises to the cloud or any other cloud provider to the AWS, you can do that using the migration services. So example, moving to the new service, right? Example, you have an existing MySQL database service, you wanted to move it to the Aurora, or you have some existing MongoDB service on internal, or you would like to go with the DynamoDB on AWS cloud. So either ways it is supported, you can do that. Moving to the new cloud provider, example, say if you wanted to move from other GCP to the AWS or Azure to the AWS or vice versa, it can support the migration services. So let's see, the first migration service is database migration service. Database migration service is a fully managed service that helps users migrating databases to AWS quickly and securely. It supports both homogeneous and heterogeneous migrations, meaning that users can migrate databases between different database engines and operating systems. Example, on premises you have a Windows operating system with a database service, then you can use the same environment on the cloud. You can do homogeneous migrations, or you have a different database on your on premises, or you wanted to migrate to the different operating system on the destination cloud AWS, then there is a heterogeneous environment, you can use that wise. So either wise you can use for your homogeneous like lift and shift environment, or maybe from one service to the other service, you can use this database migration services to migrate your databases. Migrating on-premises database to the AWS or continuous data replication, example, say if you wanted to keep your replication of your data replication into the cloud, you can also use the database migration services. So virtually no downtime required, so you can just migrate the databases on the live, example, with a minimal connection disruption or no downtime. So that's the virtual environment, you can use it. So basically the use case for the DMS is the Oracle to Aurora MySQL. So anything you can use it, or Oracle to Oracle, example, say Oracle migration to the Oracle, you can use it, or Oracle RDS Oracle to the Aurora MySQL. Okay, so here we have another service called Server Migration Service, so which is used as an SMS. SMS is fully managed service that helps users migrate on-premises servers to the AWS quickly and easily. Example, lift and shift. It simplifies the migration process and automating many of the manual tasks involved in migrating the servers to the AWS. Example say that a manual task like what are the how many disks are you have, what are those size, and giving the destination sizing and all, so you don't need to do it manually, so it automatically select the appropriate the disk scanning environment and replicate the data onto the destination and migrate the data. So just cut over the data and you will be lift and shifted your environment to the destination. So SMS supports migrating from physical, virtual and cloud-based servers running a Windows or the Linux operating system. So any variant of it can be supported, right, except some of the. For more updates, click on subscribe and click on bell button for latest notifications. Proprietary operating systems like IBM AX may not be supported because this does only run on the hardware based environment, the IBM hardware based environments, so you cannot do that. But the Windows Linux operating systems and the regular physical or virtual machines, you can simply migrate using the server migration service. So servers saved as in a new Amazon machine. Example say that the servers on your source in the destination will be like Amazon machine image. It's just like an image, so whenever you want you can just spin up the image. Using that image you can spin up the EC2 instance so that it can easily be migrated or bring up the same environment multiple times. Use AMI to launch servers EC2 as in a instances, so that way you can do that. So it's a simple lift and shift environment for the server migration. So if you see this scenario comes like the Eden AWS Snow family. The Snow family is actually helps. Example say you have a terabytes of database or petabytes of data on premises, right? You wanted to migrate to the cloud, so if you have a high bandwidth, also the replicating the data of petabytes or terabytes will take so many months, right? Maybe 2 months, 3 months, something like that. But if you wanted to migrate without utilizing your internet bandwidth, or sometimes you don't have any internet connection to your data centers, right, that might be a very limited access to that, then you can use this Snow family devices to migrate your data or compute services from your on-premises to the cloud. So AWS Snow family is collection of physical devices designed to help customers migrate data and from AWS in secure and efficient way, even in situations where internet connectivity is limited, unreliable or non-existent. So that's the main purpose of Snow family. It can be utilized for, and there are few device models we have here. So it is called, one is an AWS Snowcon, the smallest device in the Snow family, designed for edge computing and data transfer in harsh environments. It has a rugged design and can be withstand extreme temperatures, okay, making ideal for use cases like military operations or mining. Example say that if you wanted to data to be migrated from your military locations, right, those some of the military locations are very confidential, you don't have any internet access, or it might be a remote location, something like that, but you wanted to copy those some data, images, whatever the information you want to the cloud or somewhere else, you can use this device to do that. Okay. AWS Snowball is a larger device that can transfer up to 80 terabytes of data at once. Snowball is often used for large scale data migrations, data disaster recovery, or data center decommissioning. One more thing is in a large environments. Example say that if you want to entirely migrate your data center with the container so that is called as a Snow Mobile, the largest device in the Snow family, designed to transfer up to 100 petabytes of data. Snow Mobile is easily a shipping container that is driven to our data center, loaded with your data, and then transferred to AWS for the transferring to the local services. So example, whenever you copy the data to the container, then you can simply copy to any region on the AWS, because they have low latency links internally. Description. So let's see that what these devices differences here with the Snowcon, Snowball Edge compute optimized or storage optimized, and AWS Snow Mobile. So these are the devices. You can see that in the below: Snowcon, Snowball, Snow Mobile. So the usable STD for the Snowcon is 8 terabyte, and Snowball Edge is 80 terabyte, and Snow Mobile is 100 petabyte. The SSD storage for the Snowcon 14 terabytes, and the Snowball Edge it's 1 terabyte, because the STD is not available on the Snowball Edge. It is optimized for the storage. But if you have a compute optimized, which is a 28 terabyte edge, so you can actually migrate your virtual machines if you have. Okay, and vCPUs 440 and 104, and device weight, which is 4.5 lbs, 49 lbs, 49 lbs, and 45 feet shipping container, that is storage cluster. So examples is that if you want to migrate a huge data which is not 80 terabyte, which is more than that, or which is less than petabytes, then you can use the cluster environment with the edge, Snowball Edge, combining multiple Snowball devices and make your cluster. Then you can copy the data, terabytes of data, then ship it. So this all the data is encrypted, and except the Snowcon, so everything is HIPAA compliant data, so you can easily trust that the compliant data is that. Right, use case. So what is the use case for Snowcon? Is for a small data, if you want to migrate a small data center, so the Snowball Edge is the one which is basically file server data migration, something like that. Or the Snowball Edge compute is example if you want to migrate the virtual machines or the VMs, so that is the Snowball Edge compute optimized is the useful one. Or the Snow Mobile is like entirely the data center would be migrating, then you can use that. Okay, so there are some services you can run on the Snowball Edge. Here Amazon S3 you can run, and EC2, Lambda, EBS, IAM, and STS, the security token service, and the EC2 system manager. So these are the services you can basically enable on the Snowball Edge based on your requirement which you want. Example, it is for only the compute, you can easily use the EC2 instance, or if it is only for the file server, then you can use the Amazon S3. Okay, so let's see another scenario here. This is for an offline, but if you have a good bandwidth, good internet link, then you can use the data sync. Data sync is the service which we can use the install the agent on the servers, then you can sync the data from your on-premises to the cloud and migrate any service or any data. Okay, so which is very consistent to replicate your data from your on-premises to the cloud, but it's again depends on your internet bandwidth, how much you have or how much data you have to migrate. AWS Data Sync is managed data transfer service that simplifies and accelerates the migration of large amounts of data between on-premises storage systems and AWS services. Data Sync automates much of the traditionally manual process of transferring data, enabling organizations to move data quickly, efficiently, while reducing the operational overhead and cost. So it is easy to set up just an agent, install it, and boom, your data will be on cloud. And automated transfer, so you don't need to manually monitor the data transfer. If it is sometimes stuck up, it will automatically restart and do that stuff automatically. You don't need to bother about that. And the data validation, so example, the data is sync completed, again the data is validated against the on-premises and the cloud. Data validation would be taken care by the data sync service itself. And fast data transfer, so it is optimize the data while sending to the cloud, so that way the deduplication and all the things will be done on premises itself. And the security data, the data will be sent over the secure connection, so it won't be any expose of data to the internet while it is transferring through the internet, but it is not it is a encrypted method. So that's the services you can use to migrate your on-premises environment to the AWS. Example, the database migration service and the server migration service. And if in case offline migrations, you can use the snowball services. If you have a good bandwidth internet, if you wanted to migrate a larger storage environment, you can use data syncs. Analytics tools. So what are the analytic tools we can use it here? Let's see, data warehouse. So what is data warehouse? Is the process of collecting and storing large amounts of data from various sources into a centralized repository for purpose of analysis and reporting. So this is not any transactional data, so this is the data where we store it and use it for the analysis and reporting. A data warehouse is a large centralized database that is designed to support business intelligence, which is a BI in shortcut, activities such as data analysis, reporting, and decision making. This is how we can use it, the data warehouse. For data warehouse has number of benefits for the organizations, including improved data quality. One is how you can improve your data quality. Next one is faster data analysis, enhanced decision making. So this is very important. Whenever you make any decision on the organization, that should be making benefits to the organization. Reduced IT cost, so of course any organization look for an spending of their business and earning more, so that's how you can reduce your cost on IT. Data warehouse is not good for transaction, it's good for reporting. So the basically the data warehouse data type is not for the transactional database, that's what I said. It's only for reporting analysis. That's a good option to use for. So let's see in that what is the services available on AWS. So Amazon Redshift is a fully managed petabyte scale data warehousing service provided by Amazon Web Services, which is AWS. Redshift is designed to handle large scale data warehousing and analytics workloads, making it an ideal choice for organizations that need to analyze vast amount of data quickly and efficiently. You can see that the Redshift basically goes to a petabyte scale data warehousing, so that's a huge data. You can do that, right? Petabyte of scale means like how many years of data you can store it on this Redshift service. Massively parallel processing architecture. So example say that whatever the processing you are doing on the Redshift, it all the threads can run at the same time. So that's the massive parallel processing method. Example, it's not a serial method, right? So once one transaction completed, another will do, not like that. So multiple transactions, you can multiple processings, right? Not the transactions, not multiple processes you can do at the same time. So that's the huge benefit of doing your analysis and the reporting. So the reporting analysis will not take much time if you run a parallel processes. Automatic compression, so this compression will actually save you a lot of data, the data which you can compress. Handles exabyte scale data, so that's the major benefit here. Easy integration with a S3 data pipeline and AWS Glue, so you can integrate the data processing using the S3 data pipeline services and AWS Glue. So let's see what is data analytics. Analytics is the process of collecting, processing, and analyzing data to gain insights and make informed decisions. It involves using mathematical statistical techniques to uncover patterns and trends in the data, which can be used to inform business strategies, improve operations, optimize performance, to gain deeper insight. So this is analytics, basically why we run any analytics on the data, because we have to understand any uncovered patterns, if it is exist any of them, or how the business strategy is. So whatever the business you're running, right? So what is the business strategy, so inform that business strategy, improve the operations, how you can improve the operations, so wherever it is getting lag, or how the business can be improved, is there any roadblocks, or is there any improvements we can do in, you can improve those operations using the analytics data. So optimize the performance, so that is the major one to do with any analytics. Analytics can be applied to a wide range of fields, including finance, marketing, healthcare, and sports. So example, if you take in a sports of an analytics, if you see F1 racing, basically whenever the car is running on the track, the F1 racing, then on the fly, on the stream data, you can see that some analytics, like how car, the racing car is going, like how much speed it is going, how it is driving, how, which angle the direction is going, right? All this analytics data on the fly you're getting. Why? Because of this analytics services. So let's see what are the analytics services are available here. So the one service is Athena. Athena is based on open source project Apache Presto, which is distributed SQL query engine. So it is a distributed SQL query engine. So that is a major important for any analytics to run. It's not a serial method to do that, right? It's a distributed S3 query engine. So with Athena, users can write SQL queries against the data stored in S3 and retrieve results quickly, regardless of the size of the data set. Athena supports various data formats such as CSV, JSON, Parquet, and ORC. So that is the major advantage about the Athena. So Athena is powerful tool for performing ad hoc queries and analysis on large scale data sets in S3 without the need for complex infrastructure management. Pay for query, so it's not much costlier, so it's just like in a pay for query, so how many, that much data, that much fee you have to pay. Considered say serverless, because the background infrastructure and everything is maintained by AWS. So next, the AWS Glue. It's a built into top of Apache Spark, which is an open source distributed computing system. With AWS Glue, users can define ETL jobs using drag and drop interface, or by writing code in Python or Scala. AWS Glue crawlers can automatically discover and catalog metadata about the data stored in various data stores such as AWS S3, JDBC compatibility databases, and Amazon Redshift. So basically, if you point your Athena to do a metadata, the curling of AWS S3 buckets, right? So it will automatically curls the data and collects the metadata about that data which is stored on the AWS S3. Powerful and flexible ETL service helps better to understand your data. So which actually the major option, curling the data, so which is major thing, right? You don't need to input anything here, right? You can just point the data source, it automatically curls. Kinesis allows users to collect, process, and analyze real-time streaming data from various sources such as website, click streams, IoT devices, social media feeds. So where Kinesis can be used for a streaming data, like streaming data sources, like the data is coming in real. Example, if you want to identify a security patterns or security analysis you wanted to do on real time, right? Or whenever you have an organization, so you're pumping all the data to somewhere, then the streams wherever you're pumping the data, so I can connect those stream data sources to the Kinesis, so which can do a real-time process analysis, right? So which can collect the data in real time and process it and analysis in real time. So that's the major advantages if you wanted to analysis any like 0-day vulnerabilities where you have in your organization, something like that. So that would be major security point of view where you can use in real time. Analysis real-time stream data, so that is major purpose of it, and supports video, audio, application logs, website click streams, and IoT. So example, if you have any video streams, right? Example, you are running some, you are seeing at some cricket, right? So one match is running, so you are getting some live video feed. So from there you can analyze that video feed using Kinesis. Now, it can be used for applications such as security monitoring, industries, automations, and live streaming. So that's the real-time use case. So example, security monitoring, right? So one person came, right? You wanted to trace him in a Kinesis. You can do that. So handles terabytes of data per hour. One more service which is an elastic map radius, which is called as an EMR. It is designed to make it easy to process large amounts of data using popular big data processing frameworks like Apache Hadoop, Apache Spark, and Apache Hive. So this is the map reduce service, basically from the open source platforms like Apache Hadoop, Apache Spark, Apache Hive. So Amazon EMR includes pre-built installations for Hadoop, Spark, and other big data platforms, processing tools, making it easy for users to get started. So basically this is a big data like platform, right, where you can use the a number of services to do your processing stuff. Works with data frameworks, analysis data using Hadoop, built scalable data pipelines. So build and scale the pipelines, so that's the major Hadoop feature where you can build the pipelines from the multiple streams and process the data, process real-time streams. So that's the advantage for here. So another service which is a data pipeline is a web service provided by the AWS that helps users to easily move data between different AWS services and on-premises data sources. It allows users to define data processing workflows that can automate the movement and transmission of data from various sources to their desired destinations. So move data at a specific intervals by scheduling it. So the data pipelines can be run as in a scheduled pipelines. So that is the one thing you can use it for. Move the data based on specific conditions. So what are the conditions you required to move the data? Example, so and so is the logic behind it. So you can define the logic, then it can use that conditions to move the data. Sends notifications on success and failure. Service is called a quick site. It provides users can easy to use interface for creating and sharing visualizations without the need for specialized technical knowledge. So if you want to run any graphics visualization, right, you just say go to quick site and point the data source, then you can visualize it. So you can draw any type of graphs here using the quick site. You just select the chart type, then select the source, then it will automatically do your data visualization part. So you don't need to be any specialized skill you have on that visualization, but of course you have to have some statistical analytical skill. So how you can do that, what is the data, can we go here and there, but you don't need to be any specialized in that. You just have a sample how you can do that analytics. So interactive visualizations, like you can do bar charts, line charts, scatter plots and more. So that's the quick site can do. Dashboards creations, so this is a major for a business intelligence kind of dashboards. Layouts, themes and images can be used here. Collaboration and sharing options such as embedding dashboards in websites and blogs. So you have data predictions analytics are the dashboards you have created. The same dashboards can be embedded in any other websites, so to integrate with other services. Data exploration, drill down to a specific data, so that is exactly required for your any data analysis platform. Question, so you have to guess some answer. I will give you a few seconds to guess it. What is the service you can use to search data in S3? Which is answer is Athena. So Athena can do a search data in S3 bucket. So where Athena, you can just point it to the S3 bucket, which can actually do the metadata curling. So the next question, let's see, which service helps to analyze the logs from real stream? So which service can helps you to analyze the logs from a real stream? Guess it. Which is Kinesis, near real time for an app monitoring, right? So where you can just point the real time streaming data, so which can do a near to real time analysis for that data. Let's see here, I have logged into the AWS console and go to the search bar and look for a recognition, Amazon Rekognition, that is the service. You can just go ahead and click on that recognition service, and you can see there are something custom labels, label detection, image properties, image modernization and facial analysis. So here what you can do is that you can simply upload any image and it can see the facial expressions, and it can tell you how the faces looks like, and whether it is a man, female or male or anything. So you can see that this is an image I have uploaded. It says that looks like to be a male. Age range is 22 to 30 years old. Not smiling, appears to be calm, not wearing glasses. Okay, so you can see show more details here. Not wearing sunglasses, eyes are open, mouth is closed, do not have mustache, has beard. So this is something like image recognition, and here celebrity recognition also available. You can see that you can upload the image, you can say, oh, he's Mahesh Babu hero, so the faces matching 94% accurate. Okay, so if you upload any other image of any other hero or heroine, then you can see that image recognized. So let's see some facial recognition comparison here. So I'm uploading again the same image of Mahesh Babu, and I'm uploading another image to compare whether it can match the same face or not. You can see the image is already here. You can see these faces is not matched anyway. You can see that, right? This face and these faces are not matched. So I am uploading another image of Mahesh Babu, but it is a different image. You can see it says that it is also not matching, it's not equivalent, because both are different. So that accurate the face recognition service here, which is help you to recognize anything uploaded. Okay, so maybe you can upload the same image over here for the face analysis. You can see it appears to be male, 99.6%, age range is 22 to 30, and not smiling, appear to be calm, not wearing glasses. You can see not wearing sunglasses, eyes are open, mouth closed, does not have any mustache, has beard. So it's almost a similar expressions is given. Artificial intelligence and machine learning. So what is artificial intelligence? Basically, AI is broad field of computer science that focuses on creating machines or systems that can perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, such as understanding natural language, recognizing images, and making decisions. So example, so the artificial intelligence basically acts like a human intelligence, and it understand the natural languages how we speak. So they understand those natural languages, and recognizing the images and making some decision based on the data. That's the artificial intelligence. So in this there are two types of artificial intelligence. One is a rule based artificial intelligence, another is a learning based artificial intelligence. Next one, machine learning. What is machine learning? Machine learning is subfield of artificial intelligence that focuses on developing algorithms and models that enable machine to learn from data without being explicitly programmed. In other words, machine learning enables machines to learn from experience and improve their performance over time. Machine learning algorithms can classified into three categories: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. So supervised learning, in the sense they supervise the machine, like say how it's doing, and they give the directions. And unsupervised learning, so they add some data feeds and algorithms, then it will automatically learn its own. Okay, so those are the machine learnings and artificial intelligence here. Let's see what are those services can help doing artificial intelligence and machine learning in AWS. So one service is called Amazon Rekognition, is a machine learning based image and video analysis service provided by AWS. It allows developers to easily add images and video analysis capability to their applications without requiring deep expertise in machine learning or computer vision. So after this, let's see some demo on this Amazon Rekognition, how it basically works. Okay, face detection and recognition, object and scene detection. So that is the, whenever you have the video feed, the video uploaded, then it can identify the objects in it, and scene detection, what is the scene is, it can identify that detection. uh, Text recognition, so whatever the text inside that image, it can recognize that. Celebrity recognition, so there are 25,000 plus celebrities which is feeded into this machine learning based images, so that whenever you upload any celebrity name, so it will identify that celebrity name. Okay, let's see some demo on that. Image and video analysis, identify custom labels in image and videos. So if you say give the image, so it can identify the custom labels in them. Let's see here, I have logged into the AWS console and go to the search bar and look for a recognition, Amazon Rekognition, that is the service. You can just go ahead and click on that recognition service, and you can see there are something custom labels, label detection, image properties, image moderation, and facial analysis. So here what you can do is that you can simply upload any image, and it can see the facial expressions, and it can tell you how the faces looks like, and whether it is a man, female, or male, or anything. So you can see that this is an image I have uploaded. It says that looks like to be a male, age range is 22 to 30 years old, not smiling, appears to be calm, not wearing glasses. Okay, so you can see show more details here, not wearing sunglasses, eyes are open, mouth is closed, do not have mustache, has beard. So this is something like image recognition. And here celebrity recognition also available. You can see that you can upload the image, you can say, oh, he is Mahesh Babu, hero. So the face is matching 94% accurate. Okay, so if you upload any other image of any other hero or heroine, then you can see that image recognized. So let's see some facial recognition comparison here. So I'm uploading again the same image of Mahesh Babu, and I'm uploading another image to compare whether it can match the same face or not. You can see the image is already here. You can see these faces is not matched anyway. You can see that, right? This face and these faces are not matched. So I am uploading another image of Mahesh Babu, but it is a different image. You can see it says that it is also not matching, it's not equivalent, because both are different. So that accurate the face recognition service here, which is help you to recognize anything uploaded. Okay, so maybe you can upload the same image over here for the face analysis. You can see it appears to be male, 99.6%, age range is 22 to 30, and not smiling, appear to be calm, not wearing glasses. You can see not wearing sunglasses, eyes are open, mouth closed, does not have any mustache, has beard. So it's almost a similar expressions is given. So the next service is Amazon Comprehend. Comprehend is a natural language processing, which is NLP service provided by AWS. It allows developers to easily add NLP capabilities to their applications without requiring deep expertise in machine learning or NLP. So these are basically already fine-tuned services. You don't need to basically have any expertization in that, but you need to have some knowledge how it basically works, how the basics works on this, and you can use the service. So Comprehend is used for uncovers insights and relationships. So if you give a multiple data, unrelated data relationship, so it can able to map the relationships, analyze text, sentiment analysis. Amazon Comprehend can analyze text and determine whether it is positive, negative, or neutral. Uh, Topic modeling. Amazon Comprehend can automatically extract topics from large volumes of text. So that is the major advantages. If you have a large volume of the volumes of text, right, there are so many files in the text based, right, you cannot read them. It's not that easy to read the data, right? So you can feed into this, then you can identify the topics. So language detection, basically whatever the language you provided, it's a multiple languages, just like English, Chinese, Hindi, or other languages, Telugu or other languages, then it can able to detect the language type. So in real time, what is the use case? Comprehend, what is the use case? You can use it here. So one real-time use case for the Amazon Comprehend could be real social media monitoring. So example, you so many people post so many things on the social media, right? You wanted to monitoring that, right? So many businesses and organizations today rely on social media platforms to connect with their customers and to gather valuable insights about their brand, products, services. So example, you post something, so they post so many comments on that. They post some positive comments, negative comments, and neutral comments. So many things, they share it and they like it. Then what the brand value out of that? So whenever you are posting anything, so how, what people are saying about the brand, so you can easily identify that using the comprehend. However, manually analyzing social media data cannot be the like possible way and challenging, especially when dealing with large volumes of data, so unstructured data. Amazon Poly is cloud-based text-to-speech service provided by AWS. It allows developers to easily convert text into lifelike speech using the advanced deep learning technologies. So example say that whenever you say any data, so the text you just post it on the AWS Poly, so this basically speaks like a human, like almost human. So example, how I am speaking in this demonstration, right? So the similar way AWS speaks, the Poly speaks, so it almost near to the human quality data, right? Let's see some demonstration on this, how it can convert some text into the voice, right? Poly can generate high quality speech that sounds natural and human like with a variety of voice to choose from. Poly supports over 30 languages. You can see 30 languages Poly can speak. Poly is cost effective solution. Text to speech can create a custom voice. So example, say the custom voice if you give, it can match almost to similar.
Amazon Poly is a text-to-speech (TTS) service provided by Amazon Web Services (AWS) that uses advanced deep learning technologies to synthesize natural-sounding human speech from text. With Poly, developers can add voice capabilities to their applications, such as generating speech from text, and customizing aspects of the voice such as tone, speed, and pronunciation. Poly can generate speech in over 60 languages and dialects, with a variety of voices available for each language. Developers can also create custom lexicons to modify the pronunciation of specific words, as well as provide SSML, speech synthesis markup language, tags to control aspects of the speech synthesis process. Poly can be used in a variety of applications, including voice-enabled devices, language translation services, and educational applications. It can also be used to generate audio content for podcasts and videos, as well as to provide audio feedback for users in applications such as customer service chatbots.
So what is the use case, real-time use case for the Amazon Poly, right? Many people with disabilities such as visual impairments, many have difficulty accessing text-based context on website or mobile applications. Example, say you have a visualization, right? You can just go to the text-based website and you can read the content, articles, and you can learn it. But the visually implement people, how they can listen to those, so we can see those websites, right? So you can integrate Amazon Poly, then it can automatically read that text as a human. It will tell the content to the visually impaired people, so they can also get benefited by the articles and news whatever they posted on the websites. By using the Amazon Poly, developers can convert text-based context into speech, making it accessible to users who can read the text. For example, a travel booking application could be used Amazon Poly to provide lifelike speech output for flight information, hotel reservations, and travel itineraries, right? Example, if you want to book some flight, so there is assistant, right, or how to book that, so you can direct that. A virtual assistant application could use Amazon Poly to provide natural and human-like responses to the user queries, making them interaction more engaging and satisfying. Example, the customer support people, whenever you are engaging, then I say, so I need so and so flight information, so which flight comes when and what is the time, is it arrived, it is not arrived, so all the details. So this can be not directly redirected to the human. The Poly can do that if the application is capable of using that Poly. The next, see that AWS SageMaker. SageMaker is a fully managed service that provides developers and data scientists with the ability to build, train, and deploy machine learning models at scale in the cloud. So this can be in a machine learning models, the data science models, where you can build and train the machines so that they can learn, prepare the data for models, train and deploy models, provides deep learning. You can also convert the deep learning model, you can build it and convert as an Amazon machine images, then somebody can deploy that, build whatever you build it. Used for fraud detection, machine learning models to analyze sensor data and predict when equipment or machinery is like to fail. This is more important to for the production environments. Like example, when the machinery is going to likely to fail, as an estimation, like so many days it might fail, then before it fails, actually it gets some feed to the user or feedback to the user, then the user can act quickly and do the fixing so quick, so it won't fail before. Basically no need to wait for it to fail, then you can fix it immediately. Next service is AWS Translate. It allows developers to easily translate text from one language to another using the advanced deep learning technologies. So this is very important. Statistical machine translation approaches, it uses one of the approach, provides real-time and batch language translation, supports many languages, so it can support many languages for converting from one language to the another language, translate many content formats. You can easily upload the text file, or you can easily upload Word format, PDF format, then it can easily translate that content to the same formatted translation. High quality translations. Real time use case for this one is Amazon Translate could be included a chatbot that automatically translate customer enquiries from one language to another, enabling businesses to better serve customers in a different regions. Example, say that you have developed some product, right? You're selling in China, right? The China people speaks Chinese, but you cannot understand the Chinese, right? So then what you can do is that you can integrate this AWS Translate, then China, whatever the China is queried from the other region, that can be converted as English to you. You can reply in English, that is converted to the Chinese on other side. So the user won't get affected, and the same support person can support multiple region. Last one, which is an AWS Lex helps to build conversational interfaces like chatbots. So basically, whenever you say, hey, I need this product, right? If you have a catalog, the chatbot can reply, hey, here is your so and so, and it can give you the recognize speech and understand the language, right? So whatever you are telling, and the chatbot can reply to that. So powers Amazon Alexa. So basically Alexa uses Lex. So that's the Amazon uses for Alexa is built for. Build highly engaging chatbots, natural language understanding. So NLU. So basically whatever the language you say, hey Alexa, play so and so song, then it plays the song for you. That's the Lex is built in Alexa. Real-time use cases for Amazon Lex could be include a chatbot that provides customer support and e-commerce website, allowing customers to ask questions about products and services, check order status, and get help with returns and refunds. Useful chatbot that can build on any website. Another use case could be a voice enabled assistant for smart home device, allowing users to control lights, temperature, other devices using the natural language commands. Example, say Alexa, turn off the lights, then it can do the turn off. So Alexa, good night, then it can set up your room temperature and switch on the AC for you. Okay, so this kind of example you can use it for an Amazon Lex, right? So that's the artificial intelligence and machine learning services on AWS. Developer tools. So what is developer tools, and how many developer tools are there, and what are the use of them, how you can use them to develop the code? Let's see that. AWS offers a suite of developer tools designed to help developers build, test, and deploy applications more quickly and efficiently. Developers can build the code, and they can test the code, and they can deploy the code using the developer tools. What are the tools available here on the AWS, which is Cloud9, Code Commit, Code Deploy, Code Build, Code Pipeline, X-Ray, Code Start. These are the tools AWS in available for the as a developer tools. So what those tools do and how you can use them, let's see. AWS Cloud9. Cloud9 is a cloud-based integrated development environment, which is called as an IDE. So you don't need to install any IDE on your environment to write the code. So you just go to the web browser and access the Cloud9. You can write any type of code. So those pre-existing development is already available. That provides a full featured development environment accessible from anywhere via web browser. It allows developers to write, run, and debug code with just a web browser, eliminating the needs for developer to install and configure software on their local machines. So you don't need to install any softwares, you don't need to configure any development environment. You just go to browser and log into the Cloud9. You can ready to go to write the code. So the development environment is already ready. Write the code using web browser, integrated development platform, so which is called as an IDE. Supports popular programming languages, collaborate in real time on the same code regardless of location, using shared workspace. Example, if you're writing the code, right, the same code can be modified or committed by the other developer or the peer review kind of. You can use that so that you can quickly collaborate with the other developers or the peer reviews to correct the code or help the development. Security wise, so automation, so automatic session shutdown. So for the certain period of time, if you're inactive, the session will be shut down automatically. Encryption of data at rest. Example, what are the data you write which is encrypted after the code is saved. And two-factor authentication, so MFA is enabled for the Cloud9, so that way your code is not to be accessed to anyone until unless you have authenticated MFA and the session login has been provided. Logged into AWS console, and in search bar you can search for Cloud9 and click on that Cloud9 link, and it will launch the Cloud9 page, and click on create environment. Now it will ask you for the name of what is the environment you would like to put it. So for now I put it as techarkit Cloud9, and you can write the description, and you can select the EC2 instance and instance type and click create. So you don't need to do anything here, just say create the environment, so it will automatically spin off your EC2 instance and install the required installables, the environment, required environment. Then once it is ready, it says that your environment is ready. Then you can see that, go to EC2 instance and see there is a EC2 instance is running behind, and it will set up with all the required libraries for you. Then you can access this Cloud9 IDE using the URL, and from once you access from the URL, you can just write the code and execute the code from there itself. Okay, let's wait for a moment. So it might be spinning up the EC2 instance, and it would be ready in a few minutes. It's again depends on the region. Some region does not have the, okay, you can see that now it is completed. Now what you can do is that click on that name and see what is the environment it is provisioned and the details, and you can click on this open button here to see the environment, right? You can click on that naming, you can see this is the environment which is available for you. Now you can go back to your environment and click open. So now it's tried to open the Cloud9 environment. It for the first time it takes a little time because it set up the environment. So now I'm not wasting any time here, just go ahead and create the file to our development code, right? So the file has been created here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to write a small if statement in Python. So it's just an if statement. Let's just like name equal to Ravi. If name equal to Ravi, then print hi Ravi. Then if it is not equal to Ravi, then print done. Okay, that's it. And just close the file, try to close the tab, and it will ask you for the save the file. And I'm giving the file name as if.py. Then save that. Then click on that one and click run. So now you can see that hi Ravi, done. So the file has been executed. You can see that there is a green button on the above. You have to click run, or green button here, you can click run, then it will click execute the environment. So after that, make sure you delete the environment, because if you keep on running, you will get the billing, right? So to do that, you select the environment and click delete, and type delete, D should be in capital. Then it will take a few moments to delete your environment. It will delete your IDE access as well as your instance which is been created as part of your environment. It will terminate the EC2 instance. Okay, it might take a few moments to delete that. Wait for until that, then go to EC2 instance console and verify that whether your EC2 instance has been terminated or not. Okay, otherwise it will billing has been added to your account if you're not using. So this is just for a demo purpose. I just created the IDE environment to show you guys, but if at all not required, you can see that is has been successfully completed. You go to EC2 console, right, and see you could able to the instance has been terminated states. That's what we want for the this. Code commit is a source control system for private Git repository. Create repositories to store code, commit, branch, and merge code. Collaborate with other software developers. Manage version of source code files for applications. Code commit can be used to manage source code and different versions of application files. Code commit is similar to GitHub, just like a GitHub tool for the code commit, but it is in a private repositories where you cannot publish them. So, but it's all private repositories you can share internally with the internal private users. So that's the code commit. Code pipeline. Code pipeline automates the software release process. It allows you to define and automate your release pipeline, which includes building, testing, and developing your code changes. Example, adding your code and a pipeline automation. Whenever you develop the code, you commit it to the repository, right? Code commit repository example. Then the development environments, the automation picks up at the development, right, dev code, and it's do the QA testing for your code. Then it moves to the production and use the other tools like the code deploy, the code build. Then it builds the code, then you deploy the code. So this way, so you can define the code pipelines. Example, say whenever the code is committed, it will automatically do the error correction or errors. If any errors, it automatically throws out the code will be validated and the testing has been done, and pre-executions and test in the environment. Then it applies and it deploys on the code wherever you deploy as a deployment destination defined in the pipeline. Quickly deliver new features and updates. This is very popular one, like you don't need to basically bring down the environment or test it properly or all this stuff, right? So it will automatically test it and push it to the code pipeline, release the updates. You can integrate code pipeline with other services such as code build, code deploy, and Elastic Beanstalk to create a custom pipeline that meets your specific needs. Another tool is called Code Build that compiles source code, run tests, and produces software packages that are ready to deployment. It allows you to automate your build process, eliminate the need to maintain your own build infrastructure, and reducing the time and effort required for building and testing code. So this is basically what you do. So whenever your code is written on the Cloud9, so you don't need to basically build the code or run the test. So it will automatically build your code and produces the software packages for you. That's the code build usage. Building based on the build times minutes, how many minutes you use for the building the code, that is as a building measurement. Compile source code and run automated test, enabling continuous integration and continuous delivery. So it is called as a CI/CD pipelines you can integrate with. So enabling the continuous integration and continuous delivery. Produces build artifacts ready to be deployed. So it will automatically provides you artifacts ready so that you can use it to for a deployment. Build specifications which are written in YAML or JSON format to be defined to build steps and environment for your project. The build specifications, what are the build specifications which are written in YAML or JSON format? Co-deploy, fully managed deployment service that automates software deployments to a variety of computing services such as Amazon EC2 instances, on-premises servers, and Lambda functions. Co-deploy basically go to EC2, Fargate, Lambda, and on-premises. So it is used for deploying the code. Maintains applications uptime. It maintains the application uptime to deploy the code. Continuous deployment, automatic updates rollout. So example, say small automatic updates you have, then what you can do is that you can roll out those updates to the larger scale using the co-deploy. Supports blue-green deployments, in-place deployments, and canary deployments. That's the co-deploy advantage. You can use it for services like EC2, Fargate, Lambda, and on-premises environments for deploying and rolling out the automatic updates to your software. X-Ray is a service that helps to debug and analyze distributed applications such as those built using a microservices architecture. Example, if you build any application architecture using the microservices, right, that if you get any issues using the microservices, which is a decoupled environment, then debugging and analyzing it's too hard or too hard to identify the root cause or the problem if you have a deep decoupled environment in the microservices. But if you integrate X-ray to debug and analyze these distributed applications, so it would be more easy to identify here is your problem, here is your code issues, right? Whatever the issues, it can easily debug that. It enables you to visualize the architecture of your application, trace requests, and identify performance bottlenecks. So this is very useful tool, I could say. Distributed tracing, making it easier to identify the root cause of any issues. Visualization, so it provides the visualization. If you point your environment to the X-ray, X-ray provides a visualization of entire application architecture, including all services and resources that uses. Performance analysis, that is very important for any applications, how it is performing and where the traces request. Example, if you have X-ray, right, you have EC2 instance and you have database instance or RTS instance, then point this X-ray to that environment and trace the request. Say how my data transaction is going, then the X-ray can help you where the request is going. Example, if you have load balancers in between, so how the trace is receiving and trace is delivered to your databases, the connections is working fine or not. So this way you can debug your code and easily identify the root causes, especially if you have a decoupled microservice environment architecture. CodeStar, service that helps you deploy, build, and deploy applications on AWS. It provides a integrated experience for managing the entire software development lifecycle from coding to development. So you develop the code, build the code, and deploy the code using the code stack. Easy to use integrated tool set, so there are some already integrated tool set available with the code star. And scalability, so you don't worry about the scalability because it's a managed service provided by the AWS, so it will automatically scales to the your requirement, how much you use it. And pre-built templates, there are some pre-built template available, you can use those to ease your work. Collaborate with code commit, code build, and code deploy, so it can easily be integrated with this code commit, code build, and code deploy services. Contains issue tracking dashboard, so this is the any development cycle you are doing or any software release you are programmed to deliver the application. Then the issue tracker is the main dashboard where how many issues you have, how many issues are resolved, so what are the roadblockers, are the what are the issues that are major and the blocking the development process. All this you can easily identify using this code star, so that is the service is for. Deployment and infrastructure management tools, what we can use that and why we need that. Deployment tools are used to automate the process of deploying software applications to servers, cloud platforms, or other environments. Example, so the deployment tools and the management tools are very important for the infrastructure management. Example, if you wanted to deploy a antivirus software to 800 to 900 servers, then what you can do, either you can do log into the each and every server and install it. That will take a numerous time to do that. If you have a deployment tools, then what you can do, simply go to the deployment tool and define the process and upload the automated script and upload the software, antivirus software, then define the rule, then will automatically install in all of the servers in few hours. So that is the time saving process, and it make easy and it make consistent while you do any activities on the systems. So that's the deployment and management tool is used for. These tools helpful ensure that the application is deployed correctly and consistently across multiple environments, reducing errors, speeding up deployment process. These services help you quickly stand up new applications, automate the management infrastructure, and provide real-time visibility into system health. So that's the major advantage for the infrastructure management or the administrator, infrastructure administrators. IAC, infrastructure as a code, a method of managing provisioning IT infrastructure using machine readable definition files rather than manual configuration. Example, if a developer team is asking you to build one environment, example like they need some EC2 instance, they need some Python installations and some S3 buckets, load balancers, and all they need to create. In that case, so if you do it manually, then you might not make the same infrastructure what you have created at the first time. Next thing is that it might vary the configuration while you do, but if you make that as a code, just like in a template where you define, hey, bring up this EC2 instance and install these Python packages, install these dependent packages and all, then make the environment ready and connect to the load balancers and make the S3 bucket ready and install those keys and all the things. Then that would be very useful. And the environment, how many times you run the template, it would be intact infrastructure, how many times you deploy the code. That is called as an infrastructure as a code. You define the infrastructure as a code which can be version controlled, tested and automated. So what is the benefits you get? Consistency is the main one. Automation, reusability, so you can use the same code so many times. The infrastructure build is intact, so there is no change, there is no manual errors or the mistakes you can do. Disaster recovery is easy. Example, you already have the code but your environment is not working, so troubleshooting of the infrastructure with the complex architectures, right, it makes so much of time taking process and it's difficult to troubleshoot those processes if any errors here. But in a cloud, what you can do is that take that code and rebuild the infrastructure. So what are the tools we have on AWS as a deployment and configuration tools? One is CloudFormation tool. You have service that allows you to define and manage your AWS infrastructure as code. CloudFormation, you can create templates using JSON or ML syntax to describe your infrastructure resources such as EC2 instances, load balancers, databases, security groups, and more. What you can do, so you can define a template using the JSON or ML format, and you can describe the resources. Hey, this resource is for this resource is this for this, so and so. Then you can play the template, it will create the infrastructure for you. Create templates for the resources you wanted to provision. Infrastructure as a code, so that is the tool is used for infrastructure as a code. Automation, so this is majorly used for most of the times automation purpose, like how many times you want to create the same environment, that can be done using the same template. Same template you can repeatedly run, the same consistent infrastructure will be created. Once you define your infrastructure in CloudFormation template, you can use it to create, update, delete resources automatically. So that's the major thing you can do using the CloudFormation. So let's see some demo here using the CloudFormation, how you can deploy the infrastructure like the EC2 instance and associated services with the CloudFormation template. Elastic Beanstalk. AWS Elastic Beanstalk is an excellent choice for developers who wanted to deploy and manage web applications easily without worrying about the underlying infrastructure. It provides automatic scaling, load balancing, monitoring and logging, easy deployment options, and customization capabilities make it a great tool for building and managing scalable web applications on AWS. So here what you can do is that, example, if you wanted to deploy a web applications, so you don't need to worry about what infrastructure I have to select, what is the instance type I have to select and all, right? You just go to the Beanstalk and define the configuration. That's it. So it will automatically deploy your web applications and it make it ready, just give you the URL and okay, here is you have to access and you can just simply access that, and it's automatically scales based on the load. Station service that provision resources. So this is an orchestration service that provisions the resources based on the definition. Monitors application health. It automatically connects the application health to monitor and platform updates. If you want to do any updates to the platform, you can still do that using the Elastic Bean Stack. AWS Works. AWS Works is a powerful tool that allows you to automate your infrastructure configuration and management using popular open source configuration management like Chef and Perfect. So this is a configuration management tool. Example say that you have some Ansible, Chef, Perfect tools, right? What these tools do is, example, you have thousands or thousands of servers. You wanted to configure the some services or definitions, anything. This Chef and Perfect will have agents installed on the servers. Then you can define the centralized configuration location. Then the configuration will be applied to the all the servers. Example, if I wanted to create a SSH user or the SSH access to the particular users to 100 servers, example, then what you can do is that I can simply make one group those 100 servers, then define this configuration like so and so user would be created, and this is the SSH access you need to provide, and so configuration file will be applied. Then periodically the agents will check for the configuration refreshment. If there is any new configuration, it applies to the defined group of servers. That's the configuration management tool. It provides managed instances, configuration management, customization, monitoring and logging, easy deployment options, and integration with other AWS services, making it a great choice for managing complex infrastructure configurations and deployments on AWS. So this is basically a Chef or Puppet like tools. This is an open source configuration management tool which is called as an AWS Works. Configuration management. So you can use the configuration management. Customizable allows you to create custom recipes and cookbooks. So those are the configurations you can make it. Monitoring and logging, and so you can also do a monitoring and logging would be made easy using this AWS Works tool. Managed instances provides Chef and Perfect managed instances. So they already have the pre-built Chef and Puppet management instances, so you don't need to worry about to install and configure anything here. So just go to the AWS Works and deploy the use that configuration management tool and manage your EC2 instances and other AWS services. Log into AWS console and go to search bar and type CloudFormation and click on that CloudFormation, and it will redirect you the CloudFormation page. Now you can see that so I have old template from Cloud9, so I'm just deleting that one. Click delete. So the stack is already deleted. I'm just deleting that stack is defined. So I'm going to create the new stack. Here select the template is ready and select the upload the file, but here so I have to define the file. So in this my GitHub repository techarkit, if you go to the AWS lab guide, you have this template. You just copy that entire definition of the template and save it to the text file. Then either you can also download that template file and upload it here, or maybe you can just copy it to the text file and save it, then upload that file. So that would be enough for your code. So this is the code which is going to be automated for you to provision the EC2 instance using the CloudFormation templates. Okay, so now my file has been saved. You can just go to upload, browse that file and upload that file. So it will actually upload that file to the AWS S3 bucket, then deploy it using the CloudFormation. You can see that it is automatically created. Now you can say define the stack name, what you call it as. Okay, so for now it is not test and dev or anything, so I can just say techarkit demo for the CloudFormation. Okay, and you can select the EC2 instance type, which is actually T2 micro I have defined, and select the key pair to log in for after the instance is up and running, and allow SSH connection. Then you can just go, if you want to assign any role, IAM role, you can assign it, but I just wanted to put a key, something like what is the purpose of that one. So testing the deployment using the CloudFormation. So I said testing deployment. Now go next, and so here you don't need to do anything, just review it and submit it. So now your stack will be created, and in a few minutes, it takes some time to refresh this, and by the time your CloudFormation will be executed and your resource will be ready in few minutes. You can see now it's created your resources what you have defined on the template on the stack, and now you can go to the EC2 instance and look at that. Okay, and you can see the resources tab, so it is say that the resource is already completed. You can click on that EC2 instance, then you can see the EC2 instance would be up and running. Okay, that is what we need, and that is what we have deployed on the CloudFormation to deploy the EC2 instance with security group. So now you can say select that stack and say delete. So what happens is that it will delete the all the resources which you have provisioned using that stack. Okay, go to instances and see the instance has been terminated. If you go to the security groups, the security groups created by that stack also has been deleted. So that's how you can code the infrastructure and build the infrastructure. How many times you run this template, messaging services. So what are all messaging services and how they can help the business? AWS offers a range of messaging and integration services that can help business communicate with their customers, process data, and connect to different systems and applications. Messaging services can help businesses to communicate with the customer. Example, sending the messages saying that hey, your order is ready, your order is completed, your order is in process, or delivery is in process, so and so the status messages will be sent, or billing messages will be sent to the customer based on the status, so that the customer is intimated based on the status, so you would be getting the status. So what you can do here, so monolithic applications, microservices, tight coupling, loose coupling. So what are those application types, like what is monolithic applications and microservices, how we can do the existing infrastructure, right? The tight coupling infrastructure and the loose coupling infrastructure. So how you can do that, what is the difference between them, and let's see that. So here if you take the tight coupling versus loose coupling, here if you see on the left hand side, the tight coupling in the sense existing most of the applications which is not a microservices, most of the times they have the infrastructure with example ERP systems you have, right? ERP systems are tightly coupled, so they have the complete dependency on each and every component. So they have the multiple components in it, like the database servers, application stack, web stack, all this stuff. If the database stack is down, then the entire ERP is down. Or in middleware, if there is any web tier is down, then the entire service is disrupted. Like, it is completely dependent, interdependent on one service to the another service. That's why it is called as a tight coupled systems. More interdependent systems and easier to develop. Examples of whenever you are developing any such a kind of applications, it is easy because it is a intercomponent, so you don't need to specially design anything here. Faster development, deployment, because it's completely dependent applications. So once deploy 1 second 2 3 4 steps, you follow this step by step process, right? Like, one first deploy this, second deploy this, third deploy this, something like that, then the deployment would be easy. Limited scalability, because you have the tightly coupled applications. If you scale one component, so it is dependent on other components. That's why it has a limited scalability. High maintenance, because of course you have to maintain all the components, if whether the component is required for you or not, but you have to have that component in place, so that in cost wise licensing is high. And the maintenance, because you have to maintain multiple systems to maintain all the components intact. So that's the one thing. And risk of failure, this is the major one. If you are talking about the tight coupling and loose coupling, the risk of failure is, that's what I said. So if one of the component is failed, so the entire system to be failed, because they are interdependent systems. So if you come to the loose coupling infrastructure, loose coupling is less interdependent, because they are not, most of the times the dependency is less. That's why they call this as less interdependent. Increased scalability, because these are not dependent on each system, so you can scale their own. Improved fault tolerance, because they don't have a most interdependent system, because these are less interdependent. That's why it's improved in fault tolerance. Greater agility, so you can easily scale up and scale down systems, so that's what there's a greater agility, you can do that. Data integrity is complex, because they are multiple own systems, they are multiple their own systems, dependency on other system is very less, so you have to maintain the data integrity between all these systems which are loosely coupled. Example, you have a microservices with a loosely coupled infrastructure, then it might takes the data integration between those microservices would be complex. Managing multiple services, like if you have a multiple services deployed on this loosely coupled infrastructure, would be, you can manage them, but sometimes the integration for those data between the multiple services would be too hard, but still you can do that. But of course, what is the difference, main difference here? So the risk of failure in tight coupling infrastructure, and here it is a major improvement on that particular, and there is not much of a risk of failure here, but the data integrity between the services would be a complex one. Let's see what are the services available to tackle this infrastructure here on the AWS. AWS has a simple queue service, which is basically used to queuing the request, right? So how you can do that? SQS provides highly scalable distributed message queue that enables decoupling of different components of a software application making it more scalable and fault tolerant, because they are not interdependent. They are different microservices with a loose coupling infrastructure, but still there is a mediator between these services to have the messaging service. So the the queuing service will, what it will do, it will queue the requests between the multiple microservices in SQS, then it processes. So that's why they are not interdependent, but of course they are less interdependent. Still they are dependent on SQS to process, but it is very less dependency. SQS allows developers to create and manage message queues that can be used to transmit any type of data, including text, images, and JSON. Messages are sorted in a queue until they processed by a receiver application. When a message is processed, it is removed from the queue. So that's how it's processed. So once message is sent to the SQS, unless the message is processed and received by the application, so it does not move it out of the queue. So it is a standard queuing process used best effort delivery approach, which means the messages are not guaranteed to be delivered in the order they were sent. So it's a standard queuing process, whatever the best effort to put it a parallel processing in place, so that whatever the process which completes earlier will be delivered earlier. And it uses fast in fast out process, FIFO, FIFOQ, fast in fast out. Example say that, so whoever comes first, he delivers fast, whoever comes next, he'll deliver next. So the first message comes and it processes and it delivers, the next message comes and it processes, delivers. So in way, whoever comes first means the timing of that message is fast, so it processes first, then the next message will be picking up and process. So that is called as a FIFO process, fast in fast out. Allows components to component communication using messages. Messages are processed in a asynchronous manner. So the next service is Amazon Event Bridge. Is a serverless event bus service offered by AWS. Serverless means the infrastructure completely is managed by the AWS. You don't need to worry about the underlying infrastructure in this case. That is called as a serverless event bus service. It enables developers to build event-driven applications by providing a central event bus that can receive events from a wide variety of sources such as AWS services, SaaS applications, custom applications, and more. Example, this is like just an event triggered processing. So I say that, hey, send some messages. Like example, I have uploaded some files to S3 bucket. So once S3 buckets triggers an event saying that, hey, this file is uploaded, then the event bridge will take that message and do an action. So you can define that, hey, if any event of uploading will be triggered to the event bridge, then you can do the further process, like trigger one more event. Example, processing the file to the database, or scanning the file and uploading to somewhere else, or process the data of that file, something like that. You can define the process using this event based on the event. Example, that the data is uploaded to the AWS S3, then take that event and process that file to the RDS, something like that. Event bridge allows developers to define rules that route events to targets such as AWS Lambda functions, Amazon SNS topics, Amazon SQS queues, and more. When an event is received on the event bus, Event Bridge applies the defined rule to determine which target should receive the event. So that's the example here. So it's a decoupling infrastructure example. You don't need to depend on the microservice is not dependent on another microservice, because the microservice sent triggers on an event rule. When the rule is triggered, the microservices will receive an action, then it's process that. So it is less interdependent, but it still depend on event bridge service, but it is still not completely dependent. It is a interdependent process. That's called as a decoupling infrastructure. Flexible event driven applications. So that's the more flexibility you have on event driven applications. So let's see what is the next service here. The next service is Amazon MQ, which is also contribute to your messaging services. Amazon MQ is managed message broker service provided by Amazon Web Services AWS that enables applications to communicate by exchanging messages. So it enables applications to communicate by exchanging the messages. Example, say you send hi, then it sends hi. So that's how the exchanging the messages. So it supports multiple messaging protocols such as AMQP, MQTT, STOMP, and OpenWire, and you can be used to integrate applications running on different platforms, right, programming languages and operating systems. So that's the major support can be provided by the AWS MQ. So it also runs Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud instances, so it can also run the MQ on EC2 instances and can be easily configured and managed using AWS Management Console, the AWS CLI or Amazon MQ API. So you can also use AWS CLI to manage this one, or API calls. You can also use the API calls to use this MQ service. It provides features such as message encryption, message filtering, and message deduplication. So if you send the multiple messages in a duplicate manner, so it says that hey, it is a duplicated message, it can identify that in the queue, as well as automatic failover and scaling capability. Example, it can fail over to the service. The next one is Amazon AppSync, that simplifies the process of building scalable and secure GraphQL APIs. AppSync allows developers to create APIs that can fetch data from multiple data sources, including AWS services like DynamoDB, Elasticsearch, Lambda, and so example. So here what it can do is that it is actually providing the GraphQL API, so where you can fetch multiple data sets from the multiple sources like DynamoDB, Elasticsearch, and Lambda and other services. Then it can able to create a graph, right, the languages, right, for fetching the data from the multiple sources and combining them. Building a real-time applications, mobile and web applications, data synchronization between the services would be more helpful. That's what decoupling infrastructure do, right? It's not completely dependent, but it's less interdependent service, so that the messages, right, the data synchronization between the multiple services, how that communicates between the application to application. Data analytics you can also use for data analytics with this AppSync service. One real-time use case for the AWS AppSync is building a real-time chart application. So example, chatbots, right? chat applications you can build. In a chat applications, user expect to see messages from other users in real time without needing to refresh the page or manually retrieve new messages. Example, so when some applications you send a message hi, then the reply is already sent. Sometimes you have to refresh your application to get the message synchronized, but this opsync already have the data synchronization process in place, so you don't need to refresh the chat. It will automatically say hi, then it will send the hi, then something like that. The messages are flow in a real manner, real time, near to real time. It's not any delay whenever the message is sent. So that's the example, the real-time example where you can use the AppSync. AppSync can be used in a chat applications to sync a real-time chat information. So that's the real-time example for that. So those are the messaging services from the AWS. So this is the very important for the examination on the technology part. Amazon messaging services and integration services. So what are these services? You can use it to integrate the decoupled systems. You can have the communication between those applications. Let's see, one of the services, Amazon Simple Notification Service, that enables applications to send messages to multiple subscribers or endpoints. So that's what example say that in YouTube you have the subscribe button, right? Say, hey, subscribe to my channel. Then whenever you click on that subscribe button, so you are the subscriber for my channel, then whenever I upload any new video, then you get a notification saying that, hey, techarkit is uploaded new video, here is the video. Then you can click on that link, you will be launched to my YouTube channel on that new video, then you can process it. So that's why I'm requesting users to subscribe to that YouTube channel so that they get notified on the new subscription button. That way the simple SNS also will do have the subscribers and endpoints, so that whenever any new topic is posted, the new topic receive the messages, then they will be sent the notifications. SNS provides a flexible and scalable messaging service that can be used for a wide range of use cases such as sending alerts, notifications, or update. So this is very useful in nowadays. Example, you ordered something on Amazon, say, hey, you ordered 10 pens on this Amazon, here is your order details. You will get a email message as well as your SMS to your mobile saying that here is your order and order details. Click on this link to see the more information on that order. That's a alert or the notification sent to you. And update also sent to you. Example, the package is ready, then package is shipped, then you get a notification that your package is ready and shipped. Here is your tracking details. That's the SNS can help the use cases to integrate multiple notifications into the SNS. SNS allows developers to create topics to which subscribers can be added. A topic is a logical access point that allows publishers to send messages to a group of subscribers. Subscribers can be added to the topic using various protocols such as HTTP, HTTPS, email, SMS, mobile push notifications, and more. Example, all the subscribers, example, the techarkit subscribers are in single group. So that's why whenever I publish any video, they all receive a notification saying that techarkit uploaded new video, like that. So if any topics, example, they wanted to send a product, new product launch or offers, example, if you shop in any of the shopping mall, then they take your mobile number, right? They put it under your subscription details, like say they, so here is the user. Whenever they launch any offers, any new products or any festivals or anything, they send on a SMS notification, push notification. If you install the applications of that shopping mall, then say, hey, here is 50% off from this week to this week on the message. So that way, so you are a subscriber to that particular group member, then you will receive the alerts, SMS notifications via email, SMS, push notifications. So it's a highly scalable environment because it is not interdependent, less interdependent, and flexibility you have, and all the applications works on this messaging feature, and easy to use. You don't need to basically do anything here. It is provided by the AWS, and it's automatically grows based on the your demand, so it can easy to use and cost effective solution. So the next service you have is simple email service. This simple email service is basically used for a large campaigns. Example, you have to run a large product campaigns, so you have some offers or you have some special launchings or anything you wanted to largely send a notifications, email notifications for the marketing purpose. So this service can be used. SES is a cloud-based email sending service that allows you to send and receive emails using your own email addresses and domains. With AWS SES, you can send transactional emails, marketing emails, and other types of high quality content to your customers. AWS SES provides a number of features including email sending, receiving, email analytics, email content filtering, and more. It is designed to be easy to use and integrated with other AWS services such as AWS Lambda and AWS S3. One of the key benefits of using AWS SES is its scalability. You can use AWS SES to send millions of emails per day. Of course, you have to have anti-spam program enabled, otherwise all the mails will go into the spam. That would be another use case for to send a millions of mails, a one-to-one email, if the user is receiving side is fine. Otherwise, if they mark it as spam, most of the mails will go into the spam for that spam policy, and it will automatically scale to meet your needs. Additionally, AWS SES provides high level of reliability and deliverability, ensuring that your emails reach their intended recipients. So example, so this can also provide some analytics saying that your email is received to the user and they read the email or not. So those information can be provided on the analytics saying that how many are received, how many are really see that email, and how many are acted on that email based on the URL analytics as well, combining together. So it will show you that okay, so this many users are received the email, this many users are interested in looking at the email, and this many users reached back to that particular URL to look at the offers. So that's how it can provide the deep analytics on that particular email campaigns. So that's all about the this messaging and integration services on AWS. Auditing, monitoring, and logging. So basically, why you need auditing, monitoring, and logging. It's very important for the infrastructure guys to keep a tracking on all of the services and security audits and internal audits, external audits. They have to provide the reference or evidence to each and every action if it is a compliance matters, right? So infrastructure auditing, monitoring and logging are essential for maintaining the security and performance of an organization's IT infrastructure. So what is the driven method here is ensure the compliance. Example, if the organization is say signed for compliance to a PCI DSS compliance or HIPAA compliance or GDPR compliance. Example, if you take a GDPR compliance example, right, your data, whatever the data sharing with an European clients, right, the European region clients, then the data stored at European region itself. And if the European region data is stored on the European region, that can only be accessed within the local, or you can access wide range to the world, but European personal data cannot be published. So that's the GDPR law says. But how you are author to that policy in terms, then so there that's required a evidence. So how we can provide the evidence? If you log your logging, so what you can see that if you log the messages, auditing messages, monitoring messages, right, then you can provide the evidence using any other application. Hey, here is my log from so and so, I did not breach any data. Or you can also monitor the security complaints if somebody accessed the data, unauthorized access, or somebody trying to log in so and so, then you can also do that. So you can also use for security vulnerabilities, assessing the risks and detects issues. Example, network conjunctions, application errors, or server downtimes. You can also monitor them by logging, and you can estimate the downtime for the servers. To ensure performance, you have the capacity plannings. Example, if you have the how the server is performing, overall, or how the device overall infrastructure is performing, you can gather the logging and put it together. Then you can make some graphs and estimations so that you can do the capacity and performance. Identify usage patterns. So how the usage patterns, so how you are using actually users. If any malicious things inside your network, then there might be a different patterns to easily identify and do that. Okay, hey, here is your before patterns, and the different patterns has been changed. You can diagnose that, right? And if any issues you find, then you should require some logging information, like where is the error and where actually it is triggered from and which service is doing some errors. You can diagnose those issues using the logging. And monitoring the complaints, as I said, so you have the complaints, but you have to be monitored that to provide the evidence that you are compliant to that particular service or the process. So what are the services can help you to do this? So one service is CloudWatch. Amazon CloudWatch is monitoring and management service provided by AWS Web Service. It helps you to monitor resources, collect and track metrics and log files, collect logs and events on AWS resources. So this is the CloudWatch has the multiple services on CloudWatch. Basically it logs events, alarms, metrics, and so many things. Detects anomalies in your environment. So if is there any anomalies, it will detect that using this AWS CloudWatch. Monitoring containerized applications. So containerized applications would be more complex to monitor, but CloudWatch can do easily. And monitoring serverless applications, just like in a Lambda service, can be monitored using the CloudWatch. Set alerts. Example, say, hey, my CPU utilization, if it is goes more than 80%, send me an alert. Then the CloudWatch have those rules. Then while watching the or monitoring these applications metrics, then the metric says, hey, one of the server is reaching so and so, sets alarm set, then it triggers an alert and send an email. So here is your instance, it's reaching more than 80% CPU utilization. Visualize the logs for easy understanding. You can also use this visualization tool with the cloud so that you can visualize that alerts. It would be easy for searching in a number of lines of log. Visualization would be more easy to understand. What are the CloudWatch services you have here, which are CloudWatch metrics, which is used for utilization, traffic, and IO. So the disk IO can be can be watched using this CloudWatch metrics, and the network traffic and the utilization of the resources can be watched here. CloudWatch logs, resources logs, stream data can be watched here. And CloudWatch alarms. So the alarms always watches for the rules where if you trigger a CPU utilization or the memory utilization or the disk utilization or any kind of the server is down or so and so, then it triggers an alarm to the email whatever you specified. CloudWatch events automate tasks like start and stop the EC2 instance. Example, you have a scenario where your customers are increasing so many times, like any festivals you have or any special occasions you have, so there would be a more and more traffic will come. Then it should be a CloudWatch event saying that, hey, your EC2 instance CPU utilization going more than 90%, then the event will be triggered. Then you can attach that event to an auto scaling bridge, auto scaling method, then it will trigger or bring up another EC2 instance to support your infrastructure. If the event says that your CPU utilization is less and there are not much users with the using, then you can also decrease the infrastructure resources. You can reduce and increase. So scale in, scale out, you can do it using these events. CloudWatch synthetics simulates user behavior and test. Example, any user behavior automatically simulates and do the test. If any anomalies is find out, it can trigger the alarms. Container insights, ECS, Kubernetes, and Fargate. So if you trigger any ECS containers or the Fargate containers, it can use this container insight service to get that in containers insights. So how the container is performing, all these details. So that's the CloudWatch services. Let's see what is the another service can help you here to watch more on the logging and monitoring infrastructure. AWS CloudTrail is a service that enables governance, compliance, operational auditing, and risk auditing for your AWS account. So this is very, very important. So the governance is very, very important. Example, if you're supporting for any government related organizations or military related organizations, right, then the governance will help you to do the right stuff. So that's the major one. It provides a history of AWS API calls for your account, including API calls made via AWS Management Console, AWS SDKs, command line tools, and other AWS services. So this is important to notice that if you publish any API service to the customers, you can still watch. So is there any programming or is there any hackers trying to do so many API calls and do hacking your services, right? Then you can identify that anomalies, and you can do the operational auditings and complaint based on that. AWS CloudTrail is monitoring security events and detect potential security threats in your AWS environments. It is very helpful in terms of identifying the potential security threats. Unauthorized access attempts: if anybody is trying to log into your example, your website is published, somebody is trying to log into your admin account to your website, then it can trigger an event saying that unauthorized access are trying to attempt so many times, right, from so and so IP address or so and so location, so that you can block that IP address, or you can change your username and password to protect your accounts. Change the security groups and networking. Like example, the security groups rules can be changed based on that event. Creation or detection of resources, API activity from unusual resources. So that's the CloudTrail can be used for governing complaints and operational audits and risk auditing processes. Virtual desktop infrastructure. So these are the additional services which Amazon provides. We can see what are those services Amazon is providing and how we can use them. So this is a virtual desktop infrastructure, Amazon workspaces in cloud-based virtual desktop infrastructure. So example, say you don't need to buy any high-end desktops or laptops at your environment. Example, if you are doing any video rendering, or if you are doing any production work or design work, or you don't need to buy a highly configured laptop or desktop to do that. So what you can do, you can opt for an VDI on Amazon. They provide you the workspace whenever you want to do any high graphical works or anything such as also high computing anything. Then what you can do, so you can use normal configuration laptop or a mobile or a connecting device, just like the terminal device, which does not have any resources like additional resources for the RAM or anything. Saying is a small box where you can connect the internet connection, then you can connect it to the log into the AWS console and work on that environment. That provides more secure environment, and your data will be secure on that, and you cannot copy the data to the local desktop. So that's why you will get the data is protected, so your intellectual property is protected. Allow users to access their desktop environment from anywhere using any supported device. It offers a secure, scalable and fully managed desktop computing solution, eliminating the need for business to manage and maintain their own physical desktop infrastructure. Example, in most of the cases, whenever you are working remotely, like in COVID pandemic situations, most of the organizations, small organizations, does not have a VPN connectivity. Then so most of the people, they have to travel to the office to work and deliver their work or support to their clients. But if you opt for an VDI, what you can do, so if such a restrictions comes, even you can work from anywhere, just you have to have the sufficient bandwidth internet connectivity, then you can log into the VDI environment and do anything. Access the environment from anywhere, that is the major accessibility, and that is an authentication provided to you. You can log in from anywhere else, you can work on your environment, and which is scalable, highly scalable environment, fully managed by AWS. You don't need to worry about the patching, operating system updates or anything. Then the fully AWS will be taken care of those environments. Flexibility to work from anywhere. So that's the example, work from home or environments can be easily be done using this virtual desktop infrastructure. So the next service is Amazon Connect. Amazon Connect is cloud-based contact center service provided by Amazon Web Services AWS. It enables business to set up a virtual connect center in the cloud that can be accessed by agents from any location with an internet connection. If I wanted to set an example, say that let's say you are a customer who wants to book a flight with an airline. You visited the airline's website and click on the contact us button to speak with representative. The airline is using Amazon Connect as its contact center solution. When you click on the contact us button, you are prompted to enter your phone number. Once you enter your phone number, Amazon Connect places a call to and connects you with available representative. The representative can see your call history and purchase history on their screen, which helps them to provide personalized service. They can also use Amazon Connect's built-in chat feature to send you links, other information during the call. Once you have booked your flight, the representative can send you a confirmation email with all the details of your booking. Amazon Connect can automatically record the calls and save it on the airline's Amazon S3 bucket for the future reference. So this way, Amazon Connect provides seamless customer experience using its advanced contact center features to personalize the interaction and make it more efficient. Amazon Connect can provide a range of features to support customer interactions, including voice, chat, email communication channels. It also integrates with other AWS services such as Amazon Lex or chatbot interaction and Amazon Poly for text-to-speech functionality. Example, if you integrate with this Amazon Connect with Amazon Lex, where Amazon Alexa uses the same language, so you can also seamlessly provide the support. Example, say that, hey Alexa, can you book me a flight ticket? Then the contact center, it will contact you to the contact center and Amazon connect you, and so it already have your information, right? Email address, your name, full name and address, then it will automatically book your ticket for you. So that's easy to integrate the Amazon Connect for your support center. Our contact center would be made easy for the customers as well as for the companies. So what AWS security, identity and compliance will provide, and what are the services you can use, and how secure the environment is, what are the security services you can utilize on the cloud platform. Let's see that. AWS offers a wide range of security and compliance services to help its customers secure their cloud infrastructure and comply with industry and regulatory standards. To understand the security part of AWS, need to understand below first. One thing, so here there are responsibilities with customer, there are responsibilities with AWS. So if you know what is your responsibility in securing your environment, then you can secure your environment. Otherwise, so it's all not all AWS can manage. So something you have to manage your own on the AWS as well, on the cloud as well. So what is the perspective you have to know to understand what is security, identity and compliance? So what are the responsibilities you have, and what is the responsibilities of cloud provider? Shared responsibility model. So this is a responsibilities has been shared between you and cloud provider. Well-architected framework. So there are the 6 well-architected frameworks pillars. You have to understand what are those and how they provide the best services on the cloud with security and all. security, encryption, secrets management, and compliance. So these are all the included in this next module, and see what are those actually. So in security, identity, and compliance, so it provides this many services on the AWS from the security perspective. IAM, identity and access management, where you can create the users, groups, roles, and provide the access to the different users based on these roles and responsibilities. Example, if you are providing an access to the developer, you can only provide the developer tools access to him, so that you can only access those developer tools, you cannot do anything. So if you're providing access to the a cloud architect or a manager or a director, so they don't need any technical services. They most of the times they need a billing services or the console access to that, to see what is the cost management and all. So that's how you can provide the services or the security using the IAM. The next service they're providing is WAF, web application firewalls, which can be used on your building your secured applications, like while traffic diversions and providing the application layer security. AWS Shield protects against the DDoS attacks and malicious web traffic to your websites. Mazy classifies and secures your business critical content. Config, AWS Config allows you to access, audit, and evaluate the configuration of your resources. Guard Duty, intelligent threat detection to protect your AWS accounts and workloads. AWS Inspector, continual vulnerability management at scale. So this is actually do your EC2 instances and scanning your vulnerability and let you know what is the vulnerabilities exist on your environment. Artifact, security compliance reports and agreements. Security Hub, which provides a comprehensive view of your security posture across your AWS account. So if you have the multiple AWS accounts, so you can connect to the Security Hub, then it will provide you the comprehensive view of all your security from different AWS accounts. Cognito, consumer identity management and AWS credentials for federated identities. So that's the federated identities, how you provide the federated access using the Cognito. Audit Manager, continuously assess controls for risk and compliance. So you have any compliance like HIPAA compliance or PCI DSS compliance or GDPR compliance, so Audit Manager can help you to audit and assess the controls. Certificate Manager, which is basically provides you the SSL certificate, provision and manage and deploy the SSL and TLS certificates for your applications. Detective, investigate and analyze potential security issues. So this is the one of the major service to provide you the investigating any security issues happened to investigation, which will help you more. So there are more services, which is IAM Identity Center, manage workforce users access to multiple AWS accounts and cloud compliant applications. Key management service, securely generate and manage AWS encryptions. Like example, you wanted to store the data and encrypt it, so you take your key with you for the unencryption the data or encryption the data on AWS, like S3 or EVS, anywhere you wanted to encrypt the data. Security Lake, automatically centralize all your security data with few clicks. AWS Signer, ensuring trust and integrity of your code, so which actually uses integrity checks of your code. Amazon Verified Permissions, manage, analyze and enforce permissions across your applications. Secrets Manager, easily rotate, manage and retrieve secrets throughout their life cycle. So this is basically you don't need to maintain a password. So the secrets manage actually uses easily managing your passwords rotations, so that makes more secure your environment. Something like if you are sharing the screen, suddenly your password has been exposed, but you can use the security manager to easily rotate your secrets, so as the passwords. Directory service, host and manage the active directory services. You can integrate with the multiple identity or access management systems, so that makes your infrastructure or the access management is very easy. So you can use the single account to log into any of the service with the active directory service. So the next one, you have to understand what is your responsibility and cloud provides responsibility on shared responsibility model. So as I said you, cloud should have some responsibility with them, and as a customer, you should have some responsibilities to manage your security and manage your identity and access management, all this stuff, right? So what are those? If you take the services, right, the SaaS, software as a service, PaaS, platform as a service, IaaS, infrastructure as a service, FAAS, function as a service. So what are the responsibilities here of cloud? The customer is in a blue line. So if you see that the customers have the blue lines, right, where information and data. So the information is yours, data is yours, you are responsible for your data, not the cloud. So cloud provides, if you opt for any backup services or the security services, they provide, but until unless you do not opt, the default responsibility is yours to protect your data. And devices and mobiles and PCs. So if you're accessing the device, using the device, so to protect the device, the responsibility is yours. Accounts and identities. Example, so whatever the console access you are providing, the password security, example, how a big password, the complex password you set, the multi authentication access set, and all this MFAs and all, so that is your responsibility. So what is the account should you create, and what is the access you should provide to that accounts and all, that is your responsibility to create. So they give the service, but it is up to you to how you utilize. They don't know who is your manager, who is your director, right? So you know who is your manager, who is your director, what access level they should have. And identity and directory infrastructure, in this case, if it is in a software as a service, so it is a 50-50 responsibility. Like from the software perspective, they provide the identity and directory services for you to log in for the application, because this application, everything is managed by the cloud provider. In physical, like the PaaS, the platform as a service, it is a identity management is also on a 50-50 responsibility, and network controls also is in a 50-50 responsibility. Operating system also in a 50-50 responsibility. Like the operating system will be platform as a service, the operating system and network control and applications will be provided by the cloud provider. So they give the platform, like OS, they give the Linux OS or the Windows OS and the servers to you. You can do whatever you want, but the patches and management they do for us. If you take on a infrastructure is your responsibility, then they provide you a physical host and physical network, data center, operating system, network controls, applications, and identity and access management. They keep with them, right? The infrastructure with them, all the physical controls keep with them and provide you the infrastructure to you. So whatever you want to install on them, it's up to you. In function as a service, so it's all they manage for you, so you just need to utilize that functions. So this is the responsibility between you and customer. So let's dive into some examples here. What is your responsibility in terms of some services? What is the cloud responsibilities here? So example, the firewall configuration, it's not the cloud provider's responsibility. It's your responsibility that you configure your firewall rules correctly. Load balancers configuration, so you configure the load balancers yourself, you keep with your load balancers with you. Physical data center security, so the physical data centers, we do not have any access. The AWS responsibility or the cloud provider responsibility to have the physical data center security, so that nobody comes and access unwantedly any of your physical resources. So that's their responsibility to keep the rack secure and the data center secure, access, physical access management and security. They will provide the security on that. Encryption of the data in rest, so they do not provide any encryption until unless you opt for it, or you have to enable the data encryption with you using the KMS service. So that's the user responsibility. Language versions of Lambda. The Lambda is a function as a service. It is completely fully managed by AWS. So AWS provides the Lambda and its own updates and everything to you. You just use the service. So it's all AWS responsibility to language version updates or the Lambda updates, or is there any bug fixes, anything, patches or anything they do for you. You just use the service. Taking data and database backups, it's a user responsibility, like how many databases you have, what is the data you have, what is important, what is not important. It's up to you. It's, you know, what is the importance of your production databases. Then whatever it is important, you make sure that enable the multi-AG or the multi-region replication, so that if one region goes down, your data will be secured. So the primary responsibility of the customers is to keep their data backup themselves. Updating EC2 instances firmware versions. Example, the physical hardware firmware versions to be handled by AWS, because we don't have any access to the physical servers in a cloud region, because that is fully managed and deployed by the AWS professionals. So they do hardware replacements or firmware updates, anything on the AWS. Managing network infrastructure, so the internal network infrastructure is managed by the AWS, so you don't have anything on the physical infrastructure or the network infrastructure access. Patching a guest operating system for EC2, so if you are installing any operating system on EC2 instance, so that is your responsibility to patch your operating system. Hardware scrapping, so if anything hardware is like old model hardwares, or refreshing the hardwares, doing the hardware upgrades, anything on the hardware side, the AWS is responsible for their model to upgrade their hardware and keep this hardware up to date to avoid any physical access vulnerabilities or any firmware level vulnerabilities on that. So this is about the security, identity and compliance. So AWS Well-Architected Framework. So what is well-architected framework, and how many pillars are there, and what are those pillars, and each pillar says what? So let's jump into the topic and see what those architected pillar frameworks will say here. The AWS Well-Architected Framework is a set of best practices and guidelines for designing and operating reliable, secure, efficient and cost-effective systems in the cloud. It is based on 6 pillars of excellence. So what are those 6 pillars? You can see here. First one is an operational excellence. Second one is security. Third one is reliability. Fourth one, performance efficiency. Fifth one, sustainability. The sixth one is cost optimization. So these are the 6 pillars which makes the cloud operational, reliable, secure, and efficient, cost effective. Let's see what are those pillars says and how they are designed and what is their focus area and what is a real-time example for those pillars. So the first one is operational excellence. The operational excellence pillar focuses on running and monitoring systems and continually improving processes and procedures. Key topics include automating changes, responding to events, and defining standards to manage daily operations. So, this is the main focus on operational excellence. Let's see what are those focus areas. Preparation. So, what is preparation here? So, preparation means defining their goals, establishing a clear understanding of their systems and services, and identifying key metrics for monitoring and improving performance. So that is the preparation method. So let's see what is the next aspects of it. Operations means like excellence, including the implementing automation, monitoring and alerting, and establishing robust incident management and remediation process. So when you comes for an operation, so the operations is all included based on the automation, monitoring, incident management, and remediation process. So next one is change management. So how the changes are tested, so how the testing is going on, and what is the validation rules we have, so what is the rollback procedures you have on the change management process. Next one is responding means like use of an automation and real-time data analysis to detect and mitigate issues before they become a problem. So identify the detections in real time, analyze and resolve there itself. So it should not be a big problem if you mitigate it immediately. The next one is learning, analyzing metrics and logs to identify trends and areas for improvement, and using automation to improve operational efficiency. So that's where, so you have to collect the metrics, logs, and identify the trends. So where the areas you need to improve, you can collect based on the metrics you have collected, then do automation and improve on an operational efficiency. That is a first pillar, the most focus on operation excellence. So if you take a real-time example, so where this basically fits, or the example in real time, if a financial services company, example you have a financial services company wants to improve the reliability of its trading platform, example you whatever you are doing some trading, so it's looking for a reliability of trading platform by implementing automation for monitoring and alerting, establishing clear incident management process, and continuously analyzing metrics to identify areas for improvement, the company can achieve greater operational excellence and reduce the risk of downtime. So example, that's a financial company which is looking for a reliability. So what they are going to do, they're going to do is implementing an automation, monitoring, alerting and incident management, and continuously analyzing the metrics and improving the process. So that comes in a operational excellence is an example of first pillar. The next one, if you see that the second pillar is security. Security is the major one which most of the companies do, right? Most of the companies are looking for this. Second pillar is about, so it's all about the security pillar, focusing on protecting information and systems. Key topics include confidentiality and integrity of data, managing user permissions, and establishing controls to detect security events. So this security is mostly focused on security aspects of it, like the ensuring the system designs and services are designed and operated in a secure and compliant manner, protecting data confidentiality, integrity, and availability, and minimizing the risk of security breaches. So it's mainly focuses on there is no security focus, right? So let's see what is the key components of security pillar. So what is its focus on? Identity and access management. So this is like providing the access controls and authorizing the users, authorization and access control policies. That's the IAM. Detection means, so which is a detection mechanism including monitoring, logging and auditing of systems and services to detect security incidents and respond to them quickly. So whenever the security incidents happens, you should respond immediately, otherwise they become a bigger problems. Let's see infrastructure protection. So how the infrastructure protection is there, protect their infrastructure including networks, component resources and data storage from unauthorized access by implementing security controls such as firewalls, encryption and instruction detection system. So example, how the you have stored the data, or you are transferring the data on internet using the internet bandwidth, right? So if the data is not encrypted while transferring the data, then there might be a risk, so your data might be stolen, like, so that why, so include the firewalls and encryption mechanisms to do your data encryption. That's the infrastructure protection focus. And data protection focus, like whenever you are storing the data, so whether the data is encrypted, so if the data is encrypted, still you have a backup and to recover the whenever there is an incident happens, or if the data is lost, then you have a recovery mechanism is in place, ensuring data confidentiality, integrity and availability. The next focus is incidents response. So when there is an incident, so there should be a procedure including the incident detection, containment, eradication and recovery to minimize the impact of security incidents. Example, you should have the, if any security threats or any malwares or any antivirus related, if you get any kind of, right, you should have the focus, so how you can contaminate that and minimize the spread of that security incidents or the virus, something like that, right? So that is the major focus of this security pillar. A real-time example here, so if you see taken a healthcare industry, so healthcare providers wants to ensure the security and privacy of patient data, so they actually collect the patient data, right? So there will be a lot of information, you tell to the doctor write this information on the healthcare website or their applications to analyze and provide you the good treatment, right? By implementing strong identity and access management controls, encrypting the data, the patient data in transit and as well as in rest, monitoring and auditing systems to detect security incidents, and establishing effective incident response procedures, the provider can achieve a strong security posture and compliance with the HIPAA regulations. So you have any regularities you opt for, the health industries most of the times they opt for a HIPAA compliance, HIPAA HIPAA compliance regulations, right? So they should have some controls in place to measure that how the security is performing. So that's how they have the controls over this pillar is focus on security part of it. The third pillar is going to be in a reliability focused. So what is that reliability focused and what this reliability focuses on? The reliability pillar focuses on workloads performing their intended functions and how to recover quickly from failure to meet demands. Key topics include distributed system design, recovery planning, and adapting to changing requirements. Example, so how you can use the distributed systems. So where one region failed, other region is up. If you have the multi-region deployment, if one region is failed, still your data is available. So that's the major focus of this reliability on that. So what this pillars main focus components here. So the focus components is that foundation. So foundations are reliability, including identifying their critical workloads and establishing appropriate service level agreements like SLAs and availability targets. So what is your data availability target? Example, say 99.9%. So there is a 1% of failure might be you're expecting some hardware failure or some internet bandwidth failure or something like that. That's why you're not committing 100%. You're committing to 99.9% SLAs, the service availability agreement, right? So the next one is failure management. Effective failure management mechanisms including fault tolerance, redundancy, and automated remediation to minimize the impact of system failure. Max to max, when there is a system failure, there should be automated recovery process. Or you avoiding the failure, you think of that, so there might be a failure, you have a redundant system. So that's the failure management focused. Change management, so any change management process including testing, validation procedure to minimize the risk of service disruption from changes to the system. So if you change it, so once if you don't know what is the patch to be installed, you install all the patches on the server. What happens? So there might be a disruption to the some servers because a compatibility issues. If you do not do a testing or the validation procedures properly, then the change management failed. So that's how the service might have the disruption. So you have a fully controlled procedures, testing and validation procedures to minimize the risk of failure. Performance efficiency is like the optimize their systems and services for performance efficiency, including implementing scalable and elastic architectures that can adjust to changing demands. So example, say the auto scaling performance. The auto scaling will be a good example that where it automatically expands whenever there is a huge demand, and it automatically scales to the performance to provide the performance efficiency. So the next one is monitoring. The monitoring is of course to be response, the collecting the metrics, logs, and detecting the issues from that, and analyzing the data and looking for the improvements on that. What is the real-time example? If you take here, if you take an online retailer wants to ensure the reliability of its e-commerce platform during the peak shopping periods. Example, there might be a festival, so most of the people they wanted to buy something, right? For the festival there are the huge discounts in e-commerce platform, so that is in a peak hour for that. Then so by implementing a scalable and elastic architecture, establishing appropriate SLAs and availability targets, implementing redundancy and fault tolerance mechanisms, and continuously monitoring and analyzing performance data, the retailer can ensure that its platform remains available and perform during the peak demand period. So if the peak demand period is missed, they might miss a lot of sales. So that's why the retailer wanted to have the highly scalable systems, elastic architectures, and establishing the appropriate SLAs, like it should be available 99.119. So that's the mechanism they implementing, and in case if something failed, there should be a redundancy and fault tolerance. So that's the main focus of this pillar is reliability. So the next C, Fourth pillar is performance. What is that performance pillar do here? Let's see. The performance efficiency pillar focuses on the structured and streamlined allocation of IT and computing services. Key topics including selecting resource types and sizing optimized for workload requirements, monitoring performance, and maintaining efficiency as business needs evolve. That's a main focus here is selecting the appropriate workload. So if you select the non-proper workload things, right? So you required something like 5 terabyte of storage, but you say you selected only 4 terabytes, then there might be a capacity is not up to the mark, then you might have the performance issues, right? So let's see what is its major components of the performance pillar here, the key components what the performance focused on. So first one is the compute resources for performance, including selecting appropriate instance types, implementing auto scaling, and optimizing application performance. So selecting the appropriate instances, the good fit for the good performance, then your compute is running fine. So that way you get a good performance. The next one is storage resources for performance, including selecting the appropriate storage types. So which workload needs which type of storage. So if you are selecting the database as a workload, but you are selecting the storage is S3, that is a bad idea, right? It's not a optimized solution at all, so it's a bad selection. But if you select an EBS for the database to write the IO, so that is a good selection. So that's how you do the appropriate storage type selection, optimizing data retrieval, and implementing a caching mechanism. So wherever you want to deliver the data faster, so some services required caching to deliver it faster. Next one is database performance, including selecting appropriate database types, implementing appropriate indexing, and optimizing query performance. That's the major part of the database. So whenever you are querying the database, it should be perform well. So whenever you write select star from so and so table, it should return fast. So that's way it should be optimized for the performance. Networking. So networking is the main key part of any data delivery, right? So including the selecting the appropriate network architecture, minimizing the latency, optimizing the data transfer. So if you say 1 GB data you wanted to copy it, you initiate the data copy, then it takes hours, then nobody look at that, right? So if you want to copy a 1 terabyte of storage to another location, it should be something like 1 hour, 2 hours it should complete. So that's the network performance most of the customers look for, right? So that's why optimizing the network for the transfer and minimizing the latency is the key area of focus on the performance. So and another one is the monitoring, like collecting the metrics and logs and detect and respond to the performance issues quickly and continuously analyze the data, identify areas for the improvement. So example, if a network is having some latency, how you can identify? So you should have some monitoring is in place so that you can able to see, hey, this device is not performing well, or this port is having some issues, or this policy is not allowing some ports, it should be allowed, something like that, right? If you have the monitoring in place, you can able to do that. So what is the real-time example for this performance here? So if you take a media streaming company, so example, say if you take any of the news channels, which is a media streaming company, right, to ensure performance of its streaming service by optimizing the compute optimizing the compute resources for performance, selecting appropriate storage types, and implementing caching mechanisms, optimizing the database performance, and implementing the effective monitoring mechanisms, the company can ensure that its streaming service delivers with high quality video and audio content with a minimal buffering. So example say that if you are streaming some cricket match, right, then suddenly that it's rolling and rolling and rolling, buffering on the video, then you lost the interest to see that, right? So that should not happen. So that's where you get a good performance by optimizing its backend resources like database optimization, network optimization, and the caching services. So you put some caching over there so that the video quality and audio quality would be delivered fast. So that's way it's focused on media streaming is in a real-time example for the performance pillar. Fifth pillar of the well-architected framework, which is cost optimization pillar. What this pillar actually do? So if you see the word itself says that cost optimization. Cost optimization pillar focuses on avoiding unnecessary cost. Key topics including understanding spending over time and controlling fund allocation, selecting resources of the right type and right quantity, and scaling to meet business needs without overspending. So any of the company, most of the companies looks for cost optimization, cost effectiveness, right? So how the cost to be saved, how the cost optimization can be done. So this pillar, what is the key components of the cost optimization pillar? Let's see that. So what is the key component here? So the cost aware architecture. What is the cost aware architecture? Example, see that if you put your cost in mind, including selecting the appropriate instances type. Example, say if you need a normal instance for doing some work, but if you're selecting the high capacity or the larger instance, that's where you are overspending, which is not required for your architecture or which is not required for your resource allocation, but how you are selecting the instance type. And storage options, implementing the auto scaling, optimizing the resource utilization, how good you are utilizing the resources, how optimized you are. So that's where your cost aware architecture says. So that's the cost saving perspective. The next one, cost effective resources. So you select the cost effective resources like reserved instances, spot instances, implementing the appropriate cost saving measures. Like example, you take a reserved instances for 3 years or the cost saving plans. So you can cost saving plans, do an agreement with the AWS for 3 years or 5 years long term cost saving plan. So that way you save a lot in doing that. Instead doing an on-demand instances, you can use the reserved instances or the reserved host for your cost optimization purpose. Next one, matching supply and demand. So if you have the demand, you supply it, or unnecessary you manufacture it, or you don't do any delivery, right? You don't have any supply chain, or you don't have any demand but you are doing manufacturing, then it's a waste of time, right? It's a waste of resources, it's a waste of manpower. So that's where matching your supply on demand. What is the demand you have, that's what you supply. So implementing the scaling mechanisms that automatically adjust resource allocation based on the demand patterns. You have high demand, that should scale automatically. If the demand is falling down, your resource should fall down, or resource should decrease based on the resource utilization. So that's where the cost supply and demand matches. Optimizing over time, so you have to do the optimization there, like the usage and cost over time by monitoring usage patterns and identifying areas for improvement and implementing cost saving measures. The next one is data driven. So you should collect the data, make sure, not assumed. Okay, do not do the assumption. Make sure by collecting the data, cost optimization, by analyzing usage patterns and cost data, and identifying opportunities for optimizations, like where you can save, what is the maximum cost savings you can do, right? Not compromising on the quality, but you do the best optimization on the cost. Okay, example, in real time case, if you take a mobile gaming company wants to optimize its usage of storage resources by selecting the appropriate storage options, implementing the efficient data retrieval and caching mechanisms, and identifying opportunities for data compression, the company can optimize its storage utilization and minimize the cost. Example, that's like you have the data, but you don't have a compression mechanism, then you do not save the data compression, you do not save the data capacity, right? You do not save the capacity, you just utilizing the storage, but you are not doing the optimization. So if you compress the data or if you dedupe the data, then lot of the deduplication files and data compression will save the actual storage. So that's the one example for the mobile gaming company wants to optimize their storage resources for the cost optimization pillar. Sixth pillar, the last one, sustainability. So you should be sustained in the market. That would be the greater achievement for any company to do that, right? So that's the one. The sustainability pillar focuses on minimizing the environmental impacts of running cloud workload. Key topics including the shared responsibility model for sustainability, understanding impact, and maximizing utilization to minimize required resources and reduce downstream impacts. So what is the key focused components on this sustainability pillar is, first one is sustainable architecture. The architecture should be sustainable, including the selecting emergency. The key components of the sustainability pillar is like sustainable architecture. The architecture should be have the sustainability in mind, including the selecting the energy efficient instance types, implementing the efficient data storage retrieval mechanisms, and optimizing the network usage. So that's the sustainable architecture. And renewable energy means you can generate the energy. So renewable energy sources such as a wind or solar power to power their operations, reducing their carbon footprint, right? So example, wind based solar power, so that actually reduces carbon footprint and it gives the power. So that's the renewable energy. So waste on reduction, waste management practices such as reducing the paper usage, recycling electric equipment, and disposing the hazardous materials properly. So that's the waste reduction focus on sustainability. Sustainable operations. So the next one is the sustainable operations, like the operation practices such as promoting the remote work and reducing travel to reduce their carbon footprint and promote sustainability. Promoting the remote work instead of traveling to the remote location. So that's the example of sustainable operations. Sustainability awareness. So you should have the awareness first. What is sustainability, right? So among their employees and stakeholders, by providing the education and training to the sustainable practices and encouraging sustainable behavior. So if you have the in mind what is sustainability and what that awareness you have in your mind or your employees mind, your stakeholders mind, then you have the right education and right training to that, then you follow the guidelines. So that's the sustainability awareness providing to the employees and the stakeholders. What is the example here? Retail company wants to minimize the waste by implementing the responsible waste management practices such as reducing the paper usage, recycling electric equipment, disposing the hazardous materials properly like the chemicals or the used chemicals, not reused components, so you should be properly dispose them. Otherwise that will create environmental issues. That would be a not sustainable model, right? In the long run it creates a lot of problems. The company can minimize the waste and promote sustainability. So that's how the retail company can do the implementing the responsible waste management can be sustainability model on this cost the sustainability pillar model. So that's all 6 pillars says here. So let's see what is the example services we have here. So for the first pillar, you have the AWS config, so which is actually you look for the compliance and configuration management, and AWS CloudWatch for monitoring and alerting. So that's the first one where it actually looks for the complaint. So you have the complaints in place, then you are good. So you are doing an operational excellence. The next one is security pillar. So what is that security pillar here? The security pillar majorly 2 services is comes here. IAM, so the identity and access management, which is basically look out of the accessing management controls and authorization controls, right? Access control policies and all. And the VPC provide the securities on the network. So that's the second pillar example. The third pillar example, reliability. So the EC2 and the S3, the core services of the AWS, provides 99.119 accessibility and uptime for the users. So that's the reliability example here. The fourth pillar, which is actually the performance. So elastic load balancers, CloudFront performance. So example, elastic load balancers will provide you the good performance to the multiple applications, and CloudFront, which is a caching solution, the CDN, content delivery network, which is actually delivers the content faster to the static websites, so the dynamic websites to the across the globe in minutes. That's the performance example. So the next one, cost optimization pillar, where you have the cost explorer services or the auto scaling services, where you can explode your cost to the each and every service, what services have what cost incurred using the service, right? Auto scaling, actually it's actually scales whenever demands is high, and automatically reduce the resources when there is no demand. So that's the auto scaling will provide you the cost optimization. So the last one is sustainability. Sustainability is where auto scaling feature provides the sustainability, like if you get high demand, still the service is served to the customers. That's how the company sustains, and they get the real time selling the products and showcasing the video streams and all, right? So that's how they earn the money, they scale, and they sustain in the market. So these all 6 pillars which AWS well-architected framework IAM, the AWS security code service. So basically, what is security, and why do we need to secure the environment? So that's the first of all, the you need to understand what is the security criteria here, and what is the options, and why you need to secure these options. So here customer responsibility is to security in the cloud. The customers are responsible for securing the applications, data, and operating system they run on top of AWS infrastructure. This includes data encryption, access controls, network security, application security, and patch management. So we already see that some of the shared responsibilities between the customer and the cloud. What are the security responsibilities, the shared responsibilities you have on the cloud? You have to always keep in mind that. So okay, so the data encryption method is your responsibility, access controls is your responsibility, configuring the firewalls, web firewalls, or the firewall rules, network security settings, that's your responsibility on the AWS cloud. And providing your application security, like writing the code, developing the code in a secure manner, is your responsibility. And doing your servers patch management is your responsibility on the cloud. So it depends on the model, which model you are using on the cloud, but these are the major responsibility of the customer. They have to do it. A lot of the security news around that, like companies are being hacked, customer data is being stolen, like they say that the Facebook data is hacked and it's available on the darknet, or the Twitter handles are hacked and available for some rate on the darknet, dark web. So this is, companies are hacked, and hearing so many news on the security side. To do avoid such things, like if you are developing your company from the few years, your product and everything is going smooth, but all of this sudden, if someone hacks your company's data and stole the company's secrets or the intellectual property, then your company goes vanished. So that's why it's very important that you should keep your data secure, you should keep your data backup. So that's the major one. So do your necessary action to keep your access safe and secure. Let's see what is IAM. So this is a major core service on the AWS identity and access management. IAM is web service that helps you securely control access to AWS resources. With IAM, you can create and manage AWS users and groups and apply granular permissions to resources so that only authorized users can access them. So that is the major thing. But most of the people, they do not understand what is that granular permissions here. The granular permissions means the least privileges first. Provide the least privileges first. Later, if the user complains they need some additional permissions, you can add that. But most of the times, the administrators or the management of the security people, they just provide, oh, you are the user, here you go, you have a full access to the environment. Then that is not the good practice at all. But that's the major issue with the most of the administrators or the user who actually manage the security stuff. IAM is a core component of AWS security, and it is essential for organizations that wanted to use AWS in a secure and compliant way. That's the IAM goal. So it can provide you this centralized control, like where you can control everything from the single interface. Fine grained permissions. So it just like what is the permission level the user need, that level you can control the permissions, or you can granularly provide the permissions to that particular user. So that's called a fine grained permissions. And multi-factor authentication, example, say your username and password is stolen, but still if you have the multi-factor authentication, the user cannot log into the services or the console access, or they cannot access the data until unless they have the multi authentication codes or multi authentication fingerprints. Okay, so that's the secure way to do that. Integration with other AWS services. So whenever you are doing any service integration from service to service, so you don't need to actually use the access keys and the access ID and keys, right, for the credentials. You can always use the roles, which is the granular permissions from service to service. You can provide the access. Compliance auditing, so it's actually have the, if you enable the access analyzer, the IAM access analyzer, which actually keep a monitoring of all the users who are having the access on IAM AWS console. They have the monitoring, complaints and auditing in this place, so that you get what user is doing what, granularly set those permissions. And it also suggests you that okay, this user is not using so and so service from the so many days, so you can just eliminate that service for is access. So what is identity and access? If you wanted to see in a granular way, what is that? Identity refers to who a person is. Basically the user means the identity. So his identity is what? So if you physically say that hey, he's Ravi, but who knows who is Ravi, right? It has some identity, identification, right? Example, if you are a Indian citizen, who are you? Then you have some other identification number, so that's called identifies you as Indian citizen. Like identity means you have some ID with associated with that particular name of the user. It could be their name, email address, employee ID, or any other attribute that uniquely identifies them. So that's the information of identity. Access. What is access? Access on other hand refers to the permissions or privileges that a person has within a system or organization. Access controls dictate what a person cannot do within a system based on their identity and other factors such as their role or job function. Example say that if you are a developer, so you have a developer access to the resources. If you are a manager, maybe you have a access to the manager level. So that's the access. What is authentication? So authentication is a process of verification that identity of user or a system in AWS users are authenticated through their credentials such as username and password, and if you have the enable the multi-factor authentication, username and password, and as well as the authentication code. Authorization. So what does authorization here? Authorization on the other hand is the process of granting or denying access to specific resources or actions based on a user's identity and the permissions assigned to the user. What is the authorization like? So you are a Linux administrator, so I am authorizing you to use EC2 instance access, the full access to EC2 services. Then you can use launch the EC2 instance and stop the EC2 instance, terminate the EC2 instance, and provide the EBS, create the EBS volumes, expand the EBS volumes, snapshots, and all. Right? That's called as an authorization to that particular user identified as a Linux administrator. In AWS, authorization is controlled by IAM policies, which are used to specify the resources and actions that a user or system is authorized to access. That's the example. So if you create the identity, example, the user is created and access is provided, but you are not authorized to do, then you should author the policies. So that's the authorization here. So let's see what is actually the user in terms of the AWS. If you take it, a user is an individual or entity that interacts with a system, software, or application. A user can be a person, a group of people, or even another software system. So another software system is example say that EC2 wants to the EC2 service wanted to write some data. The EC2 instance wanted to write some data to S3 buckets. So here there is no person is involved. The EC2 is a software system where it wanted to write some data to the S3 bucket. So that is a programmatic user access. That's why you can also say even another software system is a user. So if you see that what are the users we have on AWS, like types of users normally you have is a root user account, a normal user account, and the application user account. Like root user accounts, whenever you create the AWS account, it might be organization account or the free tier account or whatever the account you create, with that's called as a root account privileges you get. Like with that account you can do anything on that particular AWS account, like providing the access controls, building access, everything you can do with that account. But that's not suggested to use for a regular use. So any root user account should be enabled with MFA. So if your user is compromised, you can still have the root access to control that user, but if your root user is compromised, then you cannot do anything. So that's the way the root user should be have a strong security policy, strong password, MFA enabled, and it should not be exposed to the any other user access. So that's the one. A normal user accounts, it might be like a person user account or the global people account or even a software system account, anything. Application user account, so application is something like it's not a physical user, it's just like an application user where they have the programmatic access. So that's the user access types. So if you see the groups, you have the groups. So what are those groups here? In AWS IAM, a group is a collection of IAM users. A group makes it easy to manage permissions for multiple users at once. Instead of defining permissions for each user individually, you can create a group, assign the appropriate permissions to the group, and then add users to the group as needed. Example, you have a developers group. All the developers should have the similar access to do their job. So in organizations, the people comes in, people goes away. Then whenever the people go away, what you can do is that you can just remove that IAM user from that particular group, then the access will be revoked. If a new user joined, you don't need to set up again redefine the permissions again and again. Just create the user account and add that user account to the group, then you will have the good access, the similar access what all the developers have. So that way you can manage all the developers will have the same permissions to the AWS console. What is the group? So how the groups looks like? So you have the group name, and there will be a multiple users added to this group, so that the group will have the assign the policies or the permissions. Then whatever the user you add to that particular group will get the similar permission what other user get on the same group. Role. So role is a AWS identity and access management entity that defines a set of permissions for making AWS service request. Unlike an IAM user or group, a role is not associated with a specific user or group. Instead, a role defines a set of permissions that can be assumed by a user, group, or AWS service. So that's the IAM role is. A role can be assumed by anyone who has been granted permissions to assume that role. Example, say you are a normal person, then for one day you are a policeman, like you are wearing the police dress and police cap, and you provided the permissions to do the police job. So that way you are wearing that role, you are in that role, so that you are performing that role actions. So that way, whenever you create the role and assign that role to the any of the resources or users or group, they get a permissions until the role is revoked, or assume that they are doing that access. Like example, if you are an administrator but you want a developer access, so in order to be added to the group which actually developers have, so temporarily they create a role access and the role will be assigned to that particular user, so that the user becomes a developer access until unless you have that session timeout. So that's the assuming that you are a developer until you are wearing that cap. This allows you to grant access to AWS resources to users or applications that are not otherwise authenticated to your AWS account. For example, you might create a role that allows an EC2 instance to access S3 bucket, or a role that allows a developer to access a specific set of AWS services for testing or development process. So this way, what you can do is it will be not a user, it's a programmatic access or the service access. So the EC2 service want to access S3 bucket, then you can create a role and assign, put a cap on that EC2 instance. The EC2 instance can write the data to S3 bucket. So that we can see on this practically on this session, providing the least privileges. That's the IAM roles will work in similar way. That's the best practices for the security. And temporary credentials, so it's a temporary credentials. Example, say that sometimes some users wanted a temporary access to do some job, but most of the times we provide a temporary access but we forgot to revoke that access. So that way the user will have the same access to the permanent way. But this role, assigning the role to that particular user, will be in a temporary credentials for him. A cross account access, example, you have the multiple accounts on the AWS, you can provide the access to the cross account for using the role. Service linked roles, so the service can be linked, like example, EC2 wanted to write the data to S3 bucket, or Lambda wanted to execute some functions on EC2 instance. You can provide the linked access to those services using the role. So let's see what is the security principles here. The principle of least privileges is fundamental concept in information security that requires that a user or process be given only the minimum level of access and permissions necessary to perform their required job function. So remember that any time you are giving any access to any of the users, right, you should give a minimum access to do their job. So not required to provide any additional permissions. Example, say, hey, he is my favorite manager, I would like to give full access to him, right? So it might be favorite, he is a favorite for you, but his job role does not to be a favorite for the company, right? So that why, what is the function of his job role, then provide those permissions, required permissions to work for her or him. Okay, so this principle is also known as the principle of least authority or the principle of minimal privilege. How it basically works, the policy, so what the policy you define, the policy will be applied to the group and add the users to that particular group. So what are the policies assigned to that particular group will be effective to that users. Example, here if you see here what I'm doing, the statement is saying that effective allow. So I'm saying that in this policy, allowing action is listing the buckets. So listing the bucket access I am providing in this policy, and say what is the resource here. So if you specify the resource, like example bucket, so the bucket name is example underscore bucket, I'm providing that particular bucket access to this group, so what who are the users of this group will have this access. Say allow S3 listing bucket, so listing the bucket access they have, and to this example bucket. So that's a granular level permissions, granular level policy we are providing to that particular group of IAM users. So what are the security best practices you have to follow? So one is use multi-factor authentication. Always any user account you create, use the multi-factor authentication. Create strong password policies. Example, like you should have the minimum password length is 15 characters. You should have a small letter, big letter, special character, one number, so that it will be a complex password or strong password. Implement least privileges, so provide the permissions what the role demands or the role required to do the job. That's the minimum least privileges policy. And use security groups and network ACLs. So do not actually provide the permissions like individual users, so you might it might not be consistent for all the users if you do that. So either you assign the create the policy, the security group policies, and add the users to that groups, so you will have the all the similar permissions to be the multiple users. Enable encryption. Encryption might be like in transit or in rest. So like while you are transferring the data from one location to the another location, you should use the encryption method, just like HTTPS or SSH or any other security FTPS, something like that. Then the data should be secured, and in rest the data should be encrypted enough. If somebody stolen your data, they should not able to see the data. That's the encryption will enable you to protect your data from the unauthorized access. Implement access logging and monitoring. Like example, who are accessing, what they are accessing, you should have always logging that, so that you could able to identify, review those logs or monitor those access. Then if you find any anomalies, or if you have any algorithms like identifying the patterns of access management, then you can identify unauthorized access or unauthorized loggings to the consoles or any services. Use AWS management services. So basically managed services will have more security controls, because the AWS continuously do their improvements, the code developments, patches, security updates, hardware updates, physical security and everything, so that most of the times wherever it is applicable, use AWS management services. So that would be more secure way to do the AWS cloud native services. Regular review and audit of security, so that the so most of the people will not have a regular monitoring on the security, so that they don't identify who access the what and what level of access they have. So that if you review at least a monthly once or the quarterly once, then you will have the review mechanism in place. Then you can identify if any unauthorized user access levels, you can granularly revoke those access and permit the access the way the organization want, in a secure manner with the least privileges rule. So that's the method. So let's jump into the practical session and see how we can create the users, groups, roles, and assign the role to the service. Okay, let's see here how can we create the users and groups, policies, and assign the roles to the particular service to perform certain actions, right? So how we can do that? Here you have to go to IAM in the search bar. If you type IAM, click on this IAM, identity and access management. So it will load the console. Here you can see that there are certain users groups is already available here. You can see. Now if you go and click on the users, first actually we'll create the users, then add that to the group. Say add user here, provide the username. What is the username you would like to provide here? Let's say my username is going to be techarkit1, and say, do you need a access to the console? Let's say provide user access to the AWS management console, and specify the user identity sender recommended, it says. But I want IAM user to be created. I want to create the IAM user here, and say if you want to auto generate the password, it can be auto generated, or if you want to provide the custom password, you can click on here and provide the custom password. Okay, and say user must create the new password and next sign in. So once sign in, it will ask you to reset the user password for the first time. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click next here and add users to the group. If you want to select the group here, you can select that, but as of now I don't want it to do that. Okay, let's continue with that. Right, next, now here is my user, and this role is assigned to that particular user to change the password once user is logged into the console. So now what I'm saying, purpose of this is going to be a demo purpose, and say tag, I just say create the user, and you have to download this credential report, the credential file, otherwise you won't get the credential. So return to the user list. So now you can see the user techarkit1 is created, but it does not have any groups or any policies associated with that user. Okay, so what you have to do, so in order to provide the permissions, either you can create the policy and assign to that user, or create the group and create the policy and assign to the group, and add that user to the group. So that way you can do that. So to do that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more user to check that what is the permissions we'll have here. I say I just create the similar access, right? Then next, so I just say create the user here. So I have created the two users and downloaded their credentials. Now go to user, so it does not have any group list here, there is no group is added to that one. Just go to users and group. Now say create group. I'm going to create the group here. So my group name is going to be Linux administrators, and say who are the users going to be there on that particular group is techarkit1, techarkit2 is the one which are going to there on that particular one, and say what is the access you required for that. So AWS administrator access which I'm looking for. So you say that administrator access, AWS manage job function, provide full access to the AWS services and resources. These two accounts will have the full access. Say create the group. So now you can see the Linux administrators has been created, and two users has been added to that one, techarkit1, techarkit2, and the policies assigned to that particular group which is, you can see the permissions, what are the permissions you have, administrator access. If you expand that, what is the policy you have here? So it's say effective allow, I'm allowing the policy here, and actions, all the actions they can do. And what is the resource limitation here? There is no resource limitation, all the resources, all the actions and all the resources, which means that those two users can do anything on this particular console. Okay, so this is access advisory. Whenever you are log into those users and check that login, then you can verify that, so how many services the user is accessed, how many services it does not access. So by the time it will show you the details, then you can revoke the access which are not accessed from the long time, so that the access advisory works here. So now what I'm going to do here, I have created the human account and provided the access, but now I wanted to create the role where I don't have any user. I wanted to access the EC2 would access the S3 bucket which write the data to that. How you can do that? Let's say create the role and to the AWS service. Now say EC2 is going to access some service here. So let's say EC2, and next go and S3 full access. I'm looking for let's say Amazon S3 full access, which is going to be S3 access will be assigned. Let's say S3 full access to EC2 instance. That's the my role name, and say what is the purpose of this one. Purpose is going to be a particularly role demo role, which is going to be, it's a demo purpose. I'm creating this one and say create the role here. Now you can see which is going to create the role. The role has been created. You can see the S3 EC2 instance has been created. S3 full access to EC2 instance has been created. Now how can you assign that role? So you have to put that gap on EC2 so that the EC2 can access the S3 bucket. So go to security and modify the role, IAM role, and say S3 full access to EC2 instance. This is the role, so I'm assigning to that particular instance. You can see now the role has been attached here. Now let's go to the account settings. So where you can select the policies for the users and groups, like the password policies, how strong you set that policies and all. So here you can see password policy, and click here and say IAM default is this one. So 8 characters, 1 upper character, lower character, numbers and non-alphabetic numbers. Never expire the password. Must notice the must not to be identical to your user account, something like that, right? So you can say custom. If you want to increase your security, say 15 characters required on uppercase, lowercase, 1 number and special characters. Turn on the password expiry. So how many days the password should expiry, say maybe 45 days or 90 days, whatever it is. Password expiry allows user to change their own password. Prevent password reuse. So how many times the password can be reused. So how many last passwords can be reused? 3 passwords cannot be, last 3 passwords cannot be reused. Let's say save settings. So it will ask you to section for the selection. You can say set custom. Now your password policy has been changed. You have to change the all the users password to author this policy settings, otherwise it won't accept the password. And click on that particular user and see access advisory. You can see that it will show you that what are the user has accessed. You can see detailed information like EC2 accessed, IAM, CloudWatch, organizations, health APIs, notifications, AWS support. So these are all the user is accessed today. So there are so many things you can see that. So when it is accessed and when it is, see that. So this is the access advisory, will give you the more detail of the user is, what user is accessed. So you can also use the credential report. So if you download the credential report, this will provide you the how the users are managing. So what are the users are there, how many users. So this is the credentials reports. You can see that what are the users are there, their ARN details, and when it is created, whether the password is enabled or not. Okay, password when it is last used, password last changed, password next rotation date, MFA, whether the MFA is enabled or not on particular user account or not, and what are the access keys and details. This is the credential report, where if you have multiple users and so many users, you can simply identify that the users logged in date and all. If the user is not logged in from so long, then you can disable the user and keep this account secure, which can be used, the credential report can be used in such a way. So let's see how you can enable the MFA to the particular user here. So if you go to the user and click on that particular user and say enable without MFA, you can see that the console access, you can see enable without MFA here. So click on this red one and say enable MFA. Now it will ask you that which one you would like to provide that access, like which one, like you want to use the authenticator app, security key if you have the device, or the hardware TOTP token. So hardware TOTP token means you have to purchase the token and attach you to your hardware system. So here what I'm doing, I say my mobile and authenticator app, I'm going to use it, and say next. Now it will show you the QR code. You have to scan the QR code here. So now click on place and see here it's MFA. You have to type this MFA number and just wait. It will give you the one more MFA in few seconds. So now enter the another code which it has generated and say add MFA. So now your MFA has been enabled. So once you log into the console, it will ask you for the MFA code. So you have to go to your authenticator app and whatever the code is generated, you have to provide that MFA there. So then you can log into that particular account. Application security services. So what are the application security services here? What are those and how you can use them to secure our applications? Let's see here. So first one is AWS WAF, Web Application Firewall. So that's actually protect your applications. Next one is AWS Shield, Distributed Denial of Service, so which actually protects DDoS attacks. AWS Macy, AWS Secret Manager, AWS Certificate Manager. So these are the services here. So example, see what is firewall. So if you wanted to see a web firewall or the web application firewall, before that what exactly is the firewall? To know that, then a firewall is a security device or software that is designed to monitor and filter incoming outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. It acts as a barrier between an internal network and the internet or other unstructured networks, preventing unauthorized access, protecting against malicious traffic. So basically the firewall is actually it monitors the incoming, outgoing, and it filters the packets based on the whatever the defined rules. Example, say allow only the port number 443 which has a SSL certificate in it. Then it only allows the traffic for 43 and blocks the remaining stuff. So this way the firewall will allow users to filter the traffic based on the requirement. So that's the one thing. So next, let's see what is web application firewall. AWS web application firewall here. Web application firewall is a service that helps protect web applications from common web exploits that could affect application availability, compromise security, or consume excessive resources. Example, if you do not have any web application firewalls or web security stuff, so hackers can inject anything to your website, or they maybe create some like humorous traffic to your website, so that the legitimate users do not get the actual required website. So that way they can do that. AWS WAF is designed to integrate with other AWS services including Amazon CloudFront, and application load balancer to provide an easy to use, scalable and flexible way to protect your web application from common web attacks. That's the web firewall will provide you here. So what the protection it provides you here, so you can see that protecting against the SQL injections. So SQL injection attacks are common from an attack that can be used to compromise the web applications. So like they inject the SQL statements, right? So wherever if you have any database level loopholes or passing is not done, then it might be a issue for you. And you can say that blocking the malicious boards. So with actually can have the malicious boards, like what they do is that they do the variety of requests, including the scrapping or data or launching denial of service attacks like that. So this can be blocked using the web firewall. Next one is the protecting against the cross-site scripting attacks. So XSS attacks are the type of attacks that can be used to inject malicious code into web pages, potential compromising your data, stealing sensitive information. So DDoS attacks is like cross scripting, like cross-site scripting attacks. Rate limiting. So example, say the web application firewall can be used to limit the rate of requests to your web applications, helping to prevent denial of service attacks. Examples is DDoS attacks, where they actually run some bots. They create numerous traffic to that. But rate limiting can be done so that send multiple requests, so it will automatically deny once you get the same traffic from the same IP range, something like that. Geo blocking. So this is the one thing, like if you have any related location related request, like example, if the site should be serving only the Indian territory, and only the India as a country, right? But as US as a country, so it should serve only to that particular the region location. Then it can actually use that geo fencing or the geo blocking feature, so it only serves the data to that particular region. That would be a more useful option here. So how this web firewall works here. So here is an example. If you take it like the client want to send some request to your web server, okay, application access. So the web client first hit WAF, web application firewall. From here the traffic is filtered, what is need to be sent to the load balancer, the application load balancer. So it is already filters the traffic here. If the traffic is filtered based on not on the rules, then it will deny here itself. The client will get the access denied. But if it is the filter is okay allowed to the client, then it will allow, and it will go to the whatever the requirement. So it might be the container services you have, web applications, the application request will be sent back to the client based on the requirement. So the initial filtering will be done at the web application firewall. So let's see, the next service is going to be the AWS Shield. What is the shield here? So if you want to understand the shield, so you have to understand first what is the DDoS. DDoS means what is during a DDoS attack. Example, say a large number of compromised devices such as computers or IoT devices are used to flood the target system with traffic, make it unavailable to the legitimate users. So that's the DDoS attack. Actually, a lot of compromised devices, they have a lot of compromised device, then they create some traffic using the some attacking programs or the malicious softwares. Then the devices actually try to access the particular website or the web application, so that they get more and more traffic. Then if the more traffic is not handled correctly by the application goes down. So that's the attack they do. The goal of the DDoS attack is to exhaust the resources of the target system, such as bandwidth, memory, processing power, and cause it crash or become unresponsive. So that's the DDoS attacks. But what this AWS Shield will do here? So the AWS Shield is a managed DDoS, distributed denial of service protection. So this is actually protects your web applications from DDoS attacks. That is designed to protect web applications running on AWS infrastructure. It provides always on detection and automatic inline mitigation that can help minimize application downtime and reduce latency caused by DDoS attacks. So that's the major things here, like how it provides the example. If you have the e-commerce site, a e-commerce site that handles a large number of transactions per minute can be prime target for the DDoS attacks. Like by AWS Shield, the site can be protected for common and frequently occurring DDoS attacks such as volumetric attacks or the SYN floats. So that way AWS Shield can provide you a DDoS attack protection from the another websites or the bots anyway. So let's see. Next one is AWS Macie. Macie actually provides a full security, right? So what that full security provides? AWS Macie is fully managed data security. So it is fully managed by the AWS. You don't have to worry about the what is the backend servers and services and all. Okay, it is fully managed by the AWS, and privacy service that uses machine learning to pattern matching to discover, classify, and protect sensitive data stored in AWS. So it actually classifies the data, the sensitivity of the data, and it protects the data. It helps to identify and protect sensitive data such as personal identifiable information, PII, intellectual property, the IP details, and financial information, among others. AWS Macie can help you identify, monitor, protect sensitive data across multiple AWS services such as S3 buckets, like where you store humongous data at your organization's data, ABS where actually it can store the service data, RTS so where you store your MySQL tables or the Oracle tables or anything table contains the sensitive information, Redshift where it's used for the warehousing information, and Glacier so where you archive the data. So this way, so it actually classifies the data and organize the services to do the protection. So what it can do? So data discovery and classification. So basically it uses machine learning to automatically discover and classify sensitive data stored in AWS. It can identify over 40 types of sensitive data such as credit card numbers, social security numbers, and IP address information, and also be trained to recognize custom data types specific to your organization. So that's the data discovery and classification. Data protection, so if it identifies the sensitive data and it actually protects the data to send outside. Actually it uses the encryption methods and access control to help to unauthorized access. Compliance auditing, which actually provides the monitoring and auditing of your sensitive data to help meet compliance requirement and identify potential risks. It can also generate detailed reports on the data usage, access patterns, and complaints, making it easier to demonstrate complaints and regularity requirements. Integration can be done with the other services like AWS S3, KMS, CloudTrail, or the CloudWatch. So this can use to monitor those events. AWS Secrets Manager. This AWS Secrets Manager is also a fully managed service provided by the AWS that allows users to easily manage secrets such as database credentials, API keys, and other sensitive information. The service provides a secure and scalable way to store and manage secrets and enables users to easily rotate and manage access to secrets. So it can be easily provide the secrets rotation, so that would be major protection for the passwords, right? Database credentials, API credentials. So sensitive information can be rotated. So once your credentials are leaked, if you rotate the credentials or change the credentials, that would be protected. Managing database credentials, that can be possible using this AWS Secret Manager. Example, the database is key to the any organization where they store the data, critical data information, right? So example, say the database credentials for the username and passwords, enabling the application for securing the access to databases without hard coding the credentials. So hard code anywhere credentials. So you can use the secret manager to call that credentials. API key management is actually the can be used to manage the API keys and other secrets by applications like third-party access services. You can do that. And password management, so this is very useful for the if you want to access like SSL certificate and using the other services, it can be used. And compliance, so where you have the PCI DSS or HIPAA compliance, so that it can provide you the auditable evidence and manage the secrets for that. So that's the AWS Secrets Manager can do in such a way. AWS Certificate Manager, it basically call it as ACM, is a fully managed service provided by Amazon Web Services that makes it easy to provision, manage, and deploy SSLTL certificates for AWS services or your own applications. Example, say if you want to purchase any SSL certificate, TLS certificate, you can purchase it from the AWS Certificate Manager that can provide you based on your requirement. So easy to manage the certificate management, like installing, deploying the certificate to the services, that can be done easily. So there are some free SSL certificates also available from the AWS Certificate Manager for your applications. You can use that as well. Integrating with other services can be done, like of course SSL can be required to the multiple services to secure the communication between service to service. The data in transit should be encrypted, otherwise it might be the data leakage. So that way, so the AWS Certificate Manager can provide you the SSL certificate, can be integrated with multiple services, and automatic renewal, so you don't need to worry about the certificate to be expired, when it's going to expire and all. So it will automatically renew. If you set that auto renewal is in place, then it will automatically renew your certificate. So this is the services on AWS application security.
For the first time, if you want to configure the AWS CLI, so you have to create the dedicated user for that. So to do that, click on the add user and provide your username. In this case, I am providing techarkit1 and say next. Now you can select the policy or the group access. So I have the local user group here. So I'm just selecting the local users group, and permission boundaries also you can select that and click next. Now, so you're ready to create the user and click create the user, and it will just wait for a minute and say your user has been created. Click on that particular user and go to security credentials and generate the access key to integrate your CLI with this particular user. So you have to generate that and select the command line access and command line interface. Then next, click next. So you say you understand this risk and what are the security permissions you required, and say next. Now provide the description, what is the user is for, let's say AWS CLI. In this case, I would like to provide the description as AWS CLI and say access keys. Now you have to download these access keys, then say done. Now you got your access key and secret. To access this one, either you can access from the AWS CLI or your Linux machine or anything. But for this demo purpose, I'm using the AWS Cloud Shell. For the first time, you have to configure the AWS credentials. To use that AWS configure is the command. You have to provide the access key and secret key, then it enter by default region and the format to be done. Now you can just say AWS S3 LS to list out how many buckets you have. If you have the lot of buckets, it actually lists all of those buckets here. Okay. So I have only one bucket. It shows AWS 3ls only one bucket. To create the new bucket, AWS S3 MB, which means that make bucket. So you have to provide the S3 colon slash slash bucket name, which is like my bucket slash techarkit. Then it is asking you for the region, which region actually you would like to create it here. So you have to provide that region value. Example, say hyphen region, and provide the region value here where you want to create. Example, I wanted to create in AP South 1. So I'm providing that region value here, hyphen region, and you can copy that value from up there. Okay, so AP dash South dash 1, enter. So now your bucket has been created. Again, go to AWS S3 LS and you can able to see that your bucket listing. AWS S3 LS. Now see there are two buckets in my S3 bucket list. My bucket techarkit, my bucket techarkit. There is a dash involved in that. So now if you want to create some files here and upload it to the AWS, say touch, I would like to say I would like to create some files here for testing purpose, uploading files, right? And you can write some content to that one and upload it, right? So I'm using the VI here to write some data. Let's say testing upload, something like that, testing file. So copy those lines and paste it and save it. Now S3 AWS S3 copy and provide the file name and provide the destination bucket name where you would like to copy that data. So this is my AWS S3 copy and local file name is uploading files and destination is bucket name. Now list that file is uploaded or not using AWS S3 ls S3 colon slash slash bucket name slash. It will list all the files which are there on that particular bucket. You can see uploading files .txt has been uploaded successfully. You can see that the file is listing from the bucket. So now let's see AWS S3. If you want to remove that particular file RM and provide that full path to that bucket S3 colon slash slash my dash bucket dash techarkit slash upload file uploading file.txt, then it will remove that particular file. Example, if you provide the bucket name only, it will delete the data in that particular bucket. Okay, avoid that. So I'm just deleting that particular file. Now if again go back to the AWS S3 ls to that particular bucket and see whether the file is exist or not. Now you can see techarkit slash enter. So there is no file. The file is removed. Now what you can do is that synchronizing the files. If you have the multiple files, so you cannot manually upload them like thousands of files. You wanted to synchronize the data which is available on your local storage to the bucket. What you can do, AWS S3 sync and provide the dart which actually syncs the current directory where you are in. Then you can go to that bucket and see the data and say AWS S3 ls and provide the bucket name slash, then it will provide the all the data which is synchronized to that bucket. You can see there are some so many data has been synchronized. Now, if you want to delete that all this bucket data, so uh, before that I have removed only a particular file from that. But if you want to delete all the files from that bucket, so what you can do, you can use the simple option that recursively delete the data. So it will delete entire bucket data from that. Let's say AWS S3 RM and provide that S3 bucket name slash and say hyphen recursive. So it will recursively delete the data from that bucket. Everything will be wiped off. Now you can say AWS S3LS and bucket name slash. It does not have anything in that. S3 my dash bucket dash techarkit slash. Now you can see nothing is there. So if you want to remove the bucket, so first of all you have to make the bucket empty, then run AWS S3 RB. RB means remove the bucket and provide the bucket name so that it will remove the bucket. The bucket will be deleted from the S3 and you can see AWS S3 LS. So there is only one bucket. So these are the simple AWS S3 LS commands. AWS Security Services. So what are the additional security services? We see that what are the application security services in last video, but what are the other security services the AWS can provide and how they provide the security to the AWS Cloud Native Services and on-premises services if you use them. First one is AWS Config, AWS Guard Duty, AWS Inspector, AWS Artifact, and AWS Cognito. These are the AWS security services. Let's see what they can do and how they provide the security here. If you go to the AWS config service, AWS config service is a service which provides by AWS that enables customers to assess, audit, and evaluate the configuration of their AWS resources. AWS config continuously monitors and records the configuration of your AWS resources, which allows you to understand how the resources are configured, how they are related to one another, and how they are being used over time. So this is very very important that you configure these resources and you just left these resources, but later point of time, example, one administrator configured the AWS services, he left. So some reference document, someone makes the architectural document and they save them. Some of the organizations, like if a small organizations, they don't make any architectural diagrams or anything, just deploy the services and depend on one administrator. If the administrator left, so they can do how they can correlate which services do what and what is the workflow and what depends on what services. So this we don't know at this moment. What you can do is that you can use this AWS config service, which provides you to uh, resource scan and draw the dependency diagram, something like that. So that will make you one thing to understand what services makes what dependency and all. Okay, so this one provides compliance and security. AWS config can help you ensure that your AWS services compile with security and compliance standards by continuously monitoring and editing the configurations of your resources. So it continuously monitors and audits your resources so that you can easily identify who accessed the service and what the changes he did and use which account he used and all these details it provides in detail, so that you can just go to the audit trail and find out that who actually configured which service and who shut down the server and who terminated the service, all this stuff. So that would be more important to understand when it comes to the root cause analysis or the RCA kind of stuff. Change management. So this is very, very important that if anything is changed, due to that change, a chain of services affected, then that would be a major change, and that change makes your environment inconsistent. So you have to have the AWS config in place to help you manage changes to your AWS resources by tracking configuration changes and providing notifications when changes are made. So that is very, very important. Resources relationship. So which resource is dependent on which resource? Though the flow of change would be very, very important, that AWS can understand the relationship between your AWS resources, which can be useful for troubleshooting and optimizing your infrastructure. So this way it will also help you out in making the identifying the relationships. And one more thing is custom rules. So AWS config allows you to define custom rules to evaluate the configurations of your AWS resources against best practices and policies. So this is the AWS config can do. So if you want to take a any kind of demonstration of this AWS config, like where your AWS account with several EC2 instances running, you wanted to ensure that your instances are properly configured to compile with security standards and best practices. To do this, you can use AWS config to continuously monitor the configuration of your EC2 instances. So that way, that AWS config can help you. So this is the AWS config logo, which can easily identify using this logo for the
For more updates, click on subscribe and click on bell button for latest notifications.
service. So the next one is AWS Guard Duty. So what is this AWS Guard Duty and how it can help you out in the AWS? AWS Guard Duty is a threat detection service provided by AWS that helps customers protect their AWS accounts, workloads, and data from potential security threats. Guard Duty analyzes log data from various sources, including AWS CloudTrail, AWS VPC flow logs, and DNS logs, to detect and alert customers to potential security threats such as malicious activity, unauthorized access, and data exploitation. So this way, AWS Guard Duty can help you to actually notify you when there is a potential security threats. So what it actually do? Intelligent threat detection. Guard Duty uses machine learning algorithms and threat intelligence to detect potential security threats such as um, reconscious activity, suspicious network traffic, and unusual API calls. Example, say the API calls are usual. If a human do API calls, they are like as usual, they send a normal API calls and the get the service data. But if at all you do an automation, or if you do on something like bots, so you just trigger a bot to call this API. If the detection is not a normal process, then it actually calls so many API calls, so unusual activity on the service. So it can detect that and provide you the notification saying that, hey, here is your API calls for so many are going on this service, so that you can go ahead and look at that. So that way it provides the intelligent threat detection. CloudWatch events integration. So whenever you have the CloudWatch events configured on so many other services like AWS services for CloudTrail, VPC, flow logs, or the IAM, so which allows it to detect and analyze activity across multiple AWS accounts and regions. So that's GuardDuty can help you to watch those services and the events from the different services. Automated threats response. Basically, it is an easy to set up use, like where it actually provides you automated thread response. Network visualization. So that's what I said you just a moment ago, that it can actually visualize your network, like network points, how the network inflow is connected between the services. This is about the AWS Guard Duty, which can help you to protect your AWS services using the security detection. Next service is AWS Inspector. AWS Inspector is a security assessment service provided by AWS that helps you identify vulnerabilities, AWS resources, and applications. It automates the process of security assessment by analyzing the configuration of AWS resources, applications, and operating systems and identifying potential security vulnerabilities. So that's where like it inspect the services and provides the vulnerabilities where there is a vulnerabilities. Example say, so many times if you get a 0-day vulnerability, you should act immediately to mitigate that vulnerabilities. Otherwise, your service is in risk. So anybody can exploit the vulnerability and gain the access to your service or the server. Then they can run into your network and they can do whatever they want. So that's the um, inspector can actually protect you from that, doing that uh, in the real time. Let's see what you can do using this AWS inspector. So it's actually do the complaints reporting, provides the complaints reporting. So AWS inspector can be used to identify security vulnerabilities and complaints issues in AWS resources and applications, helping organizations to meet regularity requirements. So that is the AWS inspector. And in AWS, it actually provides the DevOps security. So it can be integrated with DevOps pipelines to automatically scan application code and identify security vulnerabilities early in the development process. Example, if a developer developing a code and he push to the git commits like the repository, then it actually have the automated pipelines where once the developer commits the code, then it push into the development process like the testing and all the processes, then it actually deploys into the server, right? That is an automated pipeline process. But if in case the AWS, the developer push in a code, then it immediately identifies there itself, says, hey, this code has some vulnerabilities or this code is missing security standards. Then and there itself, if the developer is fixed and push the code again to the repository, then that's very well identified vulnerabilities, and in once it move to the production, you don't get any security issues. So that is very good feature if you're using in a DevOps practices in your organization. So that's AWS inspector can provide. Vulnerability management, of course, it scans for the vulnerabilities and provide you the reports for any operating systems and applications, allowing organizations to prioritize and remediate the security issues. Security assessment for third-party applications. It can be used to assess the security third-party applications running on AWS, helping organization to ensure that they are secure and compliant. Example, if you are using the any third-party tools, of course, if all the AWS cannot provide all the services, some services we do procure from the third parties and deploy on AWS environment. In that case, also AWS Inspector can help you to identify the vulnerabilities in the environment so that you can fix them to secure the environment. So that is a major supported version for the AWS. This is the AWS Inspector logo. You can identify using this logo, which is the AWS Inspector service. So the next one is AWS Artifact. So let's see what Artifact can provide here. AWS Artifact is a service provided by Amazon Web Services that provides on-demand access to AWS compliance reports, and security documents such as SOC reports, PCI DSS reports, and ISO certifications. AWS Artifact makes it easy for customer to download and review these documents, which can help them to meet compliance requirements and prepare for audits. Example, if your organization is applying for any kind of ISO certifications or any kind of regularity compliance certifications, then this can help you to figure that out. What are the requirements and for the certifications to the organizations? What is the regularities or compliance or security models they have to follow to end that certificate? So this can help you organizations to do that. So how it helps? The architectures of AWS Artifact is relatively simple. The service is built in top of the AWS cloud infrastructure and leverages various AWS services to provide a security and scalable document delivery platform. So actually it generate the customer requirement document. Customers can request a compliance report or security document through the AWS Management Console or the AWS API. The request includes information about the document such as type of report and AWS region where it should be generated. So example, you have a customer, you are managing the services for them. If they ask any report or document for you, like what is the complaints or you are maintaining, what is the security you are maintaining, let me know. Then you can use the AWS artifact to generate the document, which is an automated process. You don't need to manually generate the document. Document generation, so that's what I said. Artifacts can generate the document using the data from various AWS services such as CloudTrail, AWS config, AWS inspector. The document is generated in the requested region and stored securely in S3 bucket. Uh, Document delivery, so once it is generated, it can be delivered to the auditors or the customers who requires the document via the downloadable format. Document management, so AWS Artifact provides the management interface for customers to view and download their documents as well as to manage their document requests and subscriptions. Customer can also receive notifications when new documents are available, when updates are made to the existing document. So this is a document management example. If any sensitive documents or the legal documents, terms and conditions, financial documents are made available on this artifact, if any documents is updated with the new version or new changes, then it will be notified to the subscriber saying that, hey, this document is updated with so and so lines or this so and so changes, go and review it. So that way everybody's aware that if any changes happens on the environment to the policies, rules or anything. Let's see what is the artifacts logo here. This is the logo which actually majorly deals with the documents. That's why they say document download logo, something like that. Let's see. The next service is AWS Cognito. AWS Cognito is managed authentication, authorization, and the user management service provided by the AWS. It enables developers to add user sign up, sign in, and access control to web and mobile apps quickly and easily. Let's see what AWS Cognito can provide here. User sign up and sign in. AWS Cognito enables developers to add sign up and sign in functionality to their applications using customizable login UI and pre-built UI provided by AWS. User can sign in using their email and password, social identity providers, or multi-factor authentication. So this is very important that the developer can easily use this already pre-developed framework or the code piece of code. You can, where you wanted to have the user sign up sign in actions, then you can just include that code, so it can automatically pop up that sign up and sign in buttons for the users to get sign up and sign into the services wherever it's required. User data synchronization. So The Cognito can synchronize user data across multiple devices and platforms, allowing users to access their data from any device. Access control and authorization. Basically, the Cognito provides flexible access control and authorization capabilities, allowing developers to define custom authorization rules based on user attributes or group membership. Example, you have provided the access or the authorization to access that services. So it has some conditions. If the user is part of so and so group, you should provide the access. So that way there are some custom rules, you can define it, then you can access. The Cognito can help you to authorize and provide the access to that particular services. And it also provides the user management, provides a web interface for developer to manage users, groups, and user attributes, making it easy to create and manage user accounts. So this is very very important that Cognito can provide a several features in terms like user signing in, sign up, data synchronization, access control and authorization, and user management. So this way it contributes to the AWS security, that providing a proper access control and authorizations to the services so that the developer can also use the same code to simplify their development process. So that's about the AWS Cognito and AWS security services. Data encryption services. What are the data encryption services you have? What are the types you can use to encrypt the data? So what are the services you can use it here? One is KMS, another is Cloud HSM. So key management service and hardware security module. These are the two services where you can use to encrypt the data in any other service you stored on AWS. Let's see what are the service type and how you can encrypt the data. Before that, let's see what is data encryption, right? So what it actually looks like. Example, say, so I have my secret password. This is my secret password. I might store the data, the secret password somewhere else on my AWS service. It might be a S3 bucket or a EBS or somewhere else. What it looks like. So if you write the same one, it looks like a plain text password which does not have any encryption enabled. But if you enable the encryption, the data looks something like this. So if the hacker or some bad hand or the some bad people, they got this file which is an encrypted file. So using the encryption key, if you encrypt the data, then it looks like something like this. If they still download the data, somehow they got the access to that, then they download the data, but they still looks something like this, which is not actual data, which is encrypted data, looks something like this. So this way, if your data is stored in somewhere else, but your data still encrypted, if they stolen, they cannot understand what it is. But how you can do that? So you can do using the decryption key, and you can decrypt the data. Again, you see the same data, what it looks like. This one, the encryption key and the decryption key will be managed with you. Then you can actually use the, while using the encryption, you can use the decrypt by decryption key, then you can encrypt the data and decrypt the data. But if you lost this key, still you can recover it from the service which you are using as a KMS. So that way you can secure your data while encrypting the data. But what are the types of data encryptions you have? So where you actually encrypt the data. So what one is in transit. In transit means like I have some terabytes of data in my server location. I wanted to transfer the data. It might be a database files, plain text files, or the user home directory files, or the financial documents, or the HR documents, or anything. I want to transfer that from my server to the AWS. While copying the data, what you can do is that you can encrypt the data. while transferring itself, use the SSL certificate and encryption keys to encrypt the data. So which actually uses public and private keys to encrypt the data and decrypt the data. So you can, while transferring itself, you can attach the SSL certificate, so it securely transfer your data. So if you're transferring the data using the public cloud internet, then somebody tap your data, somebody gain access to your data, still they cannot understand what is the document is, because it is encrypted. So if you use the same certificate to decrypt it, you can decrypt that data and see that data what is actual there. So that's the in transit, while you are transferring the data from one location to the other location using the internet services. So what is the next one here? Data in rest. Example, I have transferred my data from my server to the AWS cloud. Then the data stores in rest, like it's stored somewhere else on an archival purpose or the usage purpose somewhere else, like EBS volume, EFS volume, or S3 buckets, or somewhere else I stored some data. Then if the data is not encrypted at the rest, you have to encrypt it using the KMS service, the key management service. Then if the data is in rest is encrypted, still if the data is stolen by somebody else or unauthorized access, they cannot do the reading. So example, in department, so you have a HR department or you have a financial department or other departments, then some folders are shared with HRs only, some folders are shared only financial departments only. Then if you get a cross team access, they can read the data. But to manage your data encryption, if they are not authorized to see but somehow they got the access, if they are trying to read the data, they can still not do that, because the KMS encrypted data, if you have that decryption key, they can only access the data and read it properly, otherwise they cannot do anything. So that's the two types. One is an in transit, while transferring the data should be encrypted, and rest, data at rest to be encrypted. Let's see AWS KMS, how this can help you to manage the encryptions. KMS is a fully managed service that enables customers to create, control encryption keys used to encrypt their data in AWS cloud. KMS provides a secure and scalable solutions for customers who need to protect their sensitive data such as financial data, personal information, and intellectual property. The KMS, what it will do, it easily do the key management. So that is the major one. KMS means key management service, where it actually manages the keys, the encryption keys and decryption keys, encryption and decryption, so which can provide you to encrypt the data as well as the decrypt the data. Key rotation, example, say that you have encrypted and decryption keys, you have somehow you lost those keys, add those keys in bad hands, then what you can do, you can rotate those keys, then generate the new keys, so that you have a new keys with you for that encryption and decryption, so that if they got the keys, still those keys are invalid once you rotate the keys. But be careful once you're rotating, if the users are your legitimate users does not have those keys, they cannot read any data which is encrypted. Complaints, so of course this is majorly for any security and compliance matters, like where it actually have the regularities that your financial data should be accessible only to the authorized personnels, not others. So that's the compliance can be provided by the KMS, and integrating with other services like EBS volumes, S3 buckets, or EFS volumes, so that you can encrypt the data and decrypt the data with using the other services. Let's see AWS Cloud HSM, what it actually provides. Cloud HSM means hardware security module, is dedicated cloud-based hardware security appliance that provides secure key storage and cryptographic operations within AWS Cloud. Cloud SSM is designed to meet strict security and compliance requirements for customers who need to protect sensitive data and applications such as financial institutions, government agencies, and healthcare organizations. So these are the major institutions where they have the critical data platforms. So if your financial report is out, everybody knows what is your company's strength and how many credits you have, how many debts you have, all this information, right? So that way, if any investors are looking for your data, which is a false information or a right information, but went into the wrong hands, then your company might have risk. So, but this can provide you to provide the cryptographic operations to encrypt the hardware level. So it actually provides the secure key storage, allows customer to securely store their encryption keys and digital certificate in dedicated hardware appliance that is tamper resistant and designed to meet strict security standards such as FIPS 140 to level 3. So that is a hardware where you can store your digital certificates, encryption keys, hardware appliance. So that's the secure key storage. Cryptographic operations. So Cloud HSM supports a range of cryptographic algorithms and operations, including encryption, decryption, digital signing, and key generation. It also provides the high performance and low latency access to cryptographic operations, enabling customers to process sensitive data quickly and efficiently on the hardware level. Complaints, of course, it also complaints meet like HIPAA complaints, FedRAMP certified, HIPAA complaints. The customers can use hardware HSM to protect their sensitive data and applications while maintaining the compliance with the industry. So that's the cloud HSM can provide, and it can also be integrated with the other services. Of course, the cloud HSM cannot do alone itself. It can also use with cloud S3 buckets, RDS, key management to provide the complete security solutions to the other services. So these are the two major services on the AWS can be used to data can be encrypted while transferring and data at rest. How pricing calculated? So how the pricing is calculated on AWS? So this is not an easy topic to learn, but there are more complex cost calculations involved. To simplify that, how the costing is done, so let's see that. So the first one, compute. So whatever the services you use on the compute, right? So it might be the EC2 instance or Fargate services or Lambda services or whatever the services you use on compute, like CPU, memory, storage, and the network utilization. So that's the compute they charge for. So how much compute you are using, like what is the size of the compute you are using, and how many hours you are actively using. So that's the price calculation comes in, the first one. The second one is storage. So like which storage you are using and which region of the storage you are using, how much data is stored and that particularly. So example, for the most of the uploads are free, but if you download it, they cost for that storage. But if you store the data, like what type of storage you are using, like you are using the high performance storage or low performance storage or SATA drives, SSD drives, or SAS drives, or archival purpose storage. So which storage you are using, so based on that, and which region you are using, based on that, the price has been calculated, the price will be calculated. Data transfer rate, so like how you are transferring the data. So you are uploading the data. Most of the uploads what you do, which are not cost much, but if you do the downloads, like the retrieving the data from any of the storage to your local infrastructure, that cost. Here there are something like put request, get request, and query request, data transfer inbound, outbound, all will be calculated, and they will be priced based on the how data you transferred, how aggressively you are transferring the data, and how aggressively you are retrieving the data. So that's all price will be calculated. Let's see what does the AWS offers. So what AWS provides the offers to the customers. So the first one is AWS free tier. Like this is a program that provides the customer with the free access to certain AWS services for 12 months. So you can freely use most of the services on the AWS for free. So it's not all of the services, but it to the certain level. So you get familiar with the AWS console and practices all of this stuff. So they give the free tier access to the AWS console. Next one, always free offers. There are some always free offers. This is a program that provides customers with free access to certain AWS services even after initial 12 months period of the AWS free tier has been expired. Example, if you put a Lambda request, right? So how many programs you store on the Lambda, so it does not cost you anything, but how much you're running. So there are millions of number of requests you can run on the Lambda, which are always free. That's the thing you can say that as a always free offers on the AWS. There are some trails. Trails means the trail versions they provide, like whenever they launch a new service. AWS offers trails for certain services that are not included in AWS free tier are always free offers. This trail typically lasts for a limited time period and allows customers to try out the service before committing to pay the subscription. So example, say if you want to try some services, new services, so you can also do like take the trial version of it and try it for. So this is not available for all the services, but some of the services for some customers only is available for the trial versions. Like you can use that so before taking any subscription model for that particular services. So this is also one of the offer AWS provides. Another offer which provides is that Amazon credits. Credits means AWS offers credits to the customers who qualify for certain programs, like most of the services they use on the AWS are cloud native services or lot of resources they actually purchase. Example, so such as AWS active program for startups. So like you are a new company, just you are trying to build your company and you need some IT resources. So if you deal with AWS, then they provide some credits to you. So these credits can be used to pay for AWS services and can help offset the cost of running applications on AWS. So this is very important that some of the credits they allocate to that particular company if it is a startup or just most of the customers they are afraid to go to the cloud, say that hey it might cost more. Then if it is it all cost all more, then how can I come back from that and try a new one? So to avoid such a scenarios, AWS provides some credit to use freely. Then then they go and try to use that and using that credits and they get confident and they can use the services on the AWS. Let's see. So this EC2 pricing models I already explained in a first or second videos in detailed model. But let's see what are those pricing models in a broader way, that how it costs affecting the pricing services like on-demand resource. This pricing model is best for workloads that a short-term or unpredictable workloads. Example, say you are running in a startup company. So I don't know yet that okay, what are the services are going to be, how many users are going to reach that, and I don't have any prediction at this moment. So that's the on-demand pricing model you can use for any services which are on demand. Next one is savings plan. So savings plan is that you have to tie up with the AWS saying that hey, I want it to be reserved these instances for like 3 years or 5 years. So I would require some savings plan. Then if you have the predictable um, approach, like from this year to next 3 years, I'm going to use these type of resources. I'm very confident on that. Then you can go with the savings plans and you can pay like 20-30% or 50-50% are upfront, totally upfront cost, then they save a lot in the long run. Reserved instances. So these are the actually workflows that are predictable usage patterns. You have predictable usage pattern. You wanted to reserve that for committing like 1 or 3 years. I wanted to use the same instance for a certain period of time so that you get like 65-70% of saving on that particular instances, right? Spot instances. These are actually the unused EC2 capacities, so offering a significant savings. Like these instances, actually, somebody is released EC2 instance, then it is a free. It does is not running any workloads over there. Then you can just grab those spot instances and bring for your temporary workloads. Then it saves a lot of cost to the company. Dedicated host, so you can also, like if you have the regularity compliance requirement and you wanted to have the dedicated host and you reserve that dedicated host for certain time, then it can also save you the cost and pricing models on this. So if you come to the storage, so how the storage pricing model works, like storage class example, say the ST storage class. I already explained in a detailed in the video, saying that what storage classes you have, or which storage class costs how much, and how can save the storage cost on storing the data in different types of ST storages, right? So you have a standard ST storage, infrequent access, glacier, like archival purpose. So which storage class you're storing the data, that's important. Then that based on that, the cost will be incurred. And storage, like where you are storing, like a region, location, and all this stuff considers one of the pricing factor. Data transfer, like how much you are uploading and how much you are retrieving, and so from which storage type you are uploading, which storage type you are retrieving. So this all matters on the pricing model, like it also occurs on the pricings. And request and data retrievals. Example, say you don't have any small data requests, so many calls, API calls you do, like get request, put request, get request, put request, get request, post request, something like that. Instead, example, a scenario here is that you have a one folder which are text files or JSON files or some XML files, a lakhs of millions of files on the one folder. So instead, what you can do is that you can just compress and upload it is a single request. But if you upload the same data to the storage on the AWS, is a million requests. So that differentiate the cost, like while you're uploading and retrieving the data. So that also matters, comes to on the storage pricing model. So here, most of the companies, basically, whenever you are using on the AWS services, this called as a TCO. So the total cost of ownership. So how the total cost of ownership has been calculated, and what parameters basically they look for, or you should look for while calculating the total ownership. So AWS TCO means the total cost of ownership is methodology that helps customers estimate the total cost of running their applications on AWS compared to running them on premises or in traditional hosting environment. So you have to compare what your on-premises cost and what is AWS cost. So it's not only that you run a EC2 instance over there and what is the cost over there, and you run a server over here, what is the cost. But there are certain parameters you can look for, right? Example, hardware and infrastructure cost. So this includes the cost of purchasing and maintaining the servers, storage, networking equipment, and other hardware necessary to run applications on premises. Example, put the hardware. So that hardware require, if you purchase a server, that requires the storage. So that's required the network connectivity. That's required the hardware maintenance cost, and that also requires the application cost as well. Like OS cost also it includes on that. Labor cost like maintaining a IT professional team. You have to put some IT admins to manage and maintains those on-premises infrastructure like networking equipment, security equipment, and application development, all this stuff. So that also you have to consider in a TCO, the total cost of ownership. A facility cost. Example, you need to have the data center, you need to have the power connectivity, and you need to have the space available to put those racks and servers and everything, right? So that's going to be the cost of building and renting the physical facility of house on the on-premises infrastructure, including the rent, utilities, and maintenance cost. So that's going to be the facility cost you have to calculate. And software cost, example, you have to purchase the software licenses, updates, maintenance, operating system, databases, like whatever the applications you have, ERP applications and monitoring applications and everything to be calculated on that particular one. So that's going to be the other one. Like miscellaneous things, example, say that running an applications on premises such as like backups, disaster recovery, security, complaints, auditing, this all comes under the total cost of ownership. So total cost of ownership helps customer to estimate the cost of running their applications on AWS by taking into the account the above factors, comparing them to the cost of running the same application on premises or traditional hosting environment. This allows customers to make informed decisions about which environment is the most cost effective for their workloads. AWS also provides the estimations, like the AWS estimations. If you want to compare the estimation, how much does it cost for the month, how much does it cost for here, how much does it cost if I take a reserved instance or saving plans or the spot instances or on-demand instances and storage, so and so service. So you can calculate everything on the pricing models and the estimates you can also get before going to do on the AWS. So that's going to be a total cost of ownership you have to calculate to compare your on-premises costing and the AWS costing while you do any migrations or anything. Have you basically calculate if I wanted to migrate my services from on-premises to the cloud? Then what is the parameters you have to take, but you don't know what are the applications you have, what are the types of instances you have, what is the types of instances you have to choose, all this stuff, right? So application discovery service which AWS provides is a cloud-based service that helps customers to plan their migration of AWS, identifying the IT assets running on their on-premises data centers, including servers, virtual machines, software applications, that allows customers to create a detailed inventory of their IT assets and dependencies, which can then used for to plan for the execution of the migration to the AWS. So this is very very important that first you discover the services, how many servers you have, how many virtual machines you have, how many hardware pieces you have, so what is the power consumption you have, so what is the all these details you have to have first. Then you can make the detailed plan on that and look for the calculation on the AWS. So this service use lightweight agents, so you have to install the agents on your servers and the virtual machines, like install the servers and the virtual machines in the on-premises environment to collect the data on the IT assets and their dependencies. So how many IT assets you have, what is the dependencies they have, what is the databases you have, applications are running, all this information. The agents collects the data on the hardware and software configuration of each asset, as well as the network connections and dependencies between assets. The data is then sent securely to the AWS Application Discovery Service, where it is processed and stored in a centralized repository. Then you can understand that what is the required services you have to have on cloud, and what is the cost associated with that services. So that's the application discovery can help you to identify the price. AWS price list API, that is one of the service. You can actually programmatically access that service to get the information, right, whenever you want to data, which is actually the RESTful API, can give you the details. List API is a programmatic way to access and retrieve the pricing information for AWS services and products. It is RESTful API that provides programmatic access to the same price meta information that is available in AWS price list API files, which are available for download from AWS website. So what this API give? Real-time pricing information for AWS services and products, allowing customers to programmatically retrieve the latest price and make more informed decisions. Like you can take the more informed decisions on that particular thing, like you get the real-time information over there. And customizable queries, you can use the JSON format querying for here, and retrieving the information from the AWS services with the specific usage of scenarios, how you required for that reserved instances or spot instances, all these calculations. Easy integrations. Example, say if you want to integrate this with your existing applications or the workflows, or allowing customers to automate pricing related tasks, like make more efficient use of their resources. You can calculate this, query the information. Okay, if my budget increase so and so, then stop the instance for a certain time. So which are not important for me, right? That way you can reduce the cost, or you can get to know what is your cost and all. So it also give you the programmatic access to automate your services. So that is very, very important that you get the programmatic access to that particular server, the API calls. Okay, let's see, jump into the AWS and see how you can basically do the estimate. Okay, so what I'm doing here is that I'm going to here and say AWS pricing estimate, and now we can go to this calculator, the pricing calculator, which actually gives you the detailed information about the how you can calculate the pricing. So let's go and create the estimate. Let's say search by location type, search all services. So if you want to search by location, example, which region you want, basically, I want a local region to be to save the cost, like Asia Pacific. Then which services you want to use. Example, say here I would like to say EC2 instances I would like to use for some time, right? Configure the EC2 instance. So what type of EC2 instances you are going to use, how many instances you want, right? Whether it is a Linux operating system, Windows operating system, or shared instance, or dedicated instance, right? Dedicated host, what it is, right? Example, say I would like to use particularly shared instances for nav, and constant usage, daily spikes. Example, if you have the daily spikes or weekly spike or monthly spike, example, you have some daily scheduled jobs, so my server will spike around 10 p.m. to 12 p.m., right? Example, if you want to configure that spikes, when your spikes are going to be, right? So example, say my most of the spikes will go in the weekend. Okay, then how many peaks you have, so maximum number of instances workloads, how many you have to enter, and duration of the peak hours, how many hours or minutes it's going to be, right? Let's say my it's going to be around 2 hours 30 minutes spike daily these days, right? And how many CPUs you want. So instance family, you have to select. Example, say I want something like a medium one, like 2 CPU cores, 4 GB, something like this. Then how many years you wanted to go with. You want to go with the savings plans, on demand, as spot instances, what you want. So say on demand pricing here. Or if you go to this one, upfront cost is going to be 251. If you pay all upfront, you don't need to pay anything for next year. Example, so this one. For I want this one for next 3 years, all upfront cost I'm going to pay for this. Next, say save and add the service, right? If you want to add any more services to this one, example, say that I am going to use the S3 for my storing the data, right? S3 example, say that Glacier deep archive, I would like to use it. So enter the amount you are going to transfer for the like 1000 GB I will transfer every month, right? S3 Glacier, so deep archive, object size. What is the object size? It's going to be like 160 MB. One particular object might be going to be in that case, right? Let's say S3 here, and how many post requests you have. So let's say I post something like 10,000 requests. So how many restore requests you have? Maybe a two, not much. Do you have any bulk request and all? So you have to provide all of this data, like data transfer from to all this stuff, and add the request. Now after that, you can just click on the view summary, and you can see that EC2 instance, how much it's going to cost. Monthly cost is going to be $7. It's almost $7.74, and storage cost is going to be $2.70 for the S3 what you have selected. So if you pay upfront cost, it's all going to be zero. The 12 months cost is going to be like $125.26. So that's the price estimates you can get, and you can also import as a PDF or CSV and anything. Then you can say like this, and it will give you the cost estimate in detail. So what you are going to use and which region you are going to use, what services you are going to use, all this stuff. So that's how you can calculate a pricing model or the pricings estimates before you actually put anything on the AWS to get a view of how much does it cost for my environment to be migrated from on-premises to the cloud. Exploring the cloud governance services, which are useful for your governance, governing your infrastructure, AWS infrastructure. So in this, we have few services. One is AWS Organizations. Second one is Control Tower, Systems Manager, Trusted Advisor, and License Manager. So these are the services we have on this governance services. Let's see what are those and how they can helpful for us in our AWS journey. AWS Organizations is a service that allows you to consolidate and manage multiple AWS accounts. With AWS Organizations, you can create groups of accounts, apply policies to those groups to centrally manage your AWS resources. So this is basically centralized management for your resources. So all the policies you can manage from the central place, like who should have the what access levels and what controls they should have, so you can define them on the um, from the AWS organization. So you can manage multiple AWS accounts in a single place. Once you have created the groups, you can apply policies to those groups to enforce compliance and security standards. For example, you can create a policy that requires all accounts in the production group to use encryption for all S3 buckets. So example, say you have put some policies saying that if you create any S3 bucket, that should use by default encryption. So if you do not enable the encryption, the policy fails, so that the S3 bucket cannot work. So that's the policy. This policy will enforce all accounts in the group, ensuring that your organization data is secure. So that's way. So you can impose policies. So organization policies you can impose to the multiple groups. So how the dev environment is going to be, how the production environment is going to be, how the test environment is going to be. All the policies you can create multiple groups and attach those policies so that you can, whenever you are into that production group, so you will get affected with that policy, so that the policies will be applied to the organizations. So another benefit of using the AWS organization is that cost management in a single place, where you can use the cost management. You can centrally manage all the group accounts of the cost management from the single interface. So again, which says centralized management. AWS organizations allow you to centrally manage multiple AWS accounts from single location. This makes it easier to manage resources, enforce policies, and control cost across all your accounts. That's the major benefit from the AWS organizations, that you can manage your um, single console. You can manage everything like the policies, accounts, and all. You can define it from central place. And policy based management, so that's what just I told you, like policies that can be applied to the all the accounts within the organization are to a specific groups of accounts. Like if you group it, then the particular group you can assign the policies. Okay, so the next one is simplified billing. AWS organizations like allows you to consolidate billing of all your AWS accounts. This makes it easier to track the cost, allocated expenses to different departments and projects. Example, you have a different departments in organizations like the IT operations and the cost center and the development center and the engineering center, something like that, right? So you have each and every departments. The departments can be allocated so and so budget, so within that they can so the next one is improved security. So you can apply the security policies to all accounts with an organizations. This helps you that the organization's data is protected and compliance standards are met. Example, you have any compliance which your organization is following as per the standards, you can define the policies so that your organization is secured in that. So the policies are affected to the all the users which are in the same group. Better resource sharing um, allows you to share resources such as VPCs and Route 53 domains across multiple accounts within an organization. This makes it easier to collaborate and share resources between the departments and if you have the multiple projects, so that can also allow you to share the different resources between the projects. Scalability, so an organization's grows. Example, the you started as a small organization, it's keep on growing, then it make it easier to add the new accounts and manage resources across all of your accounts. So that's the um, very useful thing. Like whenever your organization is growing, you can simply add more and more accounts, and you can manage them all at central place. So that's the AWS organization. So this is very important for the users to manage a multiple AWS accounts from the central place. The next one is AWS Control Tower. AWS Control Tower is managed service that helps you to set up and govern a multiple account AWS environment. It provides a pre-configured setup rules, policies, and best practices to help you enforce security, compliance, and governance standards across your AWS accounts. So what you can do if you have the multi-account setup, so where you can use the control tower, then you can easy way to set up multiple AWS environment. It automates the setup of accounts and resources, making it easier to scale your AWS environment. So you can use multi-account setup. AWS Control Tower provides a quick and easy way to set up a multiple account AWS environment. It automates the setup of accounts and resources. Make it easier to scale your AWS environment. Example, you have a multiple user accounts and this have the automated process to set up your AWS multi accounts. Example, you have multiple users are joining your environment. If you want to provision the account, you can automate the process using the control tower management. And it provides the account management tower, a central dashboard that allows you to manage all of your AWS account in one place, to view account status, manage access, and monitor the compliance from the single location. So that's the AWS control provides. And of course, if you manage the all the policies and from the central place, it provides the more security, like pre-configured security and compliance policies that help you to enforce best practices across your AWS environment. Example, you have, okay, this password policy should have so and so complexity. Then everybody should use the same policy, then they are enforced to do that. So these policies covers areas such as identity and access management, network security, and data protection as well. So that's the control tower supports. And one more thing is resource management. AWS control tower supports and provides a set of uh, guardrails that help you manage your AWS resources. These guardrails help ensure your resources are deployed in a secure and compliant manner. So this is validated that whenever you are deploying the resources, the best practices you follow, right? What are the best practices you are following here? What is the security standards you are following? What is the compliance, resource management you are following? So that's make sure that the controls you have on all the resources and they are deployed in a secure manner. Continuous improvement. So ongoing updates and the best practices to help you improve your AWS environment over time. Like once you set up, it does not make more secure, more compliant, but while going or while using your environment, you get a lot of stuff to be modified ongoing. Then you make some policies and monitor it if there is any loopholes or anything required from the security perspective or the compliance perspective, modify it and goes on and fine tuning. At end of some time, you get all of them are improved. It also provides a set of reports, dashboards that allow you to monitor your environment and identify areas for the improvement. Example, if you have the large enterprise IT environment that needs to manage the complex environment, example, then across multiple business units, you have the IT unit, engineering unit, and design unit, and there are multiple units you have to standardize their AWS environment and enforce them to use the governance standards so that you can do it from the AWS control tower. So example again here, the government organizations that needs compile with the regulations such as FedRAMP certified storage where we are storing the FedRAMP certified in environment. Then the AWS control tower enforce the security and compliance policies across their AWS environment where they are using the AWS environment. They enforce that so that they stick to that security and compliance policies so they cannot get any exclusion from that. So example, if you have the master account, here you have the AWS control tower setup, and this is directly connecting to your AWS organizations and AWS single sign-in. Like if you have any integrated applications, SAML authentications or any other like directory SSO single sign-in authentication is set it up, then it actually goes from here to the all the groups can be set it up from here. So if you have the organization will have multiple organizations unit inside that, right? So there are business units, which is called as an organization units, are the business units. You have multiple business units connecting to your organization, so that can be controlled over here, the control tower. So then you can use all of them. And there are some AWS CloudFormation stack sets, like the standardization deployment and the service catalogs. You can also use them for um, control tower, like policies. You can define them and control them. So that's all about the AWS control tower. So it can use to provide you the security and compliance and account management, multi-account setup, all this stuff. The next one is Systems Manager. The Systems Manager is a service that help you to manage your AWS resources in centralized and automated way. It provides a unified user interface that enables you to take a view operations that from multiple AWS services, automate operational tasks across your AWS resources, and keep your resources compliant and up to date. So system managers basically provides the more of an automated process to do anything on your resources. Like example, you have the resources group. You can create the resources group to organize and manage AWS resources across multiple accounts and multiple regions from the system manager. And you can also have the inventory. You can use the system manager to collect the metadata about your AWS resources and manage inventory that all of your resources in one place. Like inventory you can collect, so these service this service, so that metadata information is can be identified easily, like what is what. One more thing is that automation. You can create the automation workforce to perform operational tasks across your AWS resources, such as patching, updating software, deploying applications, and scaling resources. That can you can use the system manager to do that as well. And the particular thing is here, you can also use the patch management. So automate patch management of your EC2 instances and on-premises servers also you can use the patch management service here. And example, you have every quarter you have some particular maintenance window, or every year you have a particular maintenance window. So you don't need to manually do anything here. So you can set up schedule maintenance window to perform the operational tasks such as patching, updating, rebooting during the specified times. Okay, so you can do that. The next one is like parameter store. Like securely store and manage the configuration data. So example, you have written some CloudFormation templates. You wanted to store that configuration data, such as like database passwords, API keys of your applications. All you can use this parameter store to store this data, like secret store and all. You can use this to store that data. So the system manager is very, very helpful to manage your resources, the IT environment resources, like the inventory collection, automation, and patch management, update software, deploy software. So it's not actually deploys the software, but it actually updates the software. That's the system manager. So the next one is Trusted Advisor. AWS Trusted Advisor is a service that provides real-time guidance to help you optimize your AWS resources for cost savings, performance, security, fault tolerance. It analyzes your AWS account and provides recommendations based on AWS best practices and resource usage patterns. So how your resources are utilized. So which services are utilizing, which services are not utilized. So the trusted advisor can provide you the um, patterns, like how it is utilized. So one thing is cost optimization. When you comes to the organization, the optimization is very, very important. Like sometimes some of the services they just start it and leave it, something like that. so they never used, then you get the billing for that. So you can use the AWS Trusted Advisor to provide the recommendations to help your optimize your AWS resources for cost savings. Example, it provides some recommendations based on your environment scans. It includes the recommendations for your EC2 instances sizing, reserved instances, and cost-effective storage solutions. All this you can use the Trusted Advisor to get that cost optimization in place. Like you get the right sizing environment using the Trusted Advisor. And performance improvements. Um, it helps you to improve the performance of your AWS resources. This includes the recommendation for load balancing, auto scaling, and monitoring environments. So that's the one thing. Like it can also pitch you in, get some data, and provide you the suggestions that okay, these load balancers you can use, and auto scaling you can use here, and monitoring where it actually set up and all, right? So of course, if you have the monitoring in place, audit logs and everything can be done and provides the security here. So this includes like the access controls, encryption, and the network security part of it. Fault tolerance. So help you to improve the fault tolerance of your AWS resources. This includes recommendations like multi availability zone deployments, backups, disaster recovery management, all this stuff. So it will suggest you like if you miss anything like that, and that provides the AWS environment as a trusted advisor. So the next service is license manager. AWS License Manager. AWS License Manager is a service that helps you to manage your software licenses in AWS. It enables you to manage your software licenses across your organization, automate license tracking, compliance, and ensure that you are using your licenses and accordance with software vendor agreements. So example say that sometimes you have purchased some 10 Linux licenses or 100 Windows licenses. Then you don't know like how many you have deployed. If you deploy over deployed, that is a license violation, right? If you deployed but you are using in a different Windows version which is not actually uh, part of your entitlements, then that is also a violation for you. So how you make sure that you are using the correct license and correct entitlements and correct optimized within your license limits. So if you use the license manager, it actually provides the license tracking, like how many licenses you purchased, right, for your EC2 instances or the on-premises servers. You can see consolidated view all of your licenses and tracking usage and expiration dates. Example, your license is expired, then it can provide you, hey, here your license is going to expire so and so date. That the license tracking details can provide. License entitlements, like example, you have purchased 200 license quantity, so you are utilizing within that quantity or not, or you have the correct entitlement to do your software upgrades or next version upgrades, updates, anything, right? So are you entitled to manage the licenses, right? And software that you can run on EC2 instances or on-premises servers, you can create license entitlements and allocate them to the user accounts and organizational units. Example, some licenses are very costly. Example, if you take any software designing solution, something like that, then you can allocate the licenses based on the requirement. Like one user from the design department, they want some license, like AutoCAD license or something like that. You can assign those licenses to that particular user, so you can use that particular license only. If he left the organization, you can revoke that from the license managers. That flexibility you have, you can track it and you can manage those licenses very flexibly. License optimization helps you to optimize your license usage and reduce cost by identifying unused licenses and providing recommendations for license consolidation. Example, you have purchased 100 but you are using 30, so the 70 is wasted. So next time when you are renewing the license, you can just purchase only 35, not 100. So that way you get license optimized and cost savings. Uh, License compliance. Example, whatever the license you purchase, the software vendor agreement, whatever the vendor agreement, as per the vendor agreement, the tracking the license usage and ensure that you are not overusing the licenses. Example, the quantity is in place, or you have purchased the one version of it, but you are using other version of it. So that's a violation in the license. So that mainly provides the license manager that you utilize the and within the compliance of that. 20 best tutorials to learn AWS Cloud Practitioner for free. So you no need to spend even one penny or single rupee to learn and certify AWS Practitioner. So I'm going to give you the all the websites details and URLs in this session. So you can just go to those URLs and use them, and those are completely free, so you no need to even spend a single rupee on that. So as today you see that evolving technologies landscape, it is essential to keep ourselves updated with the latest skills and knowledge. One such a area that gained a lot of trend in recent times, AWS cloud computing, and in particular Amazon Web Services. AWS is one of the leading providers of cloud computing services and gaining proficiency in its various offerings in a excellent way to advance one's career in the field technology. This is an end and pleasure to share with you today a comprehensive list of 20 best tutorial to learn AWS Cloud Practitioner for free. So these tutorials are designed to provide a solid foundation in AWS Practitioner, AWS Computing, and AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner exam. So they cover a wide range of topics, including the basics of AWS, AWS services, and their functionalities, and the AWS Cloud Practitioner exam. So you don't need to spend even 16,000 or 18,000 or 13,000 for the course in Indian rupees. So you can just learn simply completely free resources here. Let's see that. So see this video until the end. You can get all the resources what you required. So that you can, whatever the resource you would like to go, you can just choose from it. So the first one is AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner CLFC01 complete course uh, playlist. So this is a YouTube playlist which contains all the videos, which are almost 50 videos contains of everything for you. So you can just see that these videos and you can practice them, and there are some exam questionnaires also available on this the flashcards, so you can also practice them before you go to the examination. For sure you can certify using this playlist at the first attempt. The next one, so there are some articles so which required for the cloud practitioner to go ahead on that. So one is that https arkit.co.in categories AWS. So if you go to this category, you can see that there are a lot of articles and posts where you can see them to learn for the AWS practitioner particularly. So the next one is this is a GitHub page where Amazon Web Services AWS guide, which is a very useful tutorials. Is not only for the cloud practitioner, but whatever the service you wanted to know, you wanted to browse the resources. So there are a plenty of guides or plenty of the links available on this GitHub page. Go ahead and book this and bookmark this page so that you will get a plenty of AWS guide, whatever the area you are working, not only for the cloud practitioner, so that it has a plenty of resources on that page. So the next one is AWS Moi is a free website to practice the exam. So this is just you just go ahead and log into the website. First time you have to register with your email address, then go to awsboy.com and AWS practice exam. So this is not only AWS practitioner exam, but it also has the so many other certifications for free. So you don't need to even subscribe or provide any credit card, anything. You just go to the website and look for this URL. So there are plenty of examinations are available. How many times you want to practice, you can practice it for free. So there is no even single rupee you need to pay for that. You don't need to only register to the examination, the website. So the next one is free AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner 2019. This is an Udemy course. So example, you just register the Udemy, but you did not buy any courses on that. You just go ahead and look for this certification. So this is completely free video course available on the Udemy. You don't need to even spend anything on this. This is completely free course. So the next one is AWS, the Amazon Web Services, Zero to Hero. So this is the course name again on the Udemy. So if you go to the udemy.com course, Amazon Web Services dash AWS dash V. So this is the course. It is completely free. No need to even spend a single rupee on that. So it's a completely free resource. So you can just go ahead and look that. AWS Cloud Practitioner Essentials by Amazon Web Services. So there is AWS itself provides a website called skillbuilder.aws, which is a freely available tutorial on the AWS website itself. The AWS professional itself teach this course. So you can just go to the explore.skillbuilder.aws. You can use your Amazon account to log in. Then you can explore the courses. There are so many other courses are free for that. But if you want to particularly learn AWS Cloud Practitioner, this is the URL. You can go ahead and learn that. One more thing is that introduction to the AWS by EDX. So EDX is the one website where they provide a multiple tutorials, but this course is completely free. So you just need to sign in fast, and you can just go to click on this URL like learning.edx.org/course and the course version 1 AWS. This is the practitioner course. Next one is AWS Technical Essentials by Amazon Web Services. Again, this is going to be on the Skill Builder website. If you go to this, and the course name is 1851, the AWS Technical Essentials. So this provides the AWS Technical Essentials, which is very much required covered topics for the cloud practitioner examination. AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner Learning Path by a Cloud Guru. So this is also a completely a free course. So most of the people think that the Cloud Guru is completely registered and you have to pay the course, but there are so many other free courses available on the Cloud Guru as well. If you go to the learn.a Cloud Guru courses, AWS Essentials and Intro to the AWS. So this is also provide a almost 21 hours of video tutorial for the beginners to learn the AWS. AWS Fundamentals Going Cloud Native by Coursera. So if you go to the coursera.org specialization on AWS fundamentals, so this is the one of the course where they provide a completely cloud practitioner guide, the fundamentals which is required for the AWS. The next one is AWS Cloud Practitioner Practice Questions and Answers. If you go to this Kanani rav.com practice/exam/exams.html, so this has almost 12 examination practices, which is completely free. So you don't need to sign up for this site. You just click on this HTML page and straightforwardly start thinking and practicing on these questions and answers for your examination. The next one is Cloud Academy course. So this is basically a Linux Academy before, but this was migrated as a Cloud Academy. Cloudacademy.com learning paths, Cloud Academy, Cloud Practitioner Certification, preparation for AWS 180. So this is completely free course. So you just need to log into the site, sign up for the site, and you can access this website, and completely this course is free for you. AWS Power Hour. So this is a one of the best tutorial on this stitch.com. So that is stitch.tv. So this, if you go to the pages.awscloud.com, so it has plenty of resources, so plenty of video sessions, practical sessions, and the live demo sessions on this page. So you can look for them and learn the AWS completely free. So even you don't need to sign up for this website, you just go and browse that and you can access them. Um, this is one is the website from the git.io. So learn.cantril.io courses, AWS Cloud SysOp Administration Associate. So there are so many lectures, free, and demos are also available on this website. So this no need to even sign up for this. You just go to this particular URL and look for that. There are so many free tutorials available, and the certification practices also available. If you want to take any professional course also, there are some paid course also available on this website. um, for the practice examinations, if you want to go to the campus.datacamp.com, so there are some practice examinations also available on this website. You can go ahead and do that. So other than these, there are so many others ones which are actually paid, not freely available, but they has plenty of resources for the exam practitioner, the cloud practitioner, the guides and all. So if you go to the tutorials dojo, like tutorials dojo, dojo, this also has plenty of resources. And exam pro is one of the website. It has plenty of exam practice guides for you. And plural site, plural site is one of the website, but it does not free, so you have to opt for an provide a credit card and sign up for that. So that also has a plenty of good resources for the learning. So these are all the websites. Some of them are I listed as a free ones, but some of them are also free. Paid ones are there, but I did not listed them here for the paid ones. So if you like this video, these resources are very helpful. Just provide the comment, the feedback of yours. Press the like button, so that we'll try to help you in more videos, providing them more videos. And if you think that these resources are helpful to your friends and family members, just click on the share and video, share to your friends and family members, so that they can also get benefited by these resources. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Please subscribe to the channel for more upcoming videos and courses.